Knock, knock, knock. The pounding on the door shook me awake from my dream. Still grumpy from waking up, I pulled the door open, only to see a rotting, twisted creature lunging at my face with its mouth wide open. Bang! I jolted and slammed the door shut behind me with my backhand. What the hell? Am I still half asleep? Wasn't this exactly like the zombies in the movies? Only then did I realize the dorm had changed. Cracked walls covered in blackened moss, just a rickety wooden bed that looked ready to fall apart at any moment. And in the corner, a squat toilet without any partition. A stench of blood and rot invaded my nose, choking me into coughing fits. Welcome to the dormitory survival world. Dormitory rules. 1. Before the door is broken, the dormitory must remain undamaged. 2. The owner holds absolute rights within their own dormitory. 3. Do not leave the dorm building to enter the mist. Round 1 event Zombie Onslaught has begun, lasting 3 days. A chill ran down my spine. A translucent panel floated in front of me. Lin Xiao, room owner 1001, physique 9, spirit 10, skill none. Damn it, I cursed, but could only accept it. Meanwhile, the chat channel had already exploded. 914 Wang Lei, help. What kind of place is this? 113 Qinzihan, there are zombies outside. No one has time to care about you. 309 Zhao Feng, help. Zombies have broken the door. As the messages popped up, the number of survivors dropped by 1. I caught the critical point. Only by killing zombies could supplies be dropped. Bang, bang, bang. The door rattled under the pounding. Wooden door, durability 14/20. Durability was running out. Just as I was about to go all out, a heavenly voice rang in my mind. Ding. Divine sign-in system activated. The longer you stay signed in at this location, the better the rewards. Bind to current location. Bind. Quickly bind. Sign-in successful. Obtained. Lumber X200, food gift pack X1, pure water X10L. I was stunned. Others were scrambling desperately for resources, and here I was just signing in and getting them. Bang! The middle of the door was smashed open. Sweat poured down my back. Upgrade the door. Upgrade successful. The door instantly looked brand new when breached. Ding. First time upgrade reward special sign-in. Guaranteed ability experience card. Sign. Ultimate Hunter experience card. Plus 200 physique, plus 30 spirit for 1 hour. The card showed a blue-skinned, white-bearded old man, and my blood burned with excitement. I nearly wanted to rush out and fight back 7 times over. But there was only one card. Had to save it for an emergency. Stay calm. Outside, pounding on the door never ceased, but the durability only fell a little. I upgraded directly to level 3. Thorny wooden door, durability 70/70, thorns. Reflects 8 physical damage each attack. Bang! The moment the zombie struck, the thorns pierced through its arm. But this thing didn't seem to feel pain. It kept smashing, its body riddled with wounds. Player Lin Xiao killed level 1 zombie, gained 1 point. I looked out through the peephole to see at least 40 zombies crammed into the corridor. Each floor had only 20 dorm rooms. If a fight broke out, one person would have to handle 2 zombies. I grabbed a light orb left behind by a zombie. Obtained. Lumber X10, bread X1. 1 measly piece of bread. I muttered, but my stomach growled. I remembered I still had a food gift pack. Obtained. Fast food blind box X9. Opened. Tomato and egg rice bowl X1. I happily dug into my rice. Others were having a miserable time. 502 Chinhan-san. Brothers, I'm down. Who's got a bite to eat? 715 by Lily. Who helps me drive away the zombies? I'll do anything. 309 Zhao Feng. Really? Prove you've got execution. Start by solving a set of Olympiad math problems. I finished eating and deliberately made noise to attract more zombies. With this thorny door, I wouldn't be defeated or drained. While I was eating, the system chimed again. Ding. Recurring task. Recruit female tenant. Rating greater than or equal to 85. Sign in each time to get bonus rewards. I stroked my chin. This reward was tempting. System, can you help me rate photos others send me? Yes, with an error margin no more than 2 points. That way I wouldn't have to meet anyone and risk being grossed out. I took a photo of the bread and sent it out. 1001 Lin Xiao, recruiting female tenant. As long as you're good-looking, food and lodging included. 1006 Yang Rui, Gigi, I'll do anything for food. 1017 Xiao Chou. Don't trust her, just a pure Snorlax. 507 Lu Motzi. Don't send to me, or I'll smash your door. 602 Yang Pa. Why only women? Why no food for male players? So selfish. I didn't bother replying. People were hard to read. Quietly making a fortune was the way to go. Right now, I was probably the only one in the entire building with a level 3 door and 10 liters of water. No way I was revealing any weakness. The notification lit up again. Over 20 people had privately messaged me. Some threats, some self-nominations, but none scored above 10 points on the rating. I replied to all with a simple "heh." This time I opened one. Shin Sinew, Physique 8, Spirit 11, Rating 89. I raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the senior from the same school? Or rather, the female CEO of a publicly listed company outside campus, who was rumored to have been missing for 2 days before being teleported. Sympathy? Only fools do that. Only those with resources have a voice. 1001 Lin Xiao. Send me a message 5 minutes before you arrive. 906 Shin Sinew. Okay, but can you give me some food first? I haven't eaten in 2 days, and my legs feel weak. I pondered for a moment, tore off half a piece of bread as a bargaining chip, and snapped a photo of a green pepper and pork stir-fry rice, both stern and kind, to let her know that following me means having food, and also to warn her not to mess around. In dorm 906, Shin Sinew swallowed half the bread in 3 bites, but her stomach only growled louder. Lin Xiao is no ordinary person. Having been on the run for 2 days made her clearer-headed than anyone else. In this world, banding together as a group to fight was a joke. It was better to find a primary shareholder early on. If survival means pledging loyalty to him, so be it. While others were still fighting over a single bite to eat, she had already seen through the pattern in Lin Xiao's few words. She herself had played the game of carrot and stick. After an unknown amount of time, she noticed the hallway had grown quieter. Quietly pulling the door open a crack, she saw the zombies were wandering aimlessly, as if their 5 senses were dulled. Have they really stopped? Her heart resolute, she unlocked the door and quietly moved toward the emergency exit. Upstairs in 1001, I also noticed the zombies' unusual behavior. In the entire dorm building, I was the only one idle enough to lure the zombies away from time to time. Because of me, the pressure on the 10th floor was much lighter. On other floors, there were on average 2 zombies per dorm room, smashing doors, an awful mess. But on my side, the nearby zombies were all dealt with by me, very easily. They still haven't shown up? I was too trusting of others again. I glanced at the empty hallway and furrowed my brows. If it weren't for Shin Sinew's profile picture still lit up, I would have thought she had already been fed to the zombies. Half a piece of bread wasn't worth much, but being deceived felt damn frustrating. I'll wait 2 more minutes. If she's not here, I'll keep attracting zombies. I folded my arms and leaned against the door. After all, the entire 10th floor had its doors and windows tightly shut. No one noticed the zombies had calmed down for the moment, because not everyone had a solid level 3 door with a peephole like mine. Time ticked by slowly, and just as impatience crept in, a sneaky figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It really is her. I curled my lips into a small smile and waved at her. Shin Sinew hesitated for a moment before hesitantly walking over. So you're Lin Xiao, she sized me up, her gaze falling on the heavy wooden door behind me, her shock deepening. As she made her way upstairs, she must have realized how much sturdier my door was compared to the others. Plus, there were noticeably fewer zombies on the 10th floor than the 9th. I didn't budge, locking eyes on her. You seem to have forgotten one thing. I don't let any unstable elements into my dorm. Shin Sinew was momentarily stunned, then caught on. A message popped up. Shin Sinew applies to become your tenant. Do you agree? Agree. Ding. New tenant accepted. Loop task completed. Extra reward activated. Next sign-in will give double rewards. Received. Timber X 200, Food Pack X1, Pure Water 10L. The continuous notifications almost made me laugh out loud. I originally expected just some extra rewards. I didn't expect them to be doubled. With that food pack alone, I wouldn't have to worry about meals for the next few days. I quickly noticed the crucial part. The task icon was still lit. In other words, as long as conditions allowed, recruiting a new tenant would grant another reward. More tenants meant more resources. It was basically free benefits to the max. Awesome. I clenched my fist. Seeing my excitement, Shin Sinyu's brows furrowed slightly, as if looking at a madman. Ahem, she feigned a cough. I snapped back to reality. Come in, it's not safe outside. I grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Her hasty expression made Shin Sinyu's heart skip a beat, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Maybe I misjudged the situation this time, she muttered quietly, then seemed resigned. Well, at least let me eat something first. Go ahead. I generously handed her the remaining half-piece of bread. As for the fast food in the food pack, she wouldn't get any until she proved her worth. Shin Sinyu wolfed it down, coughing as she choked. Silently, I handed her a glass of water. Her eyes lit up. She grabbed it and gulped it down. With a long exhale, much of the exhaustion on her face faded. I smiled, watching her, more precisely, watching her profile. Shin Sinyu. Physical, 8 mental, 11 score, 89. Loyalty, 40, wary. There was a new loyalty category. As expected, a single transaction couldn't buy complete trust. Still, with dorm rules in place, the landlord was immune to tenant-inflicted harm within the dorm range, and she couldn't leave without my permission. No troublemakers here. But visualizing loyalty has its benefits, primarily to prevent her from leaking my information. I need to hurry and raise the loyalty level. I smiled in satisfaction, my gaze falling onto the small bed. There's plenty of wood now. Upgrade. Please choose the upgrade branch. Durable wooden bed, shock-resistant and sturdy. Tidy wooden bed, comes with cleaning function. Am I that kind of person? I chose the second option without hesitation. The small bed looked brand new. Tidy wooden bed level, 3. Trait, tidiness, twice daily one-click cleaning refresh. Description, no need to worry about crying into the mattress all night. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Shin Sinyu, just finished eating, caught my half-smiling, half-amused look. Unsure if it was shyness or pressure, she quietly got up and lay down on the bed. Please be gentle. Her voice was faint like a mosquito's buzz, and she turned her face away, not daring to look at me. In the prime of my life, I nearly bolted out of control. But I held back. For some things, I had to be clear first. You've got the wrong idea. This is all with an interest. But let me make it clear up front. There's no free lunch. Don't think I'll support you for life just because you lied down there. Shin Sinyu silently nodded. She was sharp and understood immediately. But don't worry, I won't send you out to die. Your job is to monitor the chat channel and tell me immediately if you see anything good, like blueprints. You're the CEO of a public company after all. You should have at least that much discernment, right? Do well, and you won't have to worry about meals. Shin Sinyu's heart skipped a beat. He actually knew my identity. She purposely dirted herself when taking photos to avoid exposure, yet she still couldn't hide it. And she agreed with this arrangement. If she just slackened off and did nothing, what if I got tired and threw her out one day? Only proving her value could keep her safe. Now, wipe yourself down with water. I took out a liter of water from my backpack and handed it over. Wipe myself down? With this. Shin Sinyu's breath caught. Outside, people could fight over a single cup of water. This was enough to auction. But she had no reason to refuse. Which girl doesn't like to be clean? You should turn around first. Actually, never mind. Do whatever you want. She hesitated briefly, then figured it was unnecessary. Meanwhile, I was admiring her stats. Rating, 91 loyalty, 63 trust. The score changed in real time. It seemed to depend on appearance and attire. If she changed into clean clothes, the score could probably go higher. But the torn stockings look good too. Loyalty is already at trust, a preliminary partner. But 60 points is far from dependence and obedience. Until it reaches 90, betrayal is still possible. In these times, everyone is wary. A little caution is necessary. To Shin Sinyu, my unwavering gaze felt awkward. I'm done washing. I know. After a long silence, only the wooden bed's strong protest remained. The cleaning function, suddenly it had activated once for some reason. Facilities beyond level 3 probably need blueprints. I need to start collecting early. After the battle, I generously opened 2 blind boxes and gave one to Shin Sinyu and one to myself. Yeah, but the chance of dropping blueprints right now is probably low. She chewed slowly. Like the mini-games I developed before, important items often need specific level or day requirements to get. I nodded. Right? Games don't allow OP monsters. They usually suppress combat power. But exceptions exist. What do you mean? Simple. Everything just needs to be upgraded to the top tier of the current version. Shinsenyu rolled her eyes. Her look like she was staring at an idiot. Easier said than done. In other games, rich players act as big bosses. But in dorm survival, everyone starts equal. What advantage do you have? I smiled without replying. She overlooked one key point. If the big boss is around, even rich guys won't be the real boss. I couldn't very well tell her I have cheats. Lin Xiao, something's up in the chat channel. I hurriedly opened it. 404 Sukoin. Are you guys crazy? The zombies stopped moving, and you want to fight? Now they're active. We're trapped for good. 113 Shinzihan. Took a walk in the library, found nothing but books. 309 Zhao Feng. Not completely empty. I found a wooden chair blueprint. 1017 Xiao Chou. No zombies outside? I'm moving to the library. My door won't hold much longer. 715 by Lily. Anyone got food? I'm willing to trade plain stockings. 309 Zhao Feng. Dream on. Who's buying sausage casings now? 715 by Lily. Zhao Feng, you shrimp head. When I'm out, I'll hang you on Little Taro. Interesting, the library can drop blueprints. I focused more on this newly unlocked area. But when things go against the norm, there must be something fishy. Shinsenyu agreed. I have a feeling it's not safer outside than here in the dorm. Only someone ruthless could sit in the position of a female CEO. I smiled to myself. Whether it's safe outside, I'm not sure, but ever since I activated the binding check-in system, there's no place in this area safer than my little dorm room. The level 3 Thornwood door is just the beginning. The library is definitely a must-go, but not right now. Dormitory broadcast. Player 1001 Lin Xiao has killed 20 zombies. The leaderboard is now open. 1. 1001 Lin Xiao, points, 20. 2. 908 Yang Qi, points, 7. 3. 309 Zhao Feng, points, 5. The entire building instantly erupted. 309 Zhao Feng. Are you even human, dude? I've only killed 5, and you 20? 819 Jiang Shui Shui. Boss, gonna give us a tutorial? 1 bread. 1017 Xiao Chou. He's from our 10th floor. No wonder there are so few zombies. 1006 Yang Rui. Brother, can you spare some food? 1017 Xiao Chou. Damn. Not this Snorlax again. Zombies killed. And then I'm gonna break down your door. Everyone raised their thumbs in admiration, unaware I hadn't lifted a finger. Inside room 1001, Shinsenyu and I both froze. I didn't even know when I killed those 20 zombies just by the Thornwood door. Curious, we opened the door and found 2 light orbs lying at the threshold. What's going on? Shinsenyu asked curiously. I shared the info of the Thornwood door with her, then teased while staring at her face. Looks like the noises from the room just now attracted nearby zombies. Shinsenyu's face flushed bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. Didn't expect you to upgrade the door to level 3 so fast. She quickly changed the topic. Yeah, I forgot to tell you before. Wait here, I'll lure another batch. I took out an empty bottle and knocked on the wall. The dull thudding echoed down the corridor. Nearby zombies turned their heads and slowly stumbled over. Meanwhile, at dorm 502, bang, the heavy door slammed shut violently. Chun Hansen leaned against the door, eyes wide with terror. This can't be real. I've only killed 2 zombies. What the hell is that thing outside? Not afraid. Breaking my level 2 door? Dream on. Before he finished, a sudden numbness ran down his back as if a massive kick struck him, and he staggered forward. Bang! He looked back. The door shook violently. 404 Sukoin. Chun Hansan from 502 is dead? Wasn't he just chatting a moment ago? 113 Shinzihan. He's back now. Only brought 2 schematics. 107 Fan Jinxiang. I'm bunkering down in the library today. 116 Mei Xiaosu. What danger is the library? Safer than the dorm. 309 Zhao Feng. Words won't save those damned fools. In room 309, the rebellious young man Zhao Feng frowned, his face showing only a trace of sympathy. These idiots still can't face reality. He gave up trying to convince others, respecting their fates. They probably wouldn't survive the night. His gaze shifted past the second-ranked player to Lin Xiao at the top, his jaw dropping at the gap of over 10 points. This Lin Xiao, killing so many zombies, does he have some secret technique? Zhao Feng's brow furrowed deeper. Could it be he's not afraid of the zombie virus? I'd seen firsthand how people bitten by zombies turned soon after. So even against those slow zombies in the hallway, I couldn't be careless. One scratch, and it's over. Zhao Feng didn't know I wasn't some great killer. It was all thanks to the thornwood door. My only hard work was pulling the zombies. But most others didn't even have a level 2 wooden door. My level 3 door was basically a game-breaking cheat. Just then, the dorm broadcast exploded. Nightfall descends. 3 level 2 zombies have appeared among the horde. Players are requested to cooperate in killing them to earn extra drops and 20 points. Level 2 zombies are highly aggressive. Ordinary dormitory doors cannot fully defend against them. Cooperate? No one dared go out to fight. Everyone instantly sobered up, hunkering down to hide. Chen Hansen was probably killed by that thing, I muttered inside. But what concerned me more was, would my level 3 thornwood door hold? Could I even kill one in return? Thinking of the good loot dropped by level 2 zombies, I rubbed my hands, greed shining in my eyes. Shinsinyu looked worried beside me. Too risky. Just a level 3 door isn't enough protection. I nodded. You're right, we lack offensive capabilities. My eyes landed on the system countdown, the reset at midnight. If we could hold on until then, there was hope. Bang! A muffled bang. The door shook violently, a damage number floated up. -3. My eyelid twitched. The defense was broken. The thornwood door only had 70 durability. Just a few hits like this, and it was done for. Shinsinyu trembled with fear, clutching my arm tightly. Even Man 2, squeezed in my grasp, didn't notice. It's okay. Durability can be repaired when it drops. Just hold on. I gently patted the back of her hand. A level 3 wooden door consumes 1 piece of wood to repair 1 durability point, and I still had 180 pieces left, enough to last a while. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding on the door continued relentlessly. I repaired the durability as I silently counted the time, clutching the ultimate hunter experience card, just in case. The wood supply was visibly dwindling. Last minute, at the other end of the 10th floor, the chat channel exploded. 1002 Wang Sanbao. It's over. Level 2 zombies are smashing Lin Zhao's door. He's going to die. Next will be me. 107 Fan Jinxiang. Haha. This is what happens when you stay in the dorm. 116 Mei Xiaosu. The top player died first. The leaderboard is reshuffling. 212 Qian Duo. As long as we live, killing a few zombies will put us on the list. The group in the library laughed recklessly. Those idiots in the dorm are still stuck in old habits. There's not a single zombie in the library. Zhao Feng still dares talk trash about us. He won't survive tonight. At that moment, creak, creak. A sound of teeth grinding echoed. Who's stealing food? Fan Jinxiang frowned and shouted. Not me. Not me. The next second, a scream rang out. Warm liquid splattered on everyone's faces. Fan Jinxiang wiped it off. A bloody stench hit his nose instantly. Zombies. Run. The library instantly descended into chaos. People tripped over their own teammates. Curses barely out before they were abruptly cut in half. Pleas for mercy echoed non-stop, but the zombies hiding in the darkness showed no mercy. Fan Jinxiang desperately sprinted to the dormitory building, looked back to see no zombies following, and finally relaxed. Without that one, what are these dumb zombies in the corridor? Before he finished speaking, a huge hand suddenly grabbed at his head. Bang! Blood and brains splattered everywhere. A gorilla-like zombie pounded its chest, slipped into the dormitory building, and headed upstairs toward the source of the noise. Chat channel. 601 Sun Baiqiang. Damn. Someone downstairs was crushed by a zombie. 702 Li Jinwei. That group in the library is surrounded by 2 zombies. 309 Zhao Feng. I told you it's unsafe outside. At 1001 Shinsinyu. How are things on your side? 309 Zhao Feng. Isn't 1001 Lin Xiao? 404 Su Kuan. At 1001 Lin Xiao. Wait? I just realized something. 819 Jiang Shui. Shinsinyu is the beautiful CEO of Jiang City, right? 1017 Xiao Chou. Brother Xiao. How did you manage to get the beautiful CEO? Damn it. Lin Xiao, what do we do? Shinsinyu grabbed my shirt hem, her professional outfit tattered and torn. I smiled slightly. Don't panic. Actually, I was hesitating. Breaking the door now would sacrifice 1 experience card. But if we could last past midnight's check-in, we might get some good loot. It was a bit of a gamble. Seeing my calm demeanor, Shun Sinyu relaxed a little and sat down on the edge of the bed. Bang! -6. I frowned, leaned toward the peephole, and saw. There was another one outside. Massive zombie level 2 vitality 14, bloated, high defense. Powerful zombie level 2 vitality 15, gorilla-like, immense strength. That's damn toxic. 2 level 2 zombies at one door. I cursed loudly. The pounding worsened. The last bits of wood were used up. Durability was sliding toward the critical line. Ding. Today's check-in has refreshed. Sign in. Perfect timing. Sign in. Permanent check-in bonus. Double rewards. Lucky critical hit. Shun Sinyu 9.2. Obtained. 600 wood. 2 level for universal blueprints. 2 signature food gift packs. Critical hit bonus. 1 level 2 zombie serum. Good stuff. I immediately focused on the level 4 universal blueprints. They could be used as any level 4 blueprint. Upgrade. Select branch. Black thorn iron door. Moderately increases defense, stronger retaliation. Sturdy steel door. Greatly increases durability. Frost iron door. Adds frost slow effect. Sturdy steel door would just take hits. I wanted one that could counterattack. Black thorn iron door. After a burst of light, the dormitory door was brand new. Black thorn iron door level 4 durability 120 defense 25. Retaliation reflects 25 points of physical damage, 100% defense per attack, cooldown 2 seconds. Retaliation rate doubled from 50% to 100%. This upgraded already. Shun Sinyu rubbed her eyes, dumbfounded like a stunned goose. VZ. The sound of pounding came from outside again, but this time no damage numbers floated up. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. If level 2 zombies could break a level 4 door, that'd be a miracle. It blocked it. Shun Sinyu was incredulous. What else? I sneered with pride. I told you. Listen and show your worth. Leave the rest to me. Whether it was the food, the purified water for bathing, or this upgraded door, each one was reshaping her understanding. While others were still struggling with ordinary zombies, I had already kept level 2 zombies outside the door. And on top of that, roar. A piercing wail came from outside the door, like a dirge before the curtain falls. The counterattack triggered every 2 seconds, dealing 25 points of heavy damage, 3 times before. Player Lin Xiao killed a level 2 zombie, gained 20 points. My points doubled instantly, leaving second place far behind. If it weren't for one more outside, I would have opened the door to check the loot. While I'm at it, let's see the other rewards. I put the experience card back into my backpack and opened the food package. Signature food package, 4 dishes and 1 soup, including 2 bowls of rice. Hehe, no more eating steamed buns. 2 packages were enough for a day's meals. There was also enough wood to upgrade the wooden bed, but I held back. With a level 3 wooden bed, it was still just tight for 2 people. The black thorn iron door had already been upgraded. I still had an unused level for universal blueprint in hand. For now, the only piece of furniture was the wooden bed, so the blueprint had to be saved for later use. The universal blueprint must have its use. No rush. I turned my eyes to the last reward, the one blessed with a lucky critical hit and extra points from Shun Sinyu's rating. Zombie Serum Level 2. Effect. Oral use resists zombie virus. Plus 3 constitution, plus 1 spirit. This is the real deal. I toyed with the vial, the blue liquid swaying inside like a piece of art. With this, I can take the initiative and clear out the whole building's zombies. Of course, I knew well, the serum only prevents infection. If surrounded and overwhelmed, it still meant death. I twisted off the vial's cap and downed it in one gulp. The coolness surged through every limb and joint, my mind clearer than ever before, and I felt a clear improvement in my bodily control. Constitution plus 3, Spirit plus 1. Constitution, 12, Spirit, 11. With 12 Constitution points, I was already beyond the average person. I was no longer that useless college student who lay in the dorm for 4 years. Killed level 2 zombie, gained 20 points. The hammering on the door stopped. Both level 2 zombies died right outside my door, turning into several clusters of white light. No matter how tough they were, they couldn't withstand the counterattack from my level 4 black thorn iron door. One left, probably over near the library. I stroked my chin, feeling no urge to rush. I peered through the peephole carefully before cracking the door open just a slit. You really want to go out? Shinsenyu looked worried. She didn't know I'd taken the serum, only instinctively felt if I died outside, Dorm 1001 would be leaderless, and she'd lose her backing. Hush. I made a shushing gesture and swiftly scanned the corridor through the crack in the door, memorizing each zombie's position. The big one's not here, the rest are no problem. As soon as the door opened, I quickly grabbed the loot on the ground. Obtained, with times 40, bread times 1, steamed buns times 3, purified water 2L, copper coins times 120. So much. What are copper coins? No time to think. I stuffed everything into my backpack, gripping a piece of wood like a stick in my hand. I regulated my breathing, lowered my footsteps, and stalked toward the distant zombies step by step. Roar. Getting close, a dumb zombie seemed to sense me and turned its head, its gray-white eyes staring straight at me. I didn't wait for it to react. Suddenly, I lunged. Bang! After the serum, my strength had increased tremendously. The wooden stick slammed down, and the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Nearby zombies were startled, all turning their heads in unison. Roar! Sensing the living human scent, the entire horde stirred violently, baring black teeth and dripping slime as they lunged at me. I steeled myself and swung the stick left and right. Bang! Bang! 2 zombies fell with a thud. For the first time acting so wildly, I panted heavily. Strangely, my entire body trembled, not from fear but excitement, like some combative gene in my blood had been triggered. Facing more than 20 zombies, I was actually eager for the fight. 3rd floor. A figure stained with black blood held a large blade in one hand, eyes bloodshot, unafraid in the face of 3 zombies. Damn, how did Lin Zhao's points rise again? Didn't they say he kills zombies just thanks to that door? Zhao Feng glanced at the leaderboard, 70+ points, so blinding he couldn't keep his eyes open. He was solidly 3rd, with only 10 points. True, who'd dare hang a dead weight if they lack strength? Shinsenyu's got sharp eyes. Zhao Feng admired, but wasn't jealous. He preferred to rely on himself. Come on then, you brats. He growled low and swung his blade up. Dorm 908. A man with a soft complexion chugged water fiercely. Dried black blood clung to his body. Why does Lin Xiao deserve Shinsenyu's favor? Why? Yang Qi threw the bottle to the ground, a trace of greed flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. Staring at the leaderboard, his face grew darker and darker. A lowly scum dares to ride on my head. Wait until I clear the 9th floor. I'll go up and kick his door down. I sat on the ground, gasping heavily. The stairwell was stained with black blood, and the zombie corpses had vanished on their own. While others were still huddled in their dorms, afraid to move, I had already slaughtered my way through. The difference was clear. Come on, hurry back. Shinsenyu looked around warily and crouched down, trying to help me up. Not now, let's finish picking up the loot first. I waved her off, pushing myself to stand. My throat was as dry as if it were on fire. I twisted open a bottle of water and gulped down several mouthfuls. Shinsenyu swallowed, licking her dry lips. In Dorm 1001, she was just a pretty face. No fighting strength meant no right to choose, and she didn't even dare drink more than a sip of water. She could only lower her head silently and start picking up the remaining loot. Creak. Suddenly, a door nearby opened. A sneaky head peered out, and seeing us, his pupils shrank. Then he straightened up and stepped out. Hey, you two, what are you picking up in front of my door? Shinsenyu frowned, unwilling to bother with him, and kept picking up items. I'm talking to you. Don't pick up stuff outside my door. The man shouted and rushed out, snatching the closest light orbs. My gaze darkened. I had painstakingly cleared the zombies on the 10th floor, while these people hid in their dorms. Now someone popped out to reap the benefits. Using such a lame excuse, I couldn't stand it. Put the stuff down. My voice was chillingly cold. What? You want me to put it down just because you said so? Ridiculous. Chen Yukuin straightened his neck arrogantly, as if it was a matter of course. He looked at my weak appearance, then glanced at Shinsenyu, and immediately brightened his eyes. Oh, so you're Lin Xiao and Shinsenyu from 1001. He rubbed his hands together, saliva gathering at the corner of his mouth, looking like a pervert. Little girl, come with me. I promise I can make you more comfortable than he can. I heard you're the boss. Well, I've never tried what it's like with a boss before. He flipped the yellow hair at his forehead, revealing a silver ear stud. A flash of disgust crossed Shinsinyu's eyes. Get lost. Oh, you're quite spicy. That's exactly what I like. Shin Yukuin wasn't offended at all. Instead, he got even more excited and stepped toward Shinsinyu, completely ignoring me. You just finished a fight. No strength left, right? He was certain I was powerless to resist. I watched him approach coldly, saying nothing. Shinsinyu panicked, glanced at me, clenched her teeth, and tightened her fists. This guy's not got good hearing. Looks like I have to deal with him myself, I said calmly, while secretly switching the wooden stick in my hand for a dagger. This sentence completely provoked Shin Yukuin. His face flushed red as he stepped closer step by step. I was planning to save you for a show. Didn't expect you to be so foolish. Just because you made the scoreboard doesn't mean you're all that. His face twisted. If you fall into my hands, you'll beg for death, but won't find it. I slightly raised my eyelids. All done talking? All done. I say damn you. Shin Yukuin cursed loudly and swung his fist at me. Shin Sinyu's heart sank to the bottom. No. At the moment the fist was about to land, a gleam of pride flashed across my eyes. Shin Yukuin's pupils constricted sharply, but it was too late to retract his hand. No, don't. I acted swiftly, the dagger piercing directly into his chest. I warned you, but you didn't listen. I pulled out the bloody dagger, showing no trace of sympathy on my face. Since entering this world, I had been prepared. When others stood against me, I had no reason to hold back. Blood dripped from Chun Yukuin's mouth, his eyes unfocused, full of fear and regret. He hadn't expected that his momentary greed would cost him his life. Let's go. I glanced at the stunned Shinsinyu and grabbed my wooden stick, heading toward 1001. My gaze swept across the peeking survivors. Most quickly withdrew their heads and slammed their doors shut. Huh? Okay. Shinsinyu snapped out of it, hurriedly picking up the last light orbs and Shin Yukuin's dropped items, then quickly followed. What we didn't know was that the chat channel had already exploded. 1013 Zhang Beifeng. Holy shit. Lin Xiao killed someone. 1017 Xiao Chou. Who's to blame? That idiot from 1012 stole Brother Zhao's loot. Deserved it. 1007 Wu Yabing. Lin Xiao cleared all the zombies on the 10th floor. If you're unhappy, go kill them yourself. 1006 Yang Rui. Lin Xiao already picked so much. Would it kill him to leave some for others? 1017 Xiao Chou. My god. Why should you get the loot just because you fought? Demon Bagong pops up again to insult people? 1013 Zhang Beifeng. Now that you mention it, Shen Sinyu was threatened. Lin Xiao flew into a rage for his beloved, and Bagong jumped out to play the big shot. 404 Su Koen. Bro, you got a clear head. 1017 Xiao Chou. After this zombie event, I'm gonna kill you. 404 Su Koen. That's desperate. 819 Jiang Shui. That's desperate. 1007 Wu Yabing. That's desperate. As they chatted, the tone completely derailed. Back in 1001, I threw off the dirty clothes and collapsed onto the bed holding Shinsinyu, falling asleep immediately. The level 3 wooden bed comes with a self-cleaning feature, so no need to worry about getting it dirty. He's really exhausted, Shinsinyu said, lying on her side, feeling the warmth in my arms. For the first time in days, she felt so calm. Basic needs like food and clothing, things that had never been a worry before, had now become luxuries. She shed her tough girl facade and nuzzled closer into me. So this is what being protected feels like. I wish it could always be like this. Outside, the zombies were still howling, but we slept soundly. With the black barbed iron door, even level 2 zombies dared not approach. But at that moment, a different figure appeared in the hallway. Nearly 2 meters tall, its arms were 2 sharp blades, still smeared with half-dried blood. It slowly lifted its head, locking onto the 10th floor. The giant blade zombie scraped its edges and climbed the stairs step by step, its pale gray eyes full of fury. The path was clear, and it quickly reached the 10th floor. Survivors in the hallway heard the noise and all held their breath, cowering in corners. But it completely ignored them, heading straight toward room 1001. Raising its arm high, it suddenly swung down. Clang! I was startled awake and groggily glanced at the iron door. Is it just my imagination? The durability didn't budge at all. Shin sinew was still pressing my arm. I was too lazy to move and closed my eyes again, drifting back to sleep. What I didn't know was that the giant blade zombie was now stunned. The arm connected to the blade shattered from recoil, drooping uselessly. For one with high attack but low defense like it, the black barbed iron door's counterattack triggered and left it incapacitated. Roar, it bellowed, one arm useless, but still fighting. It had no sense, carelessly swinging the other blade to strike again. Clang. Damage numbers floated above it, -23. Bones cracked audibly. It staggered backward, barely managing to stay upright. Roar. It growled, angrier now, raising its blade for its strongest attack. Against absolute defense, all attacks were futile. Clang. Roar. A piercing scream echoed as the giant blade zombie dissolved into light and vanished into the air. The level 2 zombie had massacred part of the library, but was stopped dead by the iron door at our entrance. After a long struggle against thin air, it met its end here. Its body transformed into several glowing orbs, quietly drifting away. Player Lin Xiao killed level 2 zombie, gained 20 points. What the hell was that sound? I half opened my eyes drowsily, scanning the dim room. Nothing there. My head lolled to the side, and I fell asleep again. At the same time, outside everything was erupting into chaos. Dorm broadcast. All 3 level 2 zombies have been eliminated. Reassessing levels. Assessment complete. At the next nightfall, zombie combat effectiveness will slightly increase, and corresponding rewards will be adjusted. Everyone's heads rang loudly. Some thought they'd imagined it. But the announcement slapped them hard in the face. All 3 zombies were dead before dawn. Looking up at the leaderboard, the answer was clear. Not a single person scored over 20 points. Only I had over 100, and I was still climbing. 819 Jiang Shui. Damn. We just found a real big shot. 820 Chu Sheng. No one doubts Brother Zhao's skill. 908 Yang Qi. Just lucky, that's all. 1017 Xiao Chou. Yo, lucky? Then why are you only second on the leaderboard? So jealous. 908 Yang Qi. I've got my eye on you now. 1017 Xiao Chou. Oh no, I'm so scared. Getting mad just cause I hit a weak spot? 601 Sun Baiqiang. Stop fighting. Zombies will strengthen tomorrow night. Don't you care? 113 Chen Zihan. It's over. What can we use to defend now? 908 Yang Qi. All thanks to Lin Xiao, that troublemaker. 309 Zhao Feng. Nonsense. Who can handle level 2 zombies? With Lin Xiao sweeping them, it's our chance to rake in points. Dorm 908. Bang. Yang Qi slammed his fist down, his face dark. All these people deserve to die. Xiao Chou, Zhao Feng, and Lin Xiao. He squinted and etched all of them onto his death list. Dawn gradually broke. Ugh, is it morning? I woke up slowly, sniffing the hair of the person in my arms. After a night of rest, my whole body ached. My limbs felt out of control. The muscle reaction was acting up. You're awake. Shun Sinew's gentle voice came. Today the cafeteria unlocked again. I heard the food refreshes randomly. Should we go check it out? I thought for a moment and shook my head. If we go, it'll probably all be picked clean. Even if they refresh steamed buns, zombies drop some, enough for us to eat. Besides, with my muscle reaction right now, I barely have any fighting capability. Taking risks isn't worth it. Shin Sinew nodded. True, it's usually just bread and buns. Sometimes, if lucky, instant noodles. But even boiling water is a problem. She paused, though the refresh times and places are random. Sometimes buns pop out right on tables we just searched. A flicker stirred in my mind. Could the library be the same? Keep an eye on the library side. Maybe new blueprints will refresh there. Okay, got it. Back in the day, a top-tier beauty CEO in Jiangxing following a man's every word was something that would drop jaws everywhere. Get up and eat. I patted her. Can we still have fast food today? She asked pitifully. I smirked mischievously. No. Her face fell instantly. Her eyes reddened, but she said nothing. Just kidding. I pulled her into my arms. Don't worry. As long as you work well, there's always a portion for you. Her body stiffened. I know. I'll do what I need to do. I pulled up her data. Shin Sinew loyalty, 81 loyal. It's actually gone up to 81. No wonder. Feeling great, I immediately opened up a signature food package. For dishes, and a soup instantly appeared on the bed. Shin Sinew's eyes went wide. She rubbed them hard. Lin Xiao, am I dreaming? Drool started trickling down. Does this look like a dream to you? I served her a bowl. The fragrance of rice filled her nose, finally confirming it wasn't an illusion. Her hand holding the chopsticks trembled. This is nothing. Still scared by a little food like this. I buried my head in the meal, one bite of rice after another, oil dripping from my mouth. With the system, I knew this was just the beginning. Shinsenyu didn't care about her refined image, stuffing food into her mouth greedily. Eat slowly, no one's stealing from you. So good. Seeing this completely unladylike look, I was momentarily speechless. Remembering her 91 score could give me a lucky critical hit, I suddenly paused. What's wrong? Shinsenyu asked timidly, fearing I was upset. Nothing. Here's a task for you. Keep an eye on the dormitory and see if there are any attractive tenants. Sort them out for me. Remember, they must be good-looking. Passing the task of recruiting female tenants to a girl, that was truly my exclusive approach. This was both a mission and a test. But Shinsenyu fell silent, then finally asked, Are you giving me up? I was stunned for a moment, only then realizing. She thought I'd found someone new and was kicking her out. I laughed helplessly and poked her forehead. What are you thinking? There's more than one spot for tenants in the dorm. You just need to watch carefully so if they die, I know who to find. Honestly, I was confident. The system's cycling tasks guaranteed more than one place. Okay, I promised to complete the task. Shinsenyu grinned foolishly. No trace left of the workplace powerhouse. Suddenly, she paused, fingers tapping in the air a few times. Lin Xiao, someone's collected blueprints and wants to trade with you. Oh, what blueprints? Zhuge crossbow. Type, turret. Effect, automatically attacks nearby targets. Crafting, would *50. This is just a tower defense turret, isn't it? Who's selling? Doesn't know the value? You don't know the person, but you definitely know the room number. The Wang Sanbao from next door, 1002. He asked me to explain that he found this in the library. He doesn't dare to pick anything dropped at your doorstep at all. My face darkened. Am I really that brutal? But if he picks up drops and sells them to me, I'll break his legs with a discount. After the complaint, I smiled. This guy is smart. Selling me a turret means when I build it, I'll protect him too. Smart calculations. You're not mad. Shinsenyu was surprised. What to be mad about? If someone thinks of me first for good stuff, that's exactly what I want. How much does he want? 3 loaves of bread and 1 bottle of water. Just that. I was surprised. I was ready to snatch it by force, but the other side's price was so low. Apart from the water, this was basically a no-cost trade. Smart person, I smiled and agreed to trade. With the blueprints in hand, I immediately crafted. I had 580 units of wood plus what the zombies dropped, leaving over 700 after crafting. In a flash of light, a heavy crossbow machine appeared in my hand. Zhuge crossbow level, 1 attack, 2 fire rate, 1 arrow/SEC. Upgrade cost, would *50. Description, basic turret, low attack, but high rate of fire, kind of gives the feeling of frequent, urgent shooting. I selectively ignored the description. Upgrade materials are so expensive. I frowned. 50 wood wasn't much, but this price for level 1 meant trouble ahead. What do you think? Shinsenyu peeked in curiously. Let's upgrade 1 level and see the effect. If it's good, I'll focus on turrets. If not, just keep it as an accessory. Upgrade. Wood rapidly consumed. A brand new turret reappeared in my hand. I weighed the new device. It felt much sharper than before. Zhuge repeating crossbow, level 2, turret. Attack, 5, fire rate, 2 arrows/SEC, range, 6 meters. Consumption, 1 arrow/wood. Upgrade requires wood 150. These stats aren't bad at all. A light flashed before my eyes. Just upgraded to level 2, and my combat power had multiplied several times. Theoretically, it had increased 5-fold. Although against high-defense monsters, the effect of 1 arrow with 10 attack versus 2 arrows with 5 each differed, it was still a good start. The key was that this thing had active offensive capability, much more flexible than the passive defense of the Blackthorn Iron Gate. Let's install it and try it out first. I fiddled with it in the dorm room for quite a while, only to discover that the dorm panel allowed me to install it directly. I cursed in frustration. After installing it, a crossbow mounted above the dorm door fit seamlessly into the wall, integrated as if it were born there. Beside the door, an operation panel popped up. Automatic attack. Target enemy units. Prioritize attacking the lowest health. Hey, that's pretty smart. Wow, this is amazing. Shinsenyu looked up in admiration, eyes full of wonder. I smiled and immediately clicked upgrade. 2 branches popped up. The 4-shot machine crossbow focuses on density. The heavy arrow repeater goes all in on attack power. Without thinking twice, I chose the latter. Small monsters with the black thorn iron gate's passive defense were nothing. I wanted a heavy cannon that could instantly kill high-level zombies. Upgrade successful. Heavy arrow repeater, level 3, attack 17, fire rate 2 arrows/second, consumes 2 arrows/wood. The attack underwent a qualitative change, probably able to take down a normal zombie in 2 or 3 hits. The downside was the wood consumption doubling. I didn't upgrade to level 4 yet. The broadcast said zombies would get stronger tonight. I had to see how things developed. Nightfall descended. Dorm broadcast. Nightfall is here, zombies on the move. Stronger zombies are about to arrive on the battlefield. Outside the door, it instantly became noisy. The once clear corridor was packed with zombie heads, their eyes glowing scarlet, even more deranged than before. The chat channel was filled with both pleas for help and teasing. 404 Sukoin. Anyone can give me a hand? I'm about to die. 1017 Xiao Cho. At 1001 Shinsenyu, sister-in-law, tell brother Xiao to speed up. We're waiting for rescue. 309 Zhao Feng. What's the hurry for? 1017 Xiao Cho. Damn you. Watching the chaos, everyone was actually sweating from nervousness. Immediately, 3 more broadcasts exploded in succession. Zombies surge. Normal zombies gain 20% attack speed and 20% movement speed. Level 2 zombies enter the battle, gaining 20% attack power. In 3 hours, if zombies die more, mysterious zombies gain defense. If zombies survive more, mysterious zombies gain attack. I frowned. What the hell is this? The last announcement was the worst, a no-win situation. Kill slowly, and they become attack type. Kill fast, and they become defense type. The perfect balance was what made them the most troublesome. What do we do? Shinsenyu frowned. What else? Kill them to the death. We have to gather resources and weaken that unknown zombie's attack power. I was confident, with the level 4 black thorn iron gate holding the line. As long as the attack didn't break through the defense, the heavy arrow repeater could slowly wear it down to death. Roar! Outside, howls erupted continuously with the sound of doors being battered. On each floor corridor, zombies were packed into a mass. Players without defensive means had given up their dorms and were running toward the library or cafeteria. Help! Help! Don't come over here. Save me. I'll give you 3 properties. The cries for help were soon drowned out. Promises had become worthless. Even passing strangers would ignore one another. A zombie over 3 meters tall relentlessly pursued, swinging palm-sized slaps wildly, sending blockers and zombies flying against the walls. Bang! Bang! Human-shaped black shadows continuously smashed the walls, with life and death only discernible by the color of blood. Dorm 1001. Shoo! Shoo! The heavy arrow repeater roared, each arrow basically taking down 1 zombie. Player Lin Xiao killed a level 1 zombie, earned 1 point. I silently gulped. Each attack consumed 4 wood units, but killing 1 guaranteed at least 10 wood units dropped, netting 6 extra. Though costing more than the zero-cost black thorn iron gate, it was safer and more efficient. Kill notifications rang continuously. I made the leaderboard. Zombies attacked more aggressively, willing to forego other dorms on the 10th floor just to break into mine. Suddenly, from the zombie horde, a nearly 4-meter-tall giant zombie charged like an out-of-control truck straight at the door. Boom! The corridor shook. Surrounding zombies were flung away. Result: only a shallow mark was left on the level 4 black thorn iron gate, but the giant zombie's entire arm was pierced with countless holes. -1. A humiliating damage number slowly floated up. Roar! The giant zombie, unconvinced, smashed down another heavy punch. Ow! This punch left flesh and blood mangled, white bones showing. At that moment, the heavy arrow repeater slowly turned, its sharp arrows aimed at its head. Shoo! Shoo! Boom! The giant zombie's head exploded instantly, black blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed with a crash, smashing a cluster of small zombies, turning into a pile of loot. One attacker, one defender, 2 hits, and they're down. Those level 2 zombies outside, recklessly charging around, died at my place like complete losers. Just 2 touches on the door, and they were toast. Grewer. The remaining zombies grew even more restless, stirred up by the smell of blood. Creak. I cracked the door open, poked my head out, squinted my eyes, and smirked wickedly. Just one level 2 zombie dares to howl here. I shoved the door wide, grabbed the newly acquired huge machete, and leapt out. The giant zombie was dead. The rest of the common zombies were nothing to fear. Taking the opportunity, I manually cleared a wave, even managed to pick up some dropped wood. Otherwise, when all the level 2 zombies gather, wood would really be in short supply for burning. Grandsons, I'm here to collect you. Having taken zombie serum and possessing 12 constitution points, I'm much stronger than an average person. Although the zombies had gotten stronger, they were brainless, like wooden stakes in front of me. Puffed whoosh. On average, it took 3 slashes per zombie, and soon a large clear area was formed. Behind the door, Shun Sinyu's eyes sparkled. My Lin Xiao is really amazing, he. Seeing me dispatch zombies like cutting fruit, she was completely captivated. Whether it was natural admiration for strength or a loyalty boost as a chain reaction, it was hard to say. I must quickly grab the stuff. She clenched her fists, terrified inside, but forced herself to come out. The furious zombies looked far more terrifying than the motionless ones last time, making her heart pound wildly. Don't cause trouble. Don't cause trouble. She encouraged herself mentally, suppressing the panic. Shinsenyu had experience at high ranks and knew how to think from another perspective. She understood that what I feared most right now was someone holding us back, so her movements had to be fast and precise. With the heels of her high shoes clicking, she bent slightly, scooped up all the glowing clusters on the ground, and crouched back into the dorm. What was that noise? I was on full alert during the fight, casting a sidelong glance, and, seeing it was her, felt my eyelid twitch. Before I could scold her, she had already disappeared without a trace. This girl. I could only laugh and cry. She was a bit stupid, but she really saved me a lot of trouble. Roar, the zombies swarmed again. I fought while retreating, staying within the turret's range. With the heavy crossbow turret sharing the firepower, I freed a hand to sweep all the glowing clusters nearby into my backpack, then quickly retreated back to the dorm. I ignored those far away. A dangerous aura was rapidly approaching. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the zombie horde, and a gorilla-like powerhouse zombie burst out. Perched atop its head was a small monkey-shaped zombie, with 3 tails, each ending in a big mouth bearing fangs. Squeak. The monkey suddenly leapt high, but its 3 tails swung straight at my heavy crossbow turret. Player Lin Xiao killed a level 2 zombie, gained 20 points. What? I blinked. I sensed danger and was already killing it. It turned out that the attacking zombie monkey had leapt mid-air, crashing right into the level 3 turret's firing line. The turret fired 1 shot per second. With 2 arrows shot simultaneously, it pierced right through. Maxed speed but weak defense. It hadn't even landed before turning into a glowing cluster and falling. Forget it, 1 less is 1 less. I shook my head and didn't think about it further. Are you okay? Shinsenyu asked nervously. When she saw me shake my head, she sighed in relief, but my face stiffened. Why did you go out without permission just now? Her whole body trembled, shaking like a leaf. Sorry, I promise it won't happen again. I just thought it was too hard for you to pick things up outside, so I wanted to help. She didn't make excuses, apologized first, then explained. Do you know how stupid you are? Going out for resources means being ready to face zombies head-on. Fearing everything and just thinking about grabbing stuff and running doesn't let you assess danger properly. That's the deadliest. I saw clearly that her loyalty had never dropped the whole time. She was just clumsy, not deliberately messing things up. I know. She hung her head, like a little sulking wife. I'm really mad now. Huh. She blinked, staring at me with wide, sparkling eyes. Ah. I scooped her up in a waist hug. Her face flushed bright red. She struggled playfully. No. There are still zombies outside. Let them wait. It's still early. Early or not, it's already night. After a passionate speech, thunderous applause echoed inside the dorm. Outside, no matter how restless the zombies were, They were firmly blocked by the black iron gate. Meanwhile, the chat channel was surprisingly harmonious. Jiang Shui Shui. Thank heaven. Level 2 zombies were led away by Brother Xiao. Chu Sheng. That thing hit our door with 6 points of durability. My heart nearly jumped out. Xiao Chou. I changed to a dorm near Brother Xiao, just for safety. Zhang Beifeng. Xiao Chou is a nice person, fair price, and most importantly, no hemorrhoids. Xiao Chou. Damn you. Wu Yabing. Brother Xiao is a real man. Look at his points rising non-stop. Not jealous at all. Yang Rui. Who asked for his help? If you were really kind, why not send me some food? Dormitory 908. Yang Qi's face was delicate yet sinister. A triumphant smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Lin Xiao, you don't really think this bunch of idiots would support you, do you? He typed a line of text. Yang Qi. Obviously, Lin Xiao just lures away the high-level zombies to develop himself, so he can suppress you all. In his daydream, the players would all turn against Lin Xiao, and that woman named Shin Sinyu would become his prized possession. But the next second, he glanced at the channel. His face flushed red and then turned black. He slammed his fist against the wall. A gush of blood instantly smeared across the back of his hand. Xiaofeng. Bro, are you out of your mind? A single punch from a level 2 zombie, and you'd shit yourself. If you don't, then you've got a clean asshole. Chu Sheng. Seconded. Jiang Shui Shui. Are you addicted to cosplaying as meat sandwiches, or what? Su Kuan. You want me to fight a level 2 zombie alone? Bro, you're the living dead king. Even Satan would get a tattoo of you. Xiao Chou. Bro, how about I give you this name? Everyone says I badly imitate you. Sun Baiqiang. When zombies rule the world, history will remember you, Mr. Yang Qi, as number 1. Chun Zihan. I showed Yang Qi's words to my silly nephew. He cried and said he's mentally ill because he feels way too different from a retard like Yang Qi. Yang Qi was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. How is that possible? Doesn't everyone want to get stronger? Lin Xiao lures away the level 2 zombies, and they don't complain. What he didn't know was that Sun Baiqiang from room 601 had already faced level 2 zombies. One punch could shatter a player. That gulf wasn't something that a few days of practice could cross. Anyone with a bit of self-awareness wouldn't sacrifice themselves just because of a few words from him. Lin Xiao, I want you dead. The roar echoed down the corridor, attracting a horde of zombies shambling towards his dorm. Achoo, I rubbed my nose. Who was cursing me? Are you catching a cold? Shin Sinyu's slender hand pressed against my forehead. After confirming I was fine, she opened the channel and glanced over it, her brows suddenly knitting. Lin Xiao, look at this. A panel popped up. Liang Shiyun. Physique, 7 spirit, 12. Score 86. How could it be her? I frowned. 7 physique points. She was probably starving. The screen showed a girl with a high ponytail and watery peach blossom eyes. She was the campus belle of Jiangxing University, Liang Shiyun. Still scoring 86 while this hungry. No wonder she's the belle. I stroked my chin, impressed. Shin Sinyu's expression flickered slightly. I showed no mercy. If you're jealous, just switch to Liang Shiyun. She immediately shut up. Indeed, women were best at comforting themselves. Tell me, what's going on with Liang Shiyun? The campus belle of Jiangxing University, your school. She was starving and on the verge of collapse when she ran into a zombie attack, so she sent out a distress call. But no one accepted her terms. Speak. She wants 110 units of wood, plus 3 pieces of bread or steamed buns. 110 units of wood. I squinted. What a coincidence. That's just enough to upgrade a level 1 wooden door to level 3. Clearly, she planned to upgrade it and then ditch the debt. The level 3 door's defense made it impossible for ordinary people to retake. Why all that trouble? I smiled. Confirm she's still alive and just let her stay here. Problem solved. Shinsinyu was puzzled. Of course, before there's a new tenant slot, she'll have to be tied up. I'm not risking my life over this. Gentlemanly behavior? With the treatment this dorm offers, how many people are scrambling just to get in? Which dorm is she in? Shinsinyu checked and froze. 1005. Right under our noses. No wonder. It dawned on me. The last 2 nights, the zombie firepower was attracted here. That initial level 1 wooden door of hers barely held out. So what now? Send her some bread and water first. Don't let her starve. Got it. She didn't hesitate. These past few days, a piece of bread was nothing to us, but to others, it was a lifeline. Dormitory 1005. Liang Shiyun was so hungry that her head swam, barely distinguishing the game's alert sounds. Once private chats opened, they were either from people lusting after her or just hallucinations. Tears streamed down endlessly. Once upon a time, she had felt so helpless. Ding dong. She mechanically clicked it open, but then froze abruptly. It's food. And water. She wiped her face. Tears glittered again at the corners of her eyes. The once widely adored campus bell was now avoided even when trying to trade for survival resources. Submit or get out. The harsh reality was too much for this greenhouse flower to accept. Am I also going to follow Shinsinyu's path? She bit into the bread, her voice choking. She knew Shinsinyu was already working for me and, to some extent, was willing, because that woman was far-sighted and had bet right on the first try. Is there really no other way? The soft bread was squeezed out of shape in her hand. Suddenly, a message popped up from Shinsinyu. Shinsinyu, I advise you not to chase impossible dreams. Besides your face, what else do you think is valuable about you? But I'm different from you. The arrogance dripping from her words was like a declaration of dominance. Liang Shiyun, still inexperienced with the ways of the world, felt her pride challenged, and her rebellious spirit ignited instantly. Liang Shiyun, you and I are both campus belles, and I'm even a few years younger than you. You're just relying on the few lousy bucks you had before, aren't you? But now, isn't it the same? After sending that, she felt great, starting to imagine the scene when Shinsinyu would lower her head and admit defeat upon meeting. In dorm 1001, Shinsinyu read the reply and surprisingly wore a sly grin. I was staring at the zombies outside the door when I caught a glimpse of her expression out of the corner of my eye and couldn't help but ask, "What's got you so happy?" "Not telling you. You'll find out soon enough." She hummed mischievously twice. I was even more puzzled. If time had allowed, I really wanted to give her a little lesson right then and there. But she blew her own cover. Humph. I got scolded this time for Liang Shiyun's sake. You better make it up to me properly. Tell me, what do you want? I was intrigued. This was the first time she'd asked me for a favor. No matter how many people show up, I'll be the boss. Shinsinyu put her hands on her hips, a triumphant look on her face. I awkwardly scratched my nose. How about a different reward? Oomph. You won't even give me that. So stingy. She crossed her arms and sulked. I had no choice but to promise. All right, I promise. Yay. I knew you're the best, Lin Xiao. She jumped into my arms and planted a loud kiss on my cheek. Chill. Get down first. I glanced at the countdown. Fewer than 10 minutes remained until the final wave of zombies arrived. Since the zombies are sparse now, I'm going to pick up Liang Shiyun. You send her a message first. I pushed open the door. The few ordinary zombies remaining wandered just out of turret range, so I had to handle them myself. Grabbing my big machete, the blade struck before I even arrived. Just as those zombies turned their heads, their skulls rolled off. Thanks to prior experience, my moves were much smoother, cleared them all in no time. After collecting the light orbs, I lightly knocked on 1005's door. Liang Shiyun had received the message and opened quickly. Back in 1001, the three of us sat on the bed. Liang Shiyun's hands were tied behind her back. Don't worry, this is only temporary. Before you officially become my tenant, necessary precautions must be taken, I explained. And you don't need to worry about safety. This entire building only has me with level 4 black spike iron doors and level 3 autonomous turrets. If these get breached, nowhere else would be secure. Liang Shiyun's jaw almost dropped. Are you kidding? Sorry, all true. Shinsinyu shattered her illusion outright. Actually, I knew the turrets were only at level 3 because I kept a universal blueprint in reserve. In my backpack lay a Ultimate Hunter Experience card, the real trump card. Dormitory broadcast. Death toll tolls. Final wave zombies deploying. Surviving zombies 43%. Final wave zombies gain 86% attack bonus. Dead zombies 57%. Final wave zombies gain 114% health bonus. Status lasts 2 hours. Survive to be safe. Only 43% left. The folks on other floors are really holding up well. I felt a burst of hope. A whoa. Suddenly a howl echoed outside, like that of a canine. Lin Xiao, look. Shinsinyu hurried to the window. I rushed over in 3 strides and looked down, heart sinking. Below, a wolf dog as thick as a calf was howling at the sky, furless with black and red muscles exposed. Check zombie dog level. 3 health, 40 mental, 10 skill. Wolf dog summon. For real? A summoner with 40 health. I felt like my head was about to explode. I'm only at 12 health. It might as well be a joke. Oh whoa, another howl rang out. For magic circles lit up beside the Czech zombie dog, and 4 zombie dogs roughly the size of regular wolves burst forth. Small zombie dog level. 2 health, 12 mental, 3. These small zombie dogs didn't benefit from attribute bonuses, just regular level 2 with slightly faster speed. They scattered in 4 directions: library, cafeteria, and 2 darted into the dorm building. The Czech zombie dog stayed calmly in place. Lin Xiao, what do we do? Shin Sinyu asked anxiously. No problem. As long as those level 3s don't act, we're safe for now. But soon the chat channel exploded. 113 Shin Zihan, guys. Help. The zombie dogs are targeting me. They don't hit hard, but scratch fast. 3-second counterattacks, can't keep up. 601 Sun Baiqiang. Damn, if the boss's summons are like this, we're all screwed. 309 Zhao Feng. These zombie dogs don't follow Lin Zhao's aggro rules. I'm gonna see if I can go help. Shin Sinyu and I exchanged glances. Although the 10th floor had been cleared, the little zombie dog was not under hatred control, and the dormitory's defense system was basically in standby. The Czech zombie dog could easily control the little dog to break through the players floor by floor. You two stay in the dorm, I'll go check it out, I said in a low voice. With the zombie serum preventing infection and the experience card as a trump card, I wasn't afraid. But as long as the Czech zombie dog wasn't eliminated, anything could change at any moment. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back, Shin Sinyu said. Liang Shiyun sneered next to us, finding it a bit cheesy. I ignored her and turned to leave. Dorm 113. The door was being hammered with loud bangs, and Chun Zihan's level 3 Thornwood door was losing durability rapidly. The 8-point counterattack damage wasn't even enough to break the defense of the level 2 zombie dog. Mom, someone come save me. Brother Feng, hurry. Chun Zihan muttered anxiously. Each time the door was hit, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, bang. A whoop. A muffled impact was followed by a piercing howl outside, then silence. The durability of the door stopped dropping. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Zihan, open the door quickly. As Chun Zihan opened the door, a young man with stubble came into view, holding a machete. Brother Feng, let's go upstairs. The first floor is too dangerous. Zhao Feng said without wasting words, immediately leading the way. All right. Chun Zihan followed without hesitation. Zhao Feng was chopping through zombies all the way, his arm already sore. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out of the corridor, a zombie dog. Brother Feng, watch out. Chun Zihan stepped forward swiftly and pushed Zhao Feng aside. But the next second, he saw those grotesque fangs biting toward his neck. It's over. He closed his eyes. Chun Zihan. Zhao Feng turned in panic, but couldn't steady himself as he watched the tragedy unfold. At that moment, die! A thunderous roar exploded. A flash of white light erupted, and the zombie dog was slammed hard and thrown flying away. Chun Zihan was completely unharmed. Zhao Feng's head was buzzing as a gust of wind swept past him. When he looked again, a young figure holding a large machete was standing there, about 20 years old. Damn, glad I made it just in time. The young man slowly turned his head, revealing a delicate and handsome face. You are Lin Xiao. Both men shuddered simultaneously. They were all too familiar with Lin Xiao's name, the top of the leaderboard, known for sharing level 3 wooden door rescues. They had always thought Lin Xiao was a sturdy man in his 30s, but he was surprisingly this young. Let's go? This is no place for talking. I glanced toward the stairwell where a large number of zombies were gathering. My shout earlier had drawn them all here. Yeah, let's go. Zhao Feng took the lead. With my assistance, we returned to 309 without obstruction. Huff huff. The two were panting heavily, clearly shaken. By the way, Lin Xiao, how did you end up downstairs? Zhao Feng asked after catching his breath. I just smiled and didn't answer. I couldn't exactly say. I rarely saw a few comrades actively killing zombies and didn't want them to die in vain. I know. You must have wanted to test the strength of the Czech zombie dog. Chun Zihan clapped his hands excitedly. Zhao Feng and I exchanged looks like he was crazy. Zhao Feng snapped. Didn't you check the chat channel info? Level 3 zombie. You go test it. Chen Zihan immediately deflated. The real reason I appeared isn't important. Just keep an eye out for me in the future and let me know if anyone tries to sabotage me. I played along. Rescuing people was spontaneous, but it would be a loss not to assign some tasks along the way. In this world, more eyes and ears are a good thing. Even if they want to stab me in the back later, they have to think twice. If I drop smoke bombs, no one would believe they are my only eyes and ears. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I'll definitely complete the task. Qin Zihan, having escaped disaster, promised enthusiastically. Lin Xiao, that Yang Qi is a little off. You know that, right? Zhao Feng asked. I know. It's normal that he doesn't get along with me. I had overshadowed him on the leaderboard, and Shin Sinyu's side had also been cut off by me. She previously said Yang Qi had chased her, which explained everything. Jealousy is normal, but right now everyone should focus on how to survive. I waved my hand. 1001 Shin Sinyu Lin Xiao, the Czech zombie dog summoned beasts are back. They seem to be preparing to attack the dormitory together. I jumped up suddenly. Move out first. Before finishing the sentence, I was already rushing out the door. The Czech zombie dog was starting its attack. It was a big problem. If it came after me, it would be one thing, but if, like the little zombie dog, it attacked randomly, others wouldn't be able to withstand it. But I dared not provoke them. If I met the Czech zombie dog head-on, I had little chance to escape. No way, I still lack proper frontline combat means. It would be best if I had a skill. My thoughts churned during the sprint. After several battles, I realized my combat power relied entirely on stats, stacking, and ambushes. In direct confrontations, I could only hope to run away. Here, stepping onto the 10th floor, a surge of safety rose within me as I looked at the empty corridor. At that moment, a sudden howl erupted behind me. I whipped my head around, and a massive wolf's head lunged straight at me. Bang! I barely raised my hand to block it, and my whole body was flung away like a sack of rags. Struggling to steady myself, I spat out a mouthful of blood, my internal organs feeling like they'd been hit by a truck. Damn it! How can this zombie dog be so tough? I cursed silently, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth. I cursed in my heart. What kind of crappy dorm survival world is this? They never intended to leave any room for us survivors to stay alive. Any chance they get, they try to kill us. I spat out the words, but my feet never stopped moving. I sprinted toward the dorm, already clutching the ultimate hunter experience card in my hand, ready for emergency use. Aru. Behind me, the Czech zombie dog let out a long howl. Its limbs shot out like arrows released from a bowstring. Whoosh! The sound of air slicing past rang out. My heart tightened. I glanced back and saw the dog leaping high, jaws wide open, aiming straight at my head. At the last possible moment, I slammed on the brakes and dodged to the side. The dog's mouth brushed past my body. If I had reacted even half a second slower, my life would have been lost right there. Just because the tiger's quiet doesn't mean I'm a pushover. After being chased this long, I was bursting with fury. When it landed unstably, I swung my big machete down hard toward its waist and belly. SHHK. Black blood splattered everywhere as the zombie dog let out a pitiful wail. Copper skull, iron bones, but its waist was soft like tofu. Even as a zombie, that was its weak spot. The blow must have taken away at least 20% of its fighting strength. Limping, it turned and tried to bite me again. I didn't give it another chance. I leapt back a few times to create distance, then dashed sprinting straight back into the dorm. Lin Xiao, how did you get hurt so badly? As soon as I entered, Shin Sinyu hurried over, wiping the blood off me and handing me water, looking flustered and helpless. My heart warmed. Returning to the dorm without facing a bunch of cold-faced people was the unique comfort of this dorm survival world. What are you looking at? I'm still not your tenant. Don't get any ideas. Liang Shiyun caught my gaze and quickly tried to distance herself. I was speechless. How could I be thinking about that now, with everything going on? Bang. -4. The door was rammed again. The level 4 black spike iron door lost 5 durability points. It only had 120 durability total. At this rate, breaking through would be just a matter of time. Wah, didn't you say it could hold? I've never even been in a relationship before. I don't want to die. Liang Shiyun suddenly burst into tears. Shut up. If you keep whining, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Shin Sinyu snapped coldly. The threat silenced Liang Shiyun instantly, leaving only soft sobs. Any ideas? Shin Xinyu turned and asked me quietly, her voice calm. She knew I was the safest in the whole building. Instead of blowing up, it was better not to pressure me. Don't worry, one level 3 zombie dog isn't hard to deal with. I'm figuring out how to minimize the losses. I considered the level 4 universal blueprint in my backpack. Upgrading the wooden bed had to wait. The turret was priority. Upgrade the turret. Please choose an upgrade path. Heavy crossbow, increased attack, with very small area damage. Armor-piercing crossbow, ignores part of the target's defense and constitution. Flaming crossbow, greatly increases attack speed, adds fire burn. Elemental effects would be chosen at level 5. Heavy crossbow was good for clearing crowds. Armor-piercing targeted high defense and high health. The best perks aren't about quantity, but quality. Armor-piercing combined with heavy crossbow's high attack was a perfect match. Game experience told me armor-piercing was definitely top tier. Upgrade armor-piercing crossbow. Bright light flared. The banging on the door outside paused for a moment. The dog seemed to sense danger. Armor-piercing crossbow. Level 4, attack, 25, fire rate, 2 arrows per second. Armor-piercing. Ignores 12 target defense, 50% of attack. Attack cost, 2 arrows/2 copper coins. Copper coins. I was surprised. These started dropping from giant zombies. I never cared much about their use. I rummaged through my backpack. Luckily, I had over 1,000, more than the wood reserves. Whoosh, whoosh. The armor-piercing crossbow began firing. The sound of arrows piercing flesh came through. Aru. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie dog howled, banging on the door even harder. I didn't dare guess the outcome. Whether the door gave out first or the dog died first depended on luck. The other floors weren't so lucky. In Dorm 309, Zhao Feng fought off zombies while defending against little zombie dogs, his face smeared with black blood. After slashing down a zombie, he grabbed what dropped, a first-generation zombie serum. Chen Zihan catch. Chen Zihan took it, twisted the cap off, and drank it. Instantly, he loosened up, moving desperately along the edges of the zombie horde, firing nonstop. Get back. Deal with the zombie dogs first. Zhao Feng shouted sharply, snapping Chen Zihan awake. Together, they battled the cunning zombie dogs. Meanwhile, other players on the same floor screamed, "Help!" and "Monsters!" We're done for. A scene of mass despair where most had completely given up resistance. Near Dormitory 908, Yang Qi was driven to the point of bloodshot eyes by a small zombie dog, his pants torn, white bones visible. If he hadn't taken the serum beforehand, he would have mutated long ago. That dog was extremely cunning, always charging to bite him when he was busy dealing with other zombies. Why does Lin Xiao have to be so superior? Yang Qi gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Dormitory 1001. I had no idea about these things, and even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Showing too much sharpness only invites envy. It's normal. Howl. Outside the door, the Czech zombie dog, riddled with wounds, was powerless before the massive level 4 door. It let out a low, mournful whine and backed away step by step. Looking through the peephole, I sensed something was off. No, this thing is going to run. If it managed to slip into another floor, I would be helpless again. You can't catch the wolf without risking the cub. I'm going all out. I grit my teeth and with a creak yanked the door open. Roar. The zombie dog crouched low and ready to pounce as soon as it saw me. But I remained calm, leaning against the door frame, ready to retreat at any moment. Hey, stupid dog, come catch me. Mocking it worked. The dog's eyes burned with greater ferocity as it lunged straight at me. I sidestepped, it slammed right into the wall. Whiz, whiz, puffed. Armor-piercing arrows and heavy sword strikes came in rapid succession, making it yelp in pain. It snapped its head to bite me, but I had already withdrawn the blade, giving it no chance. After several rounds, the dog was covered in arrows, resembling a giant porcupine. I noticed its steps growing unsteady. Its energy was fading, but I didn't rush in. Steady and cautious, I continued to harass it, guarding against a last-ditch counterattack. Hey, stupid dog, your master is right here. I waved to draw its aggression, preventing it from running away. 2 more arrows struck. Its body swayed even more, clearly unable to hold on. I exhaled in relief. Once I dealt with this one, the rest of the night would be safe. Downstairs in 908, Yang Chi, tangled up and coughing blood thanks to the little zombie dog, suddenly had a bright idea. The zombies on the 10th floor must have been cleared. I'll lure it upstairs. Without hesitation, he made a dash for the stairs, sprinting up to the 10th floor. Turning into the corridor, his pupils shrank. A level 3 zombie. That's mine. Seeing the barely alive Czech zombie dog, Yang Chi lost his mind completely. The points and loot were everything. I sensed the disturbance as well, frowning, and swung my machete, but it was too late. Ha! Lin Xiao, you never dreamed this. Yang Chi charged toward the zombie dog with his sword, a ferocious grin on his face. Half dead, facing a heavily damaged beast, the advantage was his. All the pent-up resentment he'd accumulated recently, losing to dogs, losing points, his goddess falling into Lin Xiao's arms, exploded in this moment. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Chi felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked up in shock. The zombie dog's claw had pierced through his chest, its sharp talons hooking him, immobilizing him. No! The gaping, bloody mouth came close. The stench of death hit Yang Chi full on. Fear consumed him, watching helplessly as the dog bit toward his head. Huh! 2 arrows flew past. Uffed. Black blood splattered over him as the dog's head rolled to the floor. A level 3 zombie, the final boss, was just killed before his eyes. Yang Chi stared blankly at the scattered loot, finally realizing he was saved. But instead of joy, humiliation swept over him. He couldn't handle the monster, yet Lin Xiao dealt with it easily and saved him. That only proved Lin Xiao was stronger. He absolutely refused to accept that. Lin Xiao, don't think that just because you saved me. Uffed. Before he finished, a piercing pain hit his chest. Yang Chi looked down slowly. My machete had already pierced his chest. Why, his face was full of disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Don't look at me like that. When you tried to steal my monster, you should have expected this ending, I said calmly, with not a trace of sympathy. There were some things I didn't say aloud. Yang Chi's state didn't look like he'd taken any advanced serum, at best a first-generation one that only resists level 2 zombie virus. Being clawed through the chest by a level 3 zombie dog was basically a death sentence unless he got a level 2 serum. Even if I had one, I wouldn't waste it on a backstabber like him. Besides, I was afraid that if that dog fed on him, it might regenerate, an uncertainty I couldn't risk. Creak. The dormitory door opened. At the brink of death, Yang Chi saw the figure he was obsessed with once again. Shinsinyu, do you still remember me? He shouted excitedly, a brief flush returning to his face. Shinsinyu looked confused and turned to me. Obviously, she didn't recognize him. I sighed. One last thought before dying. No use hiding it. He should be Yang Chi from 908. Yang Chi nodded excitedly. But the next second, Shinsinyu's expression changed to one of realization. I know. He's the guy who always picks on you in the chat channel. What else could I say? I checked Yang Chi's breathing and shook my head. It turned out this guy wasn't harmed by Shinsinyu at all. It was just unrequited love. After all that, Shinsinyu didn't even remember him. Before dying, he kept murmuring a bunch of stuff. Something like, I feel relieved knowing Shinsinyu's with you. And her being chased wasn't an accident. That person is her. He didn't finish his sentence before collapsing stiffly, convulsing violently, blood spraying everywhere. With trembling hands, he wrote the radical "son" on the ground. I frowned. That statement annoyed me. If he weren't dying, it would sound like he was trying to steal someone's girl. 3 drops of water radical. Is it Shun? I asked Shinsinyu. She shook her head. My parents are both dead. Besides myself, there's no other Shin family member. Forget it, you still have me. I pulled her into my arms. Even if you knew, there's no going back. After calming her down, I picked up the dropped items and headed back to the dorm. Player Lin Xiao killed a level 3 zombie, gained 200 points. The points shot up rapidly. Yang Chi's death caused an uproar. Zhao Feng took the second spot on the leaderboard. But everyone's attention was fixed on my skyrocketing points. Jiang Shui, Xiao Ge those points. Chu Sheng. Other than taking down that boss, there's no other explanation. Zhao Feng, at Lin Xiao thanks. Xiao Chou. Scared me so much I leaked a little. Zhang Beifeng. Really, he still isn't wearing pants. Yang Rui. Lin Xiao kills so many zombies but won't share any food. So selfish. Xiao Chou. Oh, look, here comes Nongxi asking for handouts again. The chat exploded into a wave of criticism. People who only sit back and criticize others trying hard never get spoiled. In the dorm, Shun Xinyu peeked curiously. Look, what dropped? Liang Shiyun, unable to fight off sleep, was tied up but sleeping like a log. I opened the inventory. Obtained 50 wood, 80 iron, 3 instant noodles, for L purified water, 600 copper coins. Boss defeated, special reward obtained. Proof of the strong. I pulled out the special reward. Proof of the strong, level 1. Zombie onslaught. Constitution plus 5. Note: effect activates immediately upon placing in the backpack. A simple stat boost, even stronger than a level 2 serum. Zombie onslaught. Different event bosses might drop different ones in the future. Shin Xinyu hit the nail on the head. Probably. I clenched the metal tightly. The system's tenant recruitment task kept reminding me, don't expect to go back. The sky began to lighten as the event neared its end. I didn't rush to sign in, wanting to see if my guess was right when it finished. Zombie Onslaught event concludes successfully. First place, 1001 Lin Xiao. Rewards: Dorm Level 1, Stove 1, 3 Level 4 General Blueprints, 1 Optional Turret Blueprint. Second place, Zhao Feng. Dorm Level 1, 2 Level 4 Blueprints, 1 Optional Turret Blueprint. Third place, Shen Lulan. Excess points converted at 1:10 ratio to copper coins. New event starts in 3 days, free exploration in between. Not returning to reality left many disappointed. I didn't care, nothing holding me outside. Claiming the rewards, the walls began to glow faintly. Moments later, the dorm was much larger, the walls pristine white. Only the stove in the corner looked slightly out of place. Upgrade successful. Tenant slots plus 1. Obtained 723 points. Converted to 7,230 copper coins. Combined with monster kills, 8,000 copper coins in hand meant some real capital. Money makes things easier. Time to charge up the turret directly. I opened the dorm panel. 1001 dorm. Tenants, 1/2. Turrets, 1/2 armor-piercing crossbow. Special, stove. There was now a turret slot. Conveniently, I had an optional turret blueprint. Zhuge crossbow, average attack, faster firing speed. Zumatode, high attack, average firing speed. Seed gun, slightly lower attack, extremely fast firing speed. I eliminated the Zhuge crossbow, it was redundant. Faster firing or higher attack. The next event's theme was unknown. Even if it's fast, as long as you hold targets and land one hit, it's a win. I clapped, decisively choosing the Zumatode. Flashy stuff was useless, pure stats were the truth. Zumatode, requires 70 wood to craft. 20 more wood than the Zhuge crossbow. I was even more excited. The more materials, the stronger the final product. Craft. Upgrade. Without blinking, I threw down 70 wood and 200 level 3 liters. Please select Upgrade branch. Shake Zuma. During battle, shake a marble every minute to determine additional damage type. Lucky Golden Toad. Greatly increase attack. Deal execution damage to targets below 5% HP. Less than or equal to 999. Executed enemies drop copper coins. No way. It's a gold drop. The dorm fell silent. The two of us stared at each other. Though there were 2 branches, in reality there was only one choice. Execution plus coin drops was pure profit. Upgrade. Lucky Golden Toad. Golden light entwined, exuding nobility. Lucky Golden Toad, level 3. Attack, 30. Firing rate, 1 shot, /2 seconds. Affix, luck. Instantly kills targets below 5% health. Max 999 damage. Guaranteed drop of 6 copper coins. This, already at level 3, the attack is higher than level 4 armor-piercing crossbow. Shin Xinyu covered her mouth in shock. I tapped her on the head. Don't calculate recklessly. The armor-piercing crossbow fires 2 shots in quick succession and has a faster attack speed. But a level 3 already has an affix, something the heavy arrow crossbow lacks. Besides, this affix isn't ordinary. Instant kill plus coin explosion. Even a single one of these is a mark of prestige. A grin stretched across my face. I'd hit the jackpot. Hey, wake up. I looked at Liang Shiyun, who was sleeping as soundly as a dead pig. The event was over. If she wanted to stay, she had to show some sincerity. Ugh, is it morning? She blinked groggily. Lin Xiao, maybe we should try someone else. Shin Sinyu suggested. No matter how stupid, we can't have them. I nodded. Judging by her state, she probably didn't even know the event had ended. There are no zombies outside anymore. You can leave now. I waved her off. Liang Shiyun wasn't happy. Why can Shin Sinyu stay, but I can't? I can cook, help Lin Xiao manage and filter chat messages, and step out to collect loot when necessary. Shin Sinyu raised an eyebrow in retort. By the way, I already filtered 2 candidates for Lin Xiao in the chat channel while you were asleep. She blatantly asserted her status. My eyelid twitched. Really? Just kidding. I scratched my head awkwardly. Got played. But then I understood what she meant. Sure enough, Liang Shiyun got agitated. I can do it too. I can even. Don't pull that responsible and beautiful routine with me. Shin Sinyu cut her off coldly. As a female CEO, she saw right through who does real work and who just plays the part. Liang Shiyun, a sheltered campus flower, was left speechless. Enough. I waved my hand. The spot can be yours, but you have to prove your worth. Don't start infighting the moment you turn your back, or else. My expression turned cold. Liang Shiyun didn't hesitate. Last night's experience had given her an unprecedented sense of security. She wasn't like Yang Rue from 1006, who needed to cling to the right people to survive. Liang Shiyun requests to become your tenant. Do you agree? Agree. Shin Sinyu and I exchanged a knowing glance. Congratulations on recruiting a new tenant. Cycle task. 2 rounds. Completed. Next check-in guarantees a super check-in reward. Received. 600 wood. 2 level. For universal blueprints. 2 signature food gift packs. Awesome. Last time was double check-in. This time it's super check-in. Just 2 words difference, but the rewards are totally different. Tisk just ran out of wood. And now we get 600 more. I couldn't stop grinning. With blueprints in hand and materials enough, it was time to upgrade the wooden bed. 3 people squeezed on one was definitely too tight. Upgrade the wooden bed. Neat round bed. Bigger, softer, shock-resistant, and durable. Clean big bed. Cleaner. Warm big bed. Basic temperature control. Neat round bed. I picked the first one with righteous zeal. The wooden bed instantly nearly doubled in size, making the dormitory crowded once again. Neat round bed level 4. Affix. Neat. 1-click tidying up 3 times per day. Description. You can freely do certain favorite activities on it. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Shin Sinyu's face flushed all the way to her ears. Hey, pervert. Liang Shiyun buried her face in her palms, like an ostrich. Ahem, am I that sort of person? I feigned innocence. Shin Sinyu rolled her eyes with all the charm she could muster. What kind are you? Do you think I don't know? My fist clenched slightly. This couldn't stand. It called for some discipline. Shin Sinyu gasped as I snatched her up around the waist. You dared to provoke me. Still want a challenge. Don't dare, don't dare. Shiyun, save me. Laughter and crying echoed throughout dorm 1001. Outside the dorm building, the newly opened shopping district was already surrounded by many people. As I headed downstairs, I happened to run into Zhao Feng greeting a guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Chu Sheng. Nearby, Jiang Shui couldn't hold back. Look at that. Just finished suffering through studying. Can't even take off the glasses before coming to the dorms to survive. Chu Sheng pushed up his glasses. What's on my neck is a head. You don't understand normal. Everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Shui lost her cool. When they all spotted me, their eyes immediately filled with admiration, making me feel awkward all over. Brother Xiao, where's the madam? Jiang Shui cheekily came over. They're still sleeping. I replied casually. Jiang Shui and Su Kuan froze simultaneously, grinning slyly. Zhao Feng quickly interrupted. Stop joking. Business first. He led me into the shop. Inside is divided into 3 sections. Dorm facilities, fortifications, and one more. You'll see yourself. I followed his finger over to the display window, where all sorts of strange and wonderful items were on show. The most eye-catching was an ordinary pair of scissors. Exorcism shears. Consumable. 20 copper coins. Description. If your hair grows any wilder, I'll cut it all off. 20 copper coins for a consumable? I frowned. The daily scissors in the household section were only 10 copper coins. These scissors are for cutting hair, right? I said casually. Chen Zihan scratched his head. It doesn't say for hair anywhere. How am I supposed to know? I was taken aback. You can't read? Xiao Gu, I graduated from college. Of course I can read. A chill ran through me. Only I could see these descriptions. Not just descriptions, but hints. The monsters that will appear must be related to these items. Suppressing my excitement, I continued scanning other products. White 1,000 paper cranes. 1 copper coin. Fold 1365 cranes to mentally control them. White origami paper. 1 copper coin. Can't make anything but paper cranes. Drawing paper. 100 copper coins. No need to know how to draw. It draws by itself. Brush pen. 50 copper coins. Good for dressing like a refined person. I almost lost it when I saw the brush pen. Purely a filler spending trap. Without hesitation, I bought several of the useful ones. Paper cranes in particular, I grabbed 1,400 pieces at once. Xiao Gu, you're buying this already? Chen Zihan was stunned. This is champion-level confidence. Over 700 points. Jiang Shui looked on enviously. These items look special better by some. But origami, I don't recommend it, I said vaguely. They couldn't even scrape together 1,000 copper coins. Better to buy ready-made white cranes. I turned and headed to the defense section, eyes lighting up. Bagua mirror, level 3 turret. 1248 copper coins. Description, please don't hang it online. It doesn't really identify evil spirits. A direct level 3 turret. I snapped it up without hesitation. Once obtained, its full stats displayed. Attack 10, for damage ticks per second. Effect exorcism, with plus 50% damage to spirit entities. Very low chance to immobilize. Attack cost, 1 copper coin per second. TSK, this is expensive. I rubbed my chin. Spirit entities, exorcism shears. It all matched perfectly. I casually scanned the clothing section next. Professional attire, black stockings, pencil skirts. Fit Shin Sinew perfectly. School uniforms, dresses, for Liang Shiyun. I admit, I just wanted them to dress neatly, no other intentions. Then I went to the dorm area, bought a desk, several chairs, and some security cameras. Only with cameras installed can turrets be manually operated. Back in the dorm, Shun Sinew curiously gathered around me. How is it? Not bad. I tossed the clothes to them while busy dismantling the armored crossbow, installing the Bagua mirror turret, and upgrading 2 level 3 turrets. First, I upgraded the Lucky Toad turret, 3 branches. Lucky Toad drops more copper coins. Fortune Toad boosts max damage on executions. Good Luck Ice Toad slows enemies. I immediately rejected slowing, missing the point. Fortune Toad wasn't good. 5% life can reach 999? Totally useless. I picked Lucky Toad. With a flash of golden light, the upgrade completed. Lucky Toad, level 4, attack 50, one shot every 2 seconds. Range 10 meters. Cost 2 copper coins / shot. Lucky. Kills against targets below 5% HP. Max 999. Guaranteed 25 copper coin drop. Hiss. I gasped. 50 attack. Even level 2 zombies can't escape. Dropping 25 copper coins is pure profit. Then I upgraded the Bagua mirror. 3 branches. Sword formation Bagua mirror. Converts to sword energy damage. Stronger against physical beings. Straight rejection. Goes against turret purpose. Talisman Bagua mirror. Talisman damage. Stronger against spirits. Grand Bagua mirror. Greatly boosts attack. No question, I chose Talisman. Talisman Bagua mirror, level 4. Attack 15. Generates 4 talismans per second. Max 20 stored. Range 8 meters. Cost 1 copper coin per talisman. Exorcism. Plus 100% damage to spirits. Low chance to immobilize. Upgrade requires 888 copper coins. 5 level 5 element gems. 5 level 5 blueprints. Hiss, 5 gems. The materials were steep, but it showed this item was getting rarer with each upgrade. Turning back, Shin Sinew had already changed into a pencil skirt dress, graceful yet subtly alluring. Liang Shiyun wore the school uniform, looking shy. Guan Yu woke up. I quietly pressed my hand into my pocket. Checked their ratings. Shun Sinew 94, Liang Shiyun 91, both up quite a bit. Loyalty, Shin Sinew 89, loyal, Liang Shiyun 56, wary. Only 56. Why so wary? I muttered to myself, choosing not to mention it. It's only day 1. Patience. The urgent task. Get to work. then check in. I reached out my magic hand, and 2 screams echoed in the dorm. After a while, I lay on the bed with a sore waist and opened the check-in. Permanent bonus, double rewards, super check-in, lucky amplification, Shun Sinyu 9.4, Liang Shiyun 9.1. Obtained, wood times 600, iron times 400, pure water 20L, signature dish gift pack times 4. Super check-in, bathtub design blueprint, specialized swordsmanship fragment, 1/3. Lucky critical check-in, obtained skill, blood refining technique. Damn, I jumped out of bed in a flash and rushed over to give each of the girls a kiss on the cheek. You two are my lucky stars. They both looked confused, probably thinking I'd lost my mind. I didn't care, flipping open the bathtub blueprint. Insert a copper coin to get bath water, and synthesis requires only 100 wood. Synthesize. With a pop, in the corner, a level 1 wooden barrel appeared out of thin air, small and cramped looking. Without blinking, I threw in 500 wood and upgraded it directly to level 3. Bathtub, level 360 copper coins per ton of water constant temperature. 1 copper coin every 5 minutes. Wow, a bathtub. Their eyes instantly lit up like bulbs. Brother Lin Xiao, give me some copper coins. Hearing Liang Shiyun call me brother made my bones melt. I tossed 100 copper coins their way, enough for them to soak for 3 or 4 days. You're so nice. Mua. Brother Lin Xiao is the best. The two of them dove into the big bathtub, laughing and playing nonstop. I shook my head and continued tallying my gains. I sighed, staring at the system panel. Specialized swordsmanship fragment. Must collect 3 to synthesize. Whether I could get all depends on the system's mood. My gaze landed on the last item. I tapped it lightly and instantly learned it. Blood refining technique level 3. Allows extraction of blood essence from any dying blood creature. Up to 7 layers. Each layer adds to constitution. Good stuff. I couldn't put it down. Right now, with the zombie serum and the strong one certificate, my constitution was only 17 points. Just one skill boosting 7 points. How could I not be thrilled? Dormitory broadcast suddenly rang out, dropping 5 new regulations. 1. Automatically recruit hostile forces and relatives into the dormitory building. 2. Level 1 players kill players from other buildings to level up to 2. 3. Veteran players can change dorm rooms. 4. New players bring 300 copper coins, which drop on death. 5. Teleportation arrays set outside the door, wild monsters attack every floor equally. I was stunned for a moment before processing it all. Simply put, the dorm survival world hated people slacking and wanted to pull acquaintances into open conflict. As for the last rule, I actually welcomed it. Otherwise, the monsters would probably have been cleaned out by others before reaching me. This world finally did something right. I laughed. The chat channel exploded instantly. 808 Huang Jiqiang. 8th floor noobs. Each give me 150 copper coins. 819 Jiang Shui Shui. Who do you think you are? 304 Bushiogon. Newcomers. Protection fees doubled. 309 Zhao Feng. IF asterisk CK your mom. 1020 Chen Jinting. The 10th floor needs reform too. 1006 Yang Rue at 1020 Chen Jinting. The 10th floor leader is 1001 Lin Xiao. 1020 Chen Jinting. Woman, not bad. Come to my dorm later. 1013 Xiao Chou, brave warrior. You can even ride a demon boar? Only Xiao Chou, who had seen Yang Rue's true face, knew what kind of nightmare Chen Jinting would face. Dorm 1001. Lin Xiao, a bunch of veteran players have arrived outside. Each one's arrogant as hell, hard to deal with. Shin Sinyu said, glancing at the chat log. I know. I nodded, saying no more. I wasn't sure of the veteran's strength yet, so I'll watch and wait. Anyway, my biggest reliance is the ultimate hunter experience card, the turrets, and the dorm door. If they come to me, isn't that the same as having a delivery at home? Suddenly, a furious roar exploded down the corridor. Damn fat bitch. How dare you mess with me? Then a muffled thud. Everyone peeked out. Chen Jinting struck without mercy. Yang Rue's chest was pierced, barely clinging to life. Villains will get their comeuppance. Xiao Chou sighed at the doorway. Brother Lin Xiao, what about that Yang Rue? Liang Shiyun called sweetly. Better off dead. No one here will cover for her stupidity. I waved her off. Suddenly Shin Sinyu screamed. Lin Xiao. My second uncle has been teleported here too. I raised an eyebrow. You said you had no relatives? My second uncle isn't blood-related. He's my dad's sworn brother, found me only last year. He handed over some of my dad's belongings. My frown deepened. Just last year? That was exactly when Shin Sinyu began making waves. What a coincidence. What's your second uncle's name? Wang Hanjia. Should have nothing to do with Yang Qi. Hopefully I'm just overthinking. Yang Qi's dying words still gave me chills. After thinking it over, I opened my contacts and sent a message out. Dorm 311. What kind of dump is this? Wang Hanjia covered his mouth and nose, disgusted by the mold everywhere. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, this was the last environment he could tolerate. After reading the chat channel, he confirmed one thing. There's no way out here. Can becoming stronger guarantee having everything? He licked his lips and sneered coldly. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? He tidied his appearance. It must be that fool Shun Sinyu coming to bother him again. What story about her father would she make up this time to fool him? She had pulled off similar tricks successfully at the company before, and now it seemed to be the same. The door opened, and a stranger's face came into view. Hello, here to collect protection fees. Chen Zihan mimicked the tone of an experienced player. Wang Hanjia laughed. Protection fees? Do you know who my niece is? She is. To hell with that. Refusing to pay, huh? Chen Zihan cut him off coldly. The next moment, Wang Hanjia was completely stunned. You actually dared to hit me. Feng Ge. This guy is rebelling. Chen Zihan clutched his nose, retreating desperately, crying out pitifully. I didn't. Wang Hanjia looked at his hand helplessly. All right then. I knew this old bastard wasn't honest. Little Chun, I'll avenge you. Zhao Feng shouted loudly and charged forward. Everything went black for a second. His nose stung, and the pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face. Little Chun, beat him. Don't hold back. All right, Feng Ge. You're committing a crime. Up your ass with that crime talk. A fierce beating followed. Wang Hanjia's perfectly tailored suit was stained with footprints, and he held his bruised face, sobbing as he protested. He was used to looking down on others and scheming quietly, but had never seen such a scene before. After a while, the two finally grudgingly stopped. Thugs, Wang Hanjia shouted at their retreating backs. Back at the dorm, Chen Zihan asked, Feng Ge, why did Xiao Ge have us beat him up? That old bastard definitely can't be trusted, Zhao Feng replied without hesitation. Dressed neatly, all slick and oily, obviously hiding some dark intentions. That's true, but Xiao Ge is generous. Just to get some info, he gave 2 fast food meals plus 100 pieces of wood. Chen Zihan pulled out the fast food and took a deep breath. Little did they know, for me, that was nothing. Brother Lin Xiao, look. Liang Shiyun's eyes gleamed with light. Only then did I remember the stove from the event rewards. I had thought it was just something to boil water and cook, but when I looked at the panel, I was stunned. Stove, level 2, a tribute, kitchen god. Offering incense can add special damage to turrets. Scorching sun adds fire damage, dealing double damage to ice, soul, and dark creatures. Extra damage to soul-type creatures. The stuff you brought back has lots of soul-type marks. Liang Shiyun's excited face flushed red. Well done, I almost forgot. I patted her head. Loyalty shot up rapidly. I understood clearly. Unlike other things, the loyalty given by the system never lies. You all did well today. Lunch is a feast. With a wave of my arm, 4 dishes and a soup appeared on the table. Liang Shiyun was stunned. Am I dreaming? The people outside were still fighting over bread and buns. She had never seen this before. Eat up. This is just the beginning. While we were eating, Shin Sinyu furrowed her brows slightly. Lin Xiao, my second uncle, was beaten up. What? By whom? I feigned ignorance. After all, the one who dealt the blows was Zhao Feng. Whether Wang Hanjia was hit didn't matter. I was watching Shin Sinyu's attitude closely. If she defended her uncle without hesitation, I would have to make my move. Shin Sinyu did not disappoint me. It was Zhao Feng. Tell him to not kill. My second uncle is spoiled and getting into trouble is normal, but if he dies, I won't be able to find out more about my parents' matter. I chuckled inwardly, attitude qualified. Dorm 1006. Feng Ge, did we move too close? Chen Zihan mumbled, looking at the new dorm. Sure, what do you kids know? Zhao Feng gave him a sharp look. Is there any safer place in the whole building? If that guy Bushogan in 304 could have beaten them, would I bother moving here? Those old players act like they're on steroids. How come their physical fitness is so ridiculous? Probably only Lin Xiao can keep them in check. Moving here is safe. Soon, Chun Zihan noticed that Su Kuan, Chu Sheng, Zhang Beifeng, and others had also moved to the 10th floor. The private chat group fell into awkward silence. 1005 Jiang Shui, they're all here? 1013 Zhang Beifeng. Being tenants doesn't count as moving, right? 1005 Chu Sheng. If moving, then not moving. 1010 Sun Baiqiang. Survive under those old players first, and then talk. 1006 Xiao Feng. They must have secrets. 1005 Chu Sheng. The mystery is definitely in the second round of the event. They clearly participated. And their second round was different from ours. They knew the utility of broken evil scissors and such in the shop, but couldn't distinguish them, so ended up buying everything. The few exchanged information and grew increasingly convinced Lin Xiao knew more than they did. At that moment, my whole heart was focused on the white paper in front of me. Phew. 1,365 origami cranes. The road ahead is long. I stretched and gritted my teeth, continuing to fold. White 1,000 paper cranes level 1. Effect. Transmit information. Description. Fold 1365 cranes to activate it with your mind. Besides sending messages, it can't do anything else, and now it even prompts that it can't be used. There's already a chat channel. Why bother using it to send messages? What could be activated after folding 1365 cranes? What does activate with your mind even mean? I didn't dig deeper and just focused on speeding up. As long as the quality was guaranteed, I wanted to finish folding the cranes before the event started. I had no idea. At this moment, those veteran players were gathered together, discussing completely different topics. 10-20 Chinjinting. Every round of the event has a new special skill appearing. Everyone's here for that, right? 304 Bushiogon. If anyone has news, share it. Price negotiable. 808 Huang Jiqiang. Are you still half asleep? If I knew, would I sell it to you? 903 Li Changqing. It's only the second round. Even if there is a special skill, it won't be that strong. 10-20 Chinjinting. Could it have already been taken? I've been around all day and haven't heard anything. 304 Bushiogon. Could it be that Lin Xiao? Heard he's pretty good among the newcomers. 903 Li Changqing. No way. He barely leaves the dormitory, showing up last at library, cafeteria, and shops. 10-20 Chinjinting. A guy destined to die in a woman's belly. What good could he have? They chatted casually, each hiding their own intentions, always skirting around the key points. A day passed, and most floors were controlled by veteran players. Only the 10th floor was an exception, trying to move their mint facing a united front of many people. Dorm 1001. I stretched lazily, eyes aching. Apart from eating, sleeping, and discussing primal exercise, the entire day had mostly been folding paper cranes. Over 700 now, almost there. When I closed my eyes, my mind was filled with white paper cranes fluttering. All right, check-in. Check-in successful. Received. Wood 800, iron 500, stone 400, shower gel X2, signature food gift pack X6. Super check-in successful. Received. Yellow talisman paper X5, blade mastery fragment, 1/3. Lucky critical hit. Received. Level 2 spirit potion. Wait, why does this look so familiar? A spirit potion, and exactly level 2 at that. It looked exactly like a level 2 zombie serum. Spirit potion. Effect. Boosts neural response speed after ingestion. Grants +1 constitution, +3 spirit. Just as I thought. I rejoiced and threw back my head, drinking it all down. As the potion entered my stomach, my thoughts suddenly felt much sharper. Lin Xiao. Constitution, 18 spirit, 14 skill, blood refinement technique. Compared to when I first arrived, my constitution had already doubled. Next, I checked the stone. The amount was just enough to upgrade the bathtub. Upgrade. Extra large bathtub, clean bathtub. Let's go with the clean bathtub. The wooden tub instantly transformed into a snow-white ceramic bathtub. Clean bathtub, level 4. Trait. Maintains constant water temperature, provides better cleansing effects, and slightly relieves fatigue. Then I looked at the yellow talisman paper. Yellow talisman paper. Effect. When posted on the walls, effectively prevents soul-type creatures from invading. A house guard? Protect against soul creatures? An idea sparked in my mind. I covered all 4 walls with the yellow paper, then hummed a little tune as I soaked in the bath. Fatigue vanished. After the bath, glancing at the 2 soundly sleeping girls, I resumed folding paper cranes. Huh? The speeds picked up, and it's more precise. After folding a few more, I confirmed the effect of the spirit potion. The boosted neural response speed really worked. 718, 719, 1360. As night fell, an uninvited guest appeared in the corridor. Chun Jinting stood at a distance, eyeing my dormitory door, his pupils shrinking. Holy crap! A level 4 main door. His eyes moved upward, and he collapsed with a thud. Damn it! Why are there 2 turrets? He trembled, unable to take his eyes off. These 2 turrets are both at least level 3. You have to know, the dorm can only be upgraded and have a second turret installed after finishing the first round. Which means long before now, I had already used 1 turret to deal with zombies. If he knew I even had a spare turret, who knows how freaked out he'd be. Damn it. What right does he have? Jealousy filled his eyes. No way. There has to be something good in his dorm. Spread the word. Let those guys come fight for it, and I'll reap the benefits. What he didn't know was that not far away, a surveillance camera slowly rotated, recording his every move. Dorm 1005. So that's Chun Jinting? Sure enough, no good intentions. Jiang Shui frowned. Chu Sheng analyzed. He saw the turrets and got cautious. Need to alert brother, Xiao to be on guard. Before he finished, he suddenly stopped. Hey, what's that? Jiang Shui looked over and froze completely. Wah? What the hell? He slapped himself. Am I seeing things? The corridor was no longer filled with the figure of Chun Jinting. Instead, it was densely packed with white paper cranes. Could it be? Lin Xiao folded all the paper into cranes. What I'm more curious about is, what exactly do these paper cranes do? Chu Xing pushed up his glasses. The answer quickly became clear. On the screen, Chun Jinting struggled wildly. Get away. What the hell are these things? Blood. It's blood. Hundreds upon thousands of paper cranes swarmed around him, their paper beaks continually pecking at his skin. More annoying than mosquitoes, yet far more destructive. Chun Jinting swung his long sword in blurs, but the white paper cranes were endless, breaking through wave after wave. In an instant, his body was riddled with wounds, blood pouring out. Lin Xiao? I know it's you. You cowardly turtle, have the guts to face me head-on. I was too lazy to respond, just leaning against the doorframe, quietly watching him struggle. This was also the first time I used this ability, wanting to see its effect. As for a fair fight, dream on. People don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they do, I will surely exterminate them. Try sneaking in to counterattack? No way. After a long time, Chun Jinting stopped struggling. His plea for help went out, but the veteran players remained silent. No kinship or ties. Why risk themselves for a dying man? Not bad. Killing 1 person activates the first level of blood forging technique. I watched the blood forging technique level go up by 1. Gaining a free point of constitution made me incredibly happy. As for controlling the paper cranes, crane becomes soldier, minor ability. Effect: controls one's own folded paper cranes in battle, influenced by spirit. Folding 1,365 paper cranes even awarded a minor ability. The blood forging technique showed level 3, while crane becomes soldier was only level 1, yet its display was even more dazzling. Elsewhere, Chun Jinting's death shook many veteran players. 903 Li Changqing. That idiot Chun Jinting risked his life probing the void. 304 Buck Saigon. Good riddance. 1 less competitor grabbing loot. But that Zhao Feng? I'm definitely going to kill him. 903 Li Changqing. What's the beef? Before you got pulled into the game, were you stepping on a sewing machine? 304 Buck Saigon. Watch your mouth, or I'll take you down too. 108 Feng Wuchen. Pointless bickering only weakens our effective resistance. As they chatted, no one hit the real point. They didn't truly believe I had obtained a divine ability. But with Chun Jinting's example, they were all reconsidering their mindset. Dormitory 304. A man twisted a string of Buddhist beads. A jagged scar ran down his right cheek from eye to mouth. His eyes glowed faintly green. Lin Xiao? I can't afford to mess with you now. Can you always stay on guard? Zhao Feng. Chen Zihan. 2 suckling brats dared to cross me and bring me bad luck. Buck Saigon was in his 40s and had indeed been confined before coming here. Li Chongqing's remark left a grudge. Dormitory survival world. This is where I truly belong. Awesome. So awesome. He raised his head and roared aloud, releasing pent-up frustration. Lin Xiao. He licked his lips, revealing a sickly smile. Only hunting the highest achievers makes a hunter worthy. Another day passed. I sat up from the round bed. The thin sheets outlined the curvy figures of the 2 women. Gurgle. The best plan starts at dawn. Though we'd been together more than a day or two, the original Ultraman finally stood up. Lin Xiao, you're so bad. Amid the 2 women's exclamations, the fight began. The original Ultraman struck fiercely, and the little monsters retreated one after another. Victorious in the battle, I lay back on the bed and activated the round bed's cleaning function. Beep. To align with Dormitory Survival Event, the daily sign-in reset time has been changed to 6 a.m. Today's sign-in reward has not been claimed. Would you like to sign in now? Sign in. Sign in successful. Rewards. 800 wood, 600 iron, 600 stone, 8 signature food gift packs, 4 fruit gift boxes. Super sign-in successful. Rewards. 1 level 5 universal blueprint, 1 level 5 fire element gem, 1 knife mastery fragment, 1/3. Lucky critical hit. Received. Spiritual treasure cloth bag. 8 signature food gift packs per day. If this keeps increasing, it would be endless. The surprise was the 4 fruit gift boxes, which, besides satisfying cravings, could be placed on the stove for flame damage buffs. Also, the first elemental gem and level 5 universal blueprint. Too bad. If it were a gold element gem, that'd be perfect. Fire elements currently only matched with armor-piercing crossbows. The lucky golden toad needed gold element gems, and the talisman 8 trigram mirror required 5 of them. I was just thinking whether to save up to upgrade the 8 trigram mirror or directly upgrade the armor-piercing crossbow. Suddenly, I froze, then excitedly clapped my hands. My goodness, how did I forget about the main door? I slapped my forehead in frustration and quickly pulled up the data on the black thorn iron gate. The first rule of the dormitory was clearly written. Before the dorm door is breached, the dormitory must not be damaged. This gate was the key to survival. Upgrade. No sooner had the words left my mouth than a prompt popped up. Do you choose a fire element gem as the main attribute? Note: after upgrading, the element gem will merge with existing attributes, and future upgrades will relate to this element. Only then did I understand why the lucky golden toad limited the gem to gold element. I had no idea how well the fire element fit with counterattack damage, but now I was just feeling my way across the river. Even if I upgrade to a level 5 gate again, it'll be better than the current level 4 black thorn iron gate. Yes, the level 5 fire element gem and blueprint flew toward the dormitory gate simultaneously. A flash of fire lit up, covering the once pitch-black gate with a bright crimson hue, like a red-hot iron. Blazing iron gate, level 5. Durability, 300 defense, 50/50. Counterattack, reflects 50 physical damage to all targets every second, inflicting burning for 3 seconds, which deals 20 fire damage per second. This effect is incredible. I couldn't help but praise. The stats doubled outright. Counterattack went from once every 2 seconds to every second, hitting multiple targets, plus the burn effect. Even a level 1 zombie knocking once would be burned to ashes in 3 seconds. After handling the gate, I turned my gaze to the blade mastery fragments. I had just enough to complete 3 pieces. Synthesize. The 3 fragments merged, and I clapped my hands, instantly learning the skill. Blade mastery, level 3. Effect: proficient use of blade weapons, gaining 10% increased damage. The machete twirled twice in my hand. I clearly felt the difference, as if it were an extension of my arm. I wouldn't even fear a level 3 check zombie dog head-on. Finally, the spiritual treasure pouch. Spiritual treasure pouch, level 5. Treasure. Place in backpack to automatically pick up loot within a 10-meter radius belonging to you. My eyes lit up. This was a good item. Paired with 2 turrets, it was basically an automatic monster hunting machine, even saving me the trouble of going out to pick up loot. Lin Xiao, why are you laughing so happily? Shin Sinyu asked curiously. Nothing. I just saw some fruits in the loot that I could put on the stove, I said vaguely. By the way, my second uncle said he wants to move to the 10th floor, but there's no space left. What should I do? I looked at her deeply but didn't answer directly, instead asking, what do you think? I wanted to see how she would choose when facing the two-faced Wang Hanjia. Shin Sinyu paused, then said, I definitely won't arrange it for him. If he really wants to move, he can talk directly to the people on the 10th floor. Insisting on going through me is obviously because he knows about my situation and wants you to arrange it so he won't be controlled by others. He hasn't even proven his worth. Why should I help him? She was blunt. What she didn't know was that I had suspected Wang Hanjia from the start. Then we'll go with your decision, I said, going along with her. Unknowingly, the sun set, and the night spread like ink. Dormitory broadcast. Nightfall, 100 ghosts walk the night. The second round of the event will start in 3 minutes. Second round event, Immortal in the Painting, has begun, lasting 5 days. As the broadcast ended, the air instantly turned cold. BRR. Liang Shiyun shivered right after finishing urinating and quickly ran back to bed, diving under the covers. This is just a few steps, and you won't leave your bed? I said, annoyed. It's so cold. Didn't you feel it? Cold. Why didn't I feel a thing? Shin Sinyu also spoke up. It's definitely colder. Could this event be related to the climate? Only then did I carefully sense a trace of chill in the air. It seemed my improved constitution dulled my perception of the changes. Looks like this round of monsters will be tough from the start. No sooner had I spoken than a small flame burst forth from the stove, instantly dispelling the chill. Huh? Not cold anymore, Liang Shiyun said in surprise. Probably a hidden effect of the stove, Shin Sinyu nodded. Knock. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the corridor. The event had started, so why was someone knocking? Obviously, the knocker wasn't human. Strange though, the monster didn't attack the door directly, but imitated humans. Otherwise, it would have already triggered the reflection damage from the blazing iron gate and been killed on the spot. Looks like an intelligent monster. Shin Sinyu leaned close to me, while Liang Shiyun moved faster, wrapping her soft arms tightly around mine. Brother Xiao, is it really a monster? Why didn't the turrets attack? Her words reminded me. I hurriedly pulled up the surveillance footage, my brow furrowing even deeper. There was no sign of anyone on the screen. That's not right. It looks like something is attached to the door, Shin Sinyu suddenly exclaimed. I focused and indeed saw a rope extending from the dormitory door, stretching out of the frame. It's okay. I'll check the situation. I pushed the two aside, then flipped my wrist, a white paper crane appearing in my palm. Go. The paper crane flapped its wings twice and flew straight through the door. I closed my eyes, a grayish-white image surfacing in my mind. The 1,000 paper cranes following the hemp rope and flying out, soon revealing a stiff-faced figure before me. This is not a living person. Information about the opponent immediately appeared. Long hair ghost, level 3. Physique, 18. Mentality, 8. Skill, long hair entanglement. Description, likes to mimic living people by knocking on doors to enter and then kill. You can try cutting or burning its hair. Burn or cut. I flipped out my corrupted spirit scissors. With my physique plus proficiency in blade techniques, coupled with a specialized tool, this shouldn't be too difficult. I cautiously pried open the door crack and observed the movement trajectory of the white hair at the entrance. Meanwhile, other dormitories were plunged into utter chaos. In Dorm 808, Huang Jiqiang, an experienced player, initially showed some disdain, but was now panicking. Damn it! Aren't level 2 monsters supposed to appear in the second round? How the hell can this cursed hair slip through the door cracks? He swung his long sword wildly, but the hair couldn't be severed even by chopping. Both sides reached an impasse. Cut it off, wait. Huang Jiqiang hurriedly pulled out a pair of scissors from his backpack and sharply snipped at the white hair. Snap! The broken hair fell to the ground and instantly turned into smoke. Ah! A piercing howl echoed from the hallway, and all the white hair retreated. Damn! What kind of monsters are these? Huang Jiqiang patted his chest out of fear. He had participated in 3 rounds of events and had never seen level 3 monsters appearing on the first night, let alone monsters that breach dorm doors to attack players directly. If it weren't for this corrupted spirit scissors, I'd be dead now. By comparison, he was quite lucky. Other dorms were filled with screams. Help! A player was swept up by the long hair, limbs lifted off the ground, necks squeezed tight. Some of them were from my batch of players, but they had ignored my advice and hadn't even changed floors. Now it was too late to regret. The grip around the neck tightened, life quickly draining. Eventually, limbs went limp and all sound ceased. Creak. The dorm door was pushed open. The long-hair ghost rose into the air, fangs biting between the player's neck. Its body rapidly withered and finally turned into a dried corpse that dropped to the floor. Moments later, an ethereal figure floated up from the corpse, quickly solidifying into a new long-hair ghost. The two long-hair ghosts exchanged a glance, then disappeared into the dorm. In the chat channel, players' cries for help kept coming, followed by their names dimming quickly. From a trickle of 1 or 2 to suddenly a dozen at once, the speed increased alarmingly. Only then did everyone realize the killing speed of the long-hair ghosts was like a plague. Dorm 1001. I had just returned when I saw the two girls with extremely grim expressions. What's wrong with you? I had only been out a little while and slashed the long-hair ghost. What was with those faces? Level 3 wild monsters were a bit challenging, but the loot wasn't bad. Acquired. Fabric X50, Cotton X50, Pure Water 4L, Copper Coins X400. I also gained points in Blood Refining Art and Blade Precision. This active attack was well worth it. Lin Xiao, so many players outside have died. At this rate, the mortality will soon catch up to the last event. Shin Sinyu said seriously. Got it. I nodded, saying nothing more. Survival in the dorm world was always about the strong surviving. Those who fancied themselves superior but had no skills died fastest the first night. No one else was to blame. Glancing around the surviving players, veteran players barely lost anyone. On the 10th floor, except for Chunjinting, there were no immediate casualties. They're all saying the corrupted spirit scissors can handle the long-hair ghosts. Those who don't have any are buying desperately in the chat channel. The scissor price shot up to 50 copper coins each. Shinsinyu reported the chat channel updates one by one, and I nodded repeatedly, unsurprised. Right now, one thought consumed me. The long-hair ghost better show up soon. I can't wait to reap a harvest. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than knock, knock, knock sounded outside the door. It's here. My eyes gleamed with excitement. Anyone unaware might have thought I was the monster. The long-hair ghost outside foolishly finished knocking and then stood far away, unaware it was just delivering itself. I opened the door and stepped out slowly. This one was more proactive than the last. No words exchanged, it leapt into the air, covering 10 meters in an instant. A strand of hair whipped toward me, much more methodical than a zombie dog. An ordinary person would panic, but I'm Lin Xiao. My face darkened. I raised the corrupted spirit scissors, but my mouth fired first. Babwa mirror. Lucky golden toad. Finish it off for me. Over a dozen talismans flew out, and the golden toad blasted a golden pearl. The level 3 long-hair ghost had no chance against 2 level 4 turrets and didn't expect me to be so ruthless even on the battlefield. Acquired. Fabric X80, Cotton X20, Yellow Paper X2, Copper Coins X400. TSK. Too bad the one in front hid too far away. I shrugged. Wait, yellow paper? My eyes lit up. Folding 1,000 paper cranes upgrade needed this thing, and 2 sheets wouldn't hurt. Something is better than nothing. I put away the items and returned to the dorm. What I didn't know was that, with the death of that long-haired ghost, almost all the monsters on other floors raised their heads, their gazes seeming to pierce through the floors, locking onto me. On some floor, the door of a new player was just broken down, and just as death seemed inevitable, the long-haired ghost suddenly withdrew its attack and vanished. Am I saved? The newbie slumped to the ground, crying out loud. What kind of ghost world is this? His name was Yongin. At the thought that the only options were scavenging or fighting monsters, he immediately felt half dead inside. The monsters hit with their heads? No way, I'll scavenge instead. Little did he know, in the eyes of veterans, stepping out of the dorm at night was a true death wish. On the 10th floor corridor, several figures in white robes and white hair appeared out of thin air, their pale faces no different from ordinary people. Their low moans, like wind blowing through a valley, gave me goosebumps all over. Room 1006. Brother phone, something's off. Chen Zihan stared at the surveillance monitor, frowning deeply. The corridor was filled with the howl of wind, yet nothing could be seen on the monitor. Zhao Feng wiped his horizontal blade clean. I can tell now, not only are we targeted because of Lin Xiao, we've all been marked. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Feng's gaze darkened as he fixed it on the door. He had no idea how many monsters had come, but retreat was out of the question. Opposite, room 1005. Chu Xing pushed up his glasses and clenched the corrupted scissor knife tightly. Shui Shui, only these scissors work best. The moment we strike, it has to count. Jiang Shui Shui frowned. What's weird is how they managed to avoid the surveillance so precisely. The turrets are just for show. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two got into position, a loud shout suddenly exploded in the corridor. Grandchildren, your grandpa is here. Everyone in several rooms froze in place. That voice was unmistakably familiar, but those words. Was that Lin Xiao just now? Chu Sheng gave a questioning look. Probably. I guess. Jiang Shui Shui wasn't sure either. No doubt, it was me. I stood at the doorway, eyes full of defiance as I scanned the corridor where the long-haired ghosts hid. These things were sneaky, always blocking vision blind spots. The dorm corridor was much larger than expected, and with limited surveillance coverage, if I didn't take the initiative, they'd keep waiting outside forever. What are you looking at? Got the guts? Come hit me, dumbass. I sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several white-haired shadows swooped toward me like silver snakes. All right then. I raised my right hand, making a gesture with my index and middle fingers together. Good buddies. Block them for me. 2 yellow paper cranes, leading more than a dozen white ones, charged straight forward. Crackling sounds rang out with bursts of flame and lightning, shredding that patch of white hair apart. Several long-haired ghosts screamed in agony at once. Blue ghostly light flashed down the corridor, dozens of pairs of bloodshot eyes fixed on me. Too bad it's not real fire, just momentary damage. I analyzed calmly. I couldn't get continuous burning flames yet, so I had to take another route. Recently, 2 of them couldn't hold back any longer and lunged into the air. Just the moment I was waiting for, attack. The turrets fired their full barrage, taking out the nearest one in 2 or 3 hits. The blasts cracked like firecrackers exploding in midair. The other one took advantage of the moment to close in. This time it was smarter, not using hair, but swinging stiff arms to grab at me. Come at me. I swung my big butcher's knife and smashed its arm. Clang. The arm vibrated with a numbness, as if striking an iron plate. Without experience, I'd have been done for. The opponent reacted quickly, shook its head, and its white temples instantly lunged at my heart. Watch out. I formed a seal, and 2 white paper cranes flew out just in time to block the attack grazing past me. Long-haired ghosts from the distance saw my weakness and all pounced, scrambling to devour me. Idiots. I cursed with a laugh, dodged the one in front, and slipped back into the dorm, reactivating the paused turret smoothly. The 10 fingers of the blocked one stabbed violently, but I shut the door with a bang just in time. Its attack drilled straight into the blazing iron door. In an instant, the iron door swelled like a red-hot cherry bomb. The others seemed to realize something was wrong and turned to flee. Trying to run? Would all my efforts be for nothing? I smirked at the monitor. Boom! The explosion echoed in the silent corridor like thunder. Art is just like Patrick Starr. I rubbed my hands, laughing with delight. I really hadn't expected the blazing iron door to explode. It triggered backlash damage plus area burning, the flames spreading uncontrollably into the monster horde. Coupled with the flames amplified by the stove, the long-haired ghosts couldn't withstand it. When the first one exploded, a chain reaction followed, with over a dozen detonating like grand opening firecrackers. Obtained: cloth 660, cotton 490, yellow paper 13, pure water 9L, level 4 bed blueprint times 2, level 4 turret blueprint times 3, instant meal blind box times 6, copper coins times 6,000. Another yellow paper. I rejoiced. After experiencing the power of the 1,000 yellow paper cranes, the white ones no longer seemed appealing. This time, I actually got 13. I can't use the level 4 blueprint now, so I'll have Sinew find a chance to sell it later. With 6,000 copper coins in hand, I calculated. I need to spend some on Sinew and the others to buy better stuff, raise our scores, so we can get better equipment. That way, I can live more comfortably. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for killing more than 5 monsters. The leaderboard is now open. Top 100 players will receive attribute point rewards. For ties, new players have priority. Everyone except those on the 10th floor was stunned. Everyone expected an old player to take the lead, but once again, it was Lin Xiao. Isn't this just openly slapping the old players in the face? Opening the leaderboard. 1. Lin Xiao, 340. 2. Zhao Feng, 40. 3. Feng Wuchen, 40. 4. Chun Zihan, 20. 5. Chu Sheng, 20. I had killed 17 long-haired ghosts on my own, firmly holding first place. 4 of the top 5 were from the 10th floor. The old players felt their faces slapped fiercely. Previously, they looked down on Zhao Feng and the others like trash, but now they were being ridden over. 304 Bushio gone. Damn it. What kind of monster is Lin Xiao? Killing 17 at once. 808 Huang Jiqiang. That monster is impossible to counter. 108 Feng Wuchen. Then why can others do it? 713 Lu Tongkai. They surely have some method. Just ask. 304 Bushio gone. We don't know Lin Xiao's background, but can't we beat Zhao Feng's bunch of trash? 108 Feng Wuchen. Short-sighted fools. Feng Wuchen has left the group chat. The old players greedily ramped up. Seeing Zhao Feng and his group on the leaderboard only made them more reckless. Relying on their innate attribute advantages, they looked down on everyone. Little did they know, others had already been guarding against them. Room 1006. Brother Feng, aren't we drawing too much attention like this? Chun Zihan finally voiced his concerns. Thinking about Bushiogan's vindictive nature, surely he wouldn't let this slide. Slap. Zhao Feng smacked him on the forehead. Are you stupid? They're already targeting us, and you're worried about drawing attention? As long as Lin Xiao is covering us, they'll only dare bully us for a few more days. Once we've grown stronger, we won't know who's going to beat whom. Oh right, Chun Zihan suddenly understood. A light appeared on the horizon. The night had passed. Surviving players breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from level 3 long-haired ghosts was truly terrifying. In front of the dormitory building, small groups began boasting. That long-haired ghost was right in front of me just now. Guess what happened? Yong'an said proudly. What happened? Tell us. I just stiffened my neck and accepted it calmly. Stop bragging. Then why are you still alive? By a hair's breadth, they suddenly stopped attacking and ran off. I only got my shirt a little dirty. Amid a chorus of awesome praises, Yong'an gradually lost himself. Suddenly his ears twitched. Damn it. Why did nothing spawn in the library today? The cafeteria didn't refresh either. Could someone have secretly taken them? Huang Jiqiang punched a pillar. If I find out who, I'll skin them alive and pull their tendons. A dozen or so old players nodded in agreement. Not far away, a figure suddenly stiffened, cold sweat pouring down. What's wrong, Yong'an? You look pale. Someone oblivious remarked. As soon as those words fell, a dozen pairs of eyes swept sharply over. A chill ran down Yong'an's spine. His mind raced. Before Huang Jiqiang and the others approached, he quickly spoke. Actually, I was lying to you just now. I was almost scared to pee. My legs went weak. If those monsters come back tonight, don't act rashly, okay? He wiped his forehead nervously, his fear completely genuine. Compared to being suspected by old players, admitting defeat was nothing. Losing your life is far worse than losing face. Those around burst into laughter. Huh? You were bragging so loudly just now. Well, you're all new players. How could you be this bold? Yong'an smiled and joked, but his heart had already sunk. He quietly slipped away making excuses, afraid of being targeted again by Huang Jiqiang's crew. As for Jiang Ming and company, they didn't take Yong'an seriously at all. After laughing and cursing him, they hugged some girls and went back to fool around. Each had their own schemes, and no one knew what anyone else was plotting. That's a story for later. I slept in until mid-morning before waking. Stretching lazily, I reviewed last night's gains. The long-haired ghosts were too crafty. The lucky golden toad didn't drop much copper, but every one of those who came to die didn't escape. My blood refining technique even advanced to level 2, adding 1 point of constitution. Check-in counts had already reset. I rubbed my hands. Check-in. Check-in successful. Wood asterisk 1000. Iron asterisk 800. Stone asterisk 800. Signature food pack asterisk 10. Fruit gift box asterisk 6. Super sign-in. Level 5 Universal Blueprint asterisk 1. Level 5 Water Element Gem asterisk 1. Decoy Grenade asterisk 3. Lucky critical hit. Acquired, Exorcism Pistol. Water Element. It's not gold or anything. I curled my lip. But the decoy grenades were new. Attract monsters for 1 minute after being thrown. Damn it, if they had this stuff earlier, I wouldn't have had to play bait myself last night. Then I looked at the Exorcism Pistol. Level 6, attack 60 plus, 6 silver bullets, plus 50% extra damage against dark creatures like vampires and werewolves. Hiss, I sucked in a breath. This attack power put lucky golden toads to shame. Too bad, only 6 bullets. But the description mentioned dark creatures, obviously not related to the painted immortals in this round. Looks like I'll need to prepare some silver bullets when I encounter that kind again. What are you laughing at? Shinsenyu rolled her eyes at me, caught sight of the pistol in my hand, then exclaimed, Level 6 item? Where did you get that? Good luck, I dodged the question. She didn't press further but switched to the main point. Yong'an wants to move to the 10th floor, willing to trade resources for a stable place. Let Sanbao or Zhao Feng handle him. I don't have quotas. A guy in the dorm? No way. If anyone, it's got to be someone like Shinsenyu who can add to the sign-in bonuses. By the way, he found this too. She handed over a small slip. Escape City Competition Ticket. Countdown, 32 days. Hell for the weak, paradise for the strong. My eyelid twitched. The word divine power hit me straight. System, if I join, will my sign-in be interrupted? Recruit 4 tenants to activate hosted sign-in. Rewards accumulate and can be claimed upon return. Relieved. That meant I had to gather my trump cards within a month. Upgrading the turret door of the dorm wasn't enough. I needed to toughen up myself. Tell Yong'an, I'll take his stuff. He can ask for reasonable things within bounds. Shinsenyu smiled and went to pass the message. Yong'an picked Zhao Feng's dorm wisely. Soon she came back. He also has some blueprints. Want them? Liang Shiyun covered her mouth laughing. Oh my god. He didn't raid the cafeteria and library too, right? Looks like it. I chuckled too. No wonder the guy was so eager to move. How did he learn those skills? Whatever. Secrets of others are not mine to pursue. I folded 13 yellow sheets into paper cranes as the sky darkened. Dorm broadcast. Fog flows in. Flower lanterns arrive. Successfully releasing flower lanterns grants a chance for special rewards. Welfare Bureau. My first reaction was suspicion. When has the dorm ever handed out freebies? Brother Lin Xiao, shall we release them? Yeah. I wanted to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. As soon as I spoke, mist seeped in outside the dorm. The yellow talisman papers on the wall flickered, humming once, and the fog quickly receded. Let's go check it out. Peeking through the door crack, I was stunned. The corridor had turned into a swamp, stretching all the way to the end, floating lotus flower lanterns flickering with firelight like a river. Flower lantern can be picked up to write a wish and relaunch. Legend says releasing lanterns together at the Lantern Festival can keep people forever together. There's a chance it works, but beware the lonely spirits hidden inside the lanterns. Not so simple after all. I scoffed. Without system prompts, it would have been easy to get tricked. Hey, Brother Xiao, releasing lanterns with the sisters? Opposite, Wang Sanbao waved. Be careful, these lanterns are off, I warned casually. Got it. If Brother Xiao says so, I won't release mine. Wang Sanbao was straightforward, waving his hand and closing the door. Brother Lin Xiao, is this the little brother you took in? Liang Shiyun blinked at me. Bang. What are you saying? I thumped her head. Shinsenyu snickered nearby, enjoying the moment. What they didn't know was Wang Sanbao immediately sent my warning to the 10th floor chat group. This guy was sharper than he looked. I grabbed the closest flower lantern with my big knife, bending down to pick it up. Acquired. Unwritten flower lantern asterisk 1. Heh, the name changed. Unwritten flower lantern. Write down specific resources. The lower the level, the higher the chance it'll come true. This is what they saw. In my view, there was one more line. Legend says releasing 99 lanterns at the festival will trigger something magical. 99 lanterns. I looked toward the end of the corridor. About 100 red dots, minus possible monsters hiding, left not many. The corridor was fully flooded. I didn't dare step into the water. Had to go for the nearest ones. Last time, I made 1,365 paper cranes from blank sheets. turning them into a troop of little divine powers. I couldn't miss this chance again. No way. I have to gather enough. I sealed a hand sign and released a dozen paper cranes to pull the lanterns, sending Shinsinu to the group chat to buy more. As soon as news spread, the group exploded. 808 Huang Jiqiang at 1001 Shinsinu with us here. Don't think he'll get a single one. 304 Bushogan. Does Lin Xiao know some secret that's making him so eager? 1001 Shinsinu. One lantern is 30 copper coins plus a loaf of bread. 808 Huang Jiqiang. Damn it. How dare they ignore us? 1005 Jiang Shui Shui. One lantern only requires 10 pieces of wood. Selling to brother Xiao means food and money. Who wouldn't choose that? 1005 Chu Shang. These veteran players are really ruthless. They don't provide food themselves and won't let others live. 1006 Xiao Feng. Brothers, what were you arguing about just now? 1013 Xiao Chou. Reply to brother Feng. There was a dog barking just now. It's normal. 808 Huang Jiqiang. A bunch of fools who don't know their place. Just wait to die. The acquisition issue got pushed aside as the veterans and the 10th floor started trading harsh words directly. Zhao Feng and the rest knew full well they couldn't outmatch the veterans in combat strength, yet they showed no sign of backing down. The scene actually amused me. Although their goal was to pull me onto their side to fight the veterans, I didn't object. These new players at least showed me respect, whereas the veterans were all arrogant, looking down on newcomers. Not only did Zhao Feng and his group despise the veterans' attitude, even I, who usually avoid mingling with outsiders, felt some resistance towards them. But right now, I was more concerned about something else. How's the collection going? Any trouble? I asked, frowning. Shinsinu shook her head, smiling slightly. No worries, they can't control every player. Even if they force reporting of the harvest, some people still falsify information. 30 copper coins might mean nothing to new players, but they know the value of a loaf of bread very well. The shop sells it for 10 copper coins each, and it's often sold out the moment it's restocked. I nodded, understanding what she meant. When people are starving, who cares about rules? Life is the ultimate truth. One loaf of bread means little to well-established veterans, but for newcomers who've only been here 3 or 4 days, it's practically life. That phrase in the introduction said it best. Do you know how much one loaf of bread sells for outside? 500,000. With the fog this thick, who knows how many lanterns they collected? They could just report any number they wanted. You, as the boss, understand things well. I smiled, patting Shinsinu's head with eyes full of admiration. This open strategy succeeding was all thanks to the information she had gathered over these past few days. Unexpectedly, this friendly gesture upset the jealous one beside me. Liang Shiyun pouted, protesting silently by herself. That cute, spoiled look made me chuckle. This former school beauty really had a side no one knew about. All right, you're great too, okay? I teased, tickling her nose like a child. My gaze then turned to the river outside the door. Several clusters of firelight were moving in this direction. It was the 1,000 paper cranes bringing back lanterns. They're here. Get ready. I shielded the 2 girls behind me, drawing a large machete from my backpack. Stay back, I'll handle this. With so many lanterns, monsters were bound to appear. They say level 1 monsters aren't much of a threat, but I wouldn't gamble with their lives. The lanterns docked by the riverbank. Counting roughly, there were 17 or 18. The 1,000 paper cranes had exceeded their limit, so bringing back this many was already a big achievement. These monsters sure know how to hide. I studied them carefully. The lanterns showed no visible abnormalities. Even up close, they didn't exhibit any attack signals. Could it be that I have to reach out and pick them up to trigger something? But the chat channel said lantern spirits attack once you enter their range. Congratulations, player Lin Xiao, acquired lantern *18. Huh? This? I was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened my backpack to check. The lanterns lay there quietly inside. Where are the monsters? Liang Shiyun couldn't hold back and asked. Shinsinu scanned around with narrowed eyes, but found no clues. There wasn't a single hair of any supposed lurking lantern spirit. Shouldn't be a coincidence, I mused. These 1,000 paper cranes are controlled by thought, so normal logic doesn't apply to them. Their bodies are fragile, so they most likely have a built-in ability resembling luck avoidance and danger evasion. 1 or 2 times might be coincidence. But to have all 18 lanterns with no lantern spirits to be found was just unreasonable. As expected of a minor divine skill, I underestimated it. I thought silently. This gave me a new perspective on the paper cranes become soldiers ability. If one minor divine skill behaves like this, what about 2? My eyes fell on the Escape City competition ticket in my backpack. TSK. I hope you don't disappoint me. The idea of going to Escape City became even more determined. What I needed now was to build up my foundation. Go, bring back more lanterns. I chanted a finger gesture, and over 20,000 paper cranes took off into the thick mist. This was already my limit in control. I couldn't manage any more bodies than this. From not far away, human figures flickered in the firelight amidst sounds of fighting. What's happening over there? Zhao Feng and the others ran into monsters, but it should be fine. I waved dismissively. Even if they really couldn't handle it, I couldn't help. Outside is all river. Aside from the dorm, the only solid ground is a small patch of mud at the entrance. Crossing the water to help? Not a chance. Do you think they're in danger? I heard lantern spirits are very cunning. Liang Shiyun tilted her head, worried. No, Zhao Feng at his age wouldn't be impulsive. I waved my hand. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Would he knowingly court death? Sure enough, the sounds of fighting stopped soon after, and no screams were heard. Shin Sinyu then gave a definite answer. Zhao Feng just traded for 7 flower lanterns. He said he could accept fewer copper coins, but I paid him the original price. I didn't criticize that few flower lanterns didn't save tens of copper coins. Zhao Feng was probably just trying to be nice. Giving them away for free would have been too obvious. Flower lanterns hardly play a significant role in the hands of those who don't understand their use. Wishes written small bring no benefits, and if written too grand, they might never come true. Overall, their value was less than 30 copper coins. The intention was accepted, but there was no need to take a small advantage. Only Liang Shiyun still tilted her head, confused. I was too lazy to explain, watching the flower lanterns gradually accumulate in the backpack, a smile appearing on my face. As time went on, my demand for flower lanterns steadily decreased. Gradually, some players began taking risks just to exchange for more supplies. In fact, this was all Shin Sinyu's hunger marketing scheme. If nobody mentioned the stock, others wouldn't care, but once the demand was said to be declining, some got anxious. 808 Huang Jiqiang. Has Lin Xiao discovered a secret about the flower lanterns? Some kind of supernatural ability. 304 Bushogan. Unlikely. 713 Lu Tonkai. The event only drops the supernatural skill once per round. How could Lin Xiao be that lucky? 808 Huang Jiqiang. How many flower lanterns have you collected? Should we give it a try too? 304 Bushogan. I'll try. Each flower lantern for 20 copper coins. How about that? 903 Li Chongqing. Screw that. At that price, I'd rather sell to Lin Xiao. 808 Huang Jiqiang. Exactly. 30 copper coins, not a penny less. Soon, old players began trading among themselves. Huang Jiqiang and the others were delighted. They were basically making risk-free deals, most flower lanterns taken by cheating new players. Seeing that dark trading couldn't be stopped, they forced every player to hand over at least one. Among them were some unlucky ones who encountered level 2 monsters and died at the river's bottom. More than a dozen veteran players pooled nearly 80 flower lanterns. Lin Xiao, let's see how you can beat me. Bu Shogun sneered, taking out a fire source and lighting a flower lantern. Let's start with level 4 defensive equipment. The wish appeared on the lantern. He smiled as he dropped it into the water. Wish failed. His face stiffened, but he quickly adjusted. According to the data, the bigger the wish, the lower the chance. Let's try level 2 equipment first. Wish failed. Copper coins minus 30. Next, some fast food blind boxes. Wish failed. No worries, just bad luck. He released 5 at once, all wishing for fast food blind boxes. Wish failed. Wish failed. Damn, can it even succeed at all? Not believing it, he wrote, wood. Wish succeeded. Obtained. Wood x 10. 10 pieces of wood worth 10 copper coins. Net loss of 20. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Give me bread. Wish failed. Anything worth more than 10 copper coins could still fail, an indication of how low the success rate was. Huang Jiqiang and those bastards. deliberately scheming against me. They must have tried already. How else could they sell so decisively? He dropped several more, all filled with bread, scoring only one hit. I knew it. Bushogan was furious, nearly tossing all the flower lanterns away. Then he reconsidered. Everyone knows flower lanterns don't yield good stuff. So why is Lin Xiao still aggressively buying? Whatever. If he wants them, I'll grant him that. After all, since being the big fool, he had to get some interest back from Lin Xiao. He contacted Shinsenyu. The next moment, he was utterly unguarded. What? You say you've collected enough? I still have 50 in hand. Previously, when they needed them, they deliberately blocked others from selling. Now, they had a load on their hands. Why let Lin Xiao buy? An eye for an eye. 1,001 Shinsenyu. If you want to sell, fine, 11 copper coins each, no more. 11 copper coins. Are you kidding me? Trying to send me away like a beggar. Bushogan fumed, losing an average of 19 copper coins each. But he couldn't figure out the true value of the flower lanterns. Trading for wood didn't help either. With more than 50 left over, he had no choice but to sell. Sell. I'll sell. He ground his teeth. Sure, Huang Jiqiang's group wouldn't accept them, so he had to sell them low. Lin Xiao, you better not fall into my hands. Ha ha. You don't even know how close Bushogan was to losing it. Shinsenyu laughed until she doubled over. Serves them right. Who told them to gang up on Lin Xiao? Liang Shiyun lifted her chin proudly. After the brief joy, she suddenly asked in confusion, but didn't we only need 20 flower lanterns? Why collect more? Her clear eyes nearly choked me up. Is it possible I was fooling them? How could 20 flower lanterns be enough? I smirked, raising an eyebrow. I had long anticipated someone would do exactly as I said. There was no way I'd be honest. Oh, I see. Liang Shiyun nodded half understanding, then asked again. So, have we collected them all now? Including what Buck Saigon sold, it's complete. I glanced at my backpack. Hurry, quickly open it. I want to see what's inside. Liang Shiyun's face was flushed red, even more excited than I was, the owner. I casually selected an iron material. One by one, the lanterns lit up, and the iron materials were added to the inventory. The originally wide riverbed became crowded, firelight intertwining, red glow reflecting off my face. When the 99th lantern floated into the water, something magical happened. The calm lake surface rippled. 3 rings inside the lantern spun around 3 rings outside in a whirl. It was stunning, breathtaking. Liang Shiyun was mesmerized. Shinsenyu's eyes reflected the flames too, but her gaze never left my back. Where the lanterns clustered, splashes churned, and an ancient wooden treasure chest slowly rose from the riverbed. Whoa, this actually became a river. I marveled at the mastery of this dormitory survival world, able to turn a spacious corridor into an unknown depth river. The next moment, the treasure chest transformed into a streak of light that melted into me. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for being the first to release 99 lanterns and successfully unlocking the mysterious reward of this round. As the broadcast ended, all surviving players instantly freaked out. They realized that Lin Xiao had known the news all along. Collecting lanterns wasn't an act of kindness, but making them part of his collection. 109 Lurinjia. I knew Lin Xiao wouldn't be so kind-hearted. 505 Hutu. If I'd known, I'd have saved to claim the rewards myself. 1006 Yong'an. As if you guys could even get 99 lanterns. 903 Li Chongqing. Lin Xiao really has skills, hiding it all and not taking veteran players seriously. 1013 Xiao Chou. UB asterisk starred. You took all the profits for yourself. 1006 Zhao Feng. What's up? Animal lover? Likes deer? Memory so bad. 713 Lu Tongkai. Wait until after tonight. You'll realize your mistake. 808 Huang Jiqiang at 304 Buck Saigon. What's going on with you? Already so far ahead. Everyone's eyes locked on this message popping up. Speculation began. Could Buck Saigon also be collecting lanterns? Seeing this, Buck Saigon's eyes bloodshot with rage. He wished he could kill Huang Jiqiang. He'd been hoping to sell the leftover lanterns to break even, only to find the hidden condition was 99 lanterns, which clearly meant Lin Xiao had tricked him. Lin Xiao? I swear I'll kill you. His fists clenched so tight they creaked. A large part of the achievement of reaching 99 lanterns easily was thanks to him. The feeling of being toyed with made his vision darken. Those veteran players, who had deliberately sold lanterns to sabotage him, were now doubting him in the chat channel. He wanted to brush it off and settle the score later. 1001 Shinsinu. Thanks to Mr. Buck Saigon selling us 51 lanterns for 11 copper coins. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it so easily. Salt rubbed into Buck Saigon's wound, exploding his lungs, while the other veteran players twitched from the shock. They had painstakingly built everything up. Then a trader sold all their lanterns. What could be worse to accept? 51 lanterns. For a bargain, 11 copper coins. In the veteran players group chat, they launched a campaign against Buck Saigon. Those guys instantly forgot how they'd schemed against him earlier, and each took the moral high ground to judge him. Li Changqing, Buck Saigon, what are you doing? Huang Jiqiang, you did it on purpose. You didn't have to sell to Lin Xiao. Lu Tongkai, haha, now we look like a joke to outsiders. Huang Jiqiang, the mysterious reward only comes once per round. What else could it be besides divine power? Li Changqing, after all that struggle, you just gave it away. Buck Saigon laughed bitterly. Those who plotted against him had been so clever. Now they all put on a hypocritical front. Buck Saigon, don't think I don't know what you're up to. What's wrong with selling to Lin Xiao? When it came to scheming on me, you were all too eager. Li Changqing, your stupidity is one thing, but selling to Lin Xiao is your fault. Buck Saigon, screw you. All idiots. You have been kicked out of the group chat. In the silent night, Buck Saigon's roar pierced the sky. Lin Xiao. I sneezed and rubbed my nose. TSK, someone must be jealous of how handsome I am again. The two girls gave me an eye roll. Liang Shiyun urged, Brother Lin Xiao, quickly check what the mysterious reward is. I nodded and opened the panel. Congratulations, player Lin Xiao. You have received 1 sewing kit doll, paper crane summoning technique, small gossip mirror. 3 items. Except for the paper crane summoning technique, the others sounded ordinary. But I didn't believe the mysterious reward would be that shabby. I checked the paper crane summoning technique first. After use, permanently increases paper crane control and grants paper cranes the power to dispel evil. Good stuff. My eyes lit up. I immediately learned it. Exorcism specifically counters spirit-type enemies, the most frequently appearing attribute in this event. After learning it, I clearly felt a significant increase in control over the paper cranes. Originally, I could only manipulate about 20, but now I could manage at least 30. Next, I looked at that plump pink sewing kit doll. Attribute, substitute death. Blocks 1 fatal attack of any form under 100 physique or mental strength. Description, I couldn't protect her, but I hope the things she left behind can protect you. 1 more life. Although the description felt a bit heavy, I shook my head to dispel the troubling thoughts. I don't even know how long I'll live. Why bother thinking so much? Lastly, the little gossip mirror. Stick it on your back, and it prevents spirit-type ambushes when walking at night. The description was vague, but the exorcism effect was solid. At a little over 2,000 copper coins, just the substitute death doll alone was worth it. Just then, a sudden stirring inside me. Player Lin Xiao, minor divine skill, paper crane formation, is leveling up. I was stunned and quickly brought up the panel. Paper crane formation. Type, divine skill. Effect, snap fingers to create cranes. Control paper cranes to fight for you. Paper cranes possess exorcism properties. The minor divine skill became divine skill. 1 word made a world of difference. Previously, I could only use paper cranes folded by hand, but now, with a hand seal, I could directly generate them, as long as I had paper in my inventory. So awesome. I slapped my thigh. Thanks to Buck Saigon, my paper crane formation leveled up to a full divine skill. Shinsinu burst out laughing after hearing this. If they knew, they'd be furious. Let's milk Buck Saigon dry. Keep milking him. Liang Shiyun eagerly raised her hand. Shinsinu shook her head. These are Lin Zhao's trump cards. They have to be kept secret. The previous instigations already caused tension. That's enough. Sinu is right. I nodded and patted Liang Shiyun's head to comfort her. The night passed. Except for those unlucky ones who spawned level 3 lantern monsters, there were basically no major casualties. The Lantern Festival was a benefit for most players. As dawn broke and the white mist dissipated, the concrete floor of the corridor reappeared. Everyone was already used to the dormitory's strangeness. The tide receding also meant the time of reckoning had come. First in line was Buck Saigon, Huang Jiqiang, Li Chongqing, Lin Xiao. Those he was at odds with were all on his kill list. In his mind, Li Chongqing was the weakest and would be dealt with last. He planned to first surprise and kill the strongest Huang Jiqiang, then eliminate Lin Xiao in the momentum and finish off Li Chongqing in the end. A beautiful plan. Little did he know, Lin Xiao was far from easy to handle. Catcha! The long sword in his hand rasped sharply as it was drawn. Buck Saigon tested the sharpness with his fingertips, nodded with satisfaction, and got up to leave. Water stains remained on the corridor floor. His steps were firm, unhesitating. New players who came out for fresh air hastily retreated and closed their doors, afraid of bad luck. He went straight up to the 8th floor and knocked on Huang Jiqiang's door. Knock, knock, knock. Neither too fast nor too slow. Which bastard? The door opened. Huang Jiqiang, with messy hair and a morning grump, saw Buck Saigon and immediately showed contempt. What do you want? Buck Saigon wasn't angry. Instead, he asked a strange question. Huang Jiqiang, do you remember what Li Chongqing said about me on the first day? Huang Jiqiang was puzzled. Just as he was about to shut the door, Buck Saigon continued. He said, did I step on a sewing machine? Buck Saigon gave a weird smile. He guessed right. I had just been thrown in not long ago. Fortunately, the dormitory survival world brought me here, a world where order has collapsed, practically tailor-made for me. The craziness grew with every word. Huang Jiqiang instinctively took a step back, instinctively wanting to close the door. Are you curious why I'm telling you all this? Huang Jiqiang responded half-heartedly. That sound was like a trigger. Buck Saigon's face twisted with a feral grin. Because I'm here to send you straight to hell. As the words fell, he pulled the long sword from his bag and slashed diagonally at Huang Jiqiang's vital points. Uffed. Blood sprayed all over Buck Saigon's face. Without wiping it off, he stepped close and stabbed the sword into the heart. You buffed. Huang Jiqiang's mouth spewed blood, unable to finish a word. Even as an old player, 2 strikes to vital points were fatal. Taking advantage, Buck Saigon delivered 2 more stabs, finishing him completely. Huang Jiqiang never expected that the person he was chatting with one moment would try to kill him the next. Idiot. Buck Saigon sheathed his sword and spat on the corpse. Next. Everyone thought he was going after Li Chongqing next, but he went the opposite way, straight to the 10th floor, heading directly to the end of the corridor, room 1001. He didn't even glance at the rooms on either side, including Zhao Feng's. His target was clear: eliminate the threats first. Unfortunately for him, his plan misfired. I wasn't a sitting duck. 2 gorgeous beauties inside the dormitory were on alert. Seeing Buck Saigon covered in blood, they immediately sensed something was wrong. This time, Buck Saigon didn't knock. As soon as he entered Area 1001, he immediately drew his longsword. Shing! The blade hummed. Shin Sinew and the others were stunned. Was this guy brainless? The blazing iron door itself inflicted at least 50 points of rebound damage on contact. Was he really going to just swing like that? No one knew whether Huang Jiqiang had boosted him with blood fury or reinforced his Highlander bloodline. But he instantly lost his mind and actually thought he could control me. Honestly, the blame lay with Chun Jinting's failure to expose my identity. No one knew I was a level 4 full turret, and the dormitory doors had already been upgraded to level 5. Level 3 long-haired ghosts would have to fight through 2 big shields to get in. Lin Xiao? Prepare to die. Buck Saigon laughed viciously, swinging his long sword at the flaming iron door. Boom! A burst of fire blazed, and the aggressive Buck Saigon was instantly blasted backwards. The counter damage triggered, followed by 3 seconds of burning agony. Buck Saigon writhed in pain on the ground. Shin Sinew and the others didn't give him a chance to recover. An uninvited guest must be cut down while weakened. The 2 turrets immediately locked on. Let me show you we're not easy to mess with either. Liang Shiyun pressed the attack button. Whiz whiz whiz. Golden beads and talismans flew in a coordinated volley. Buck Saigon half opened his eyes to look over, his pupils contracting sharply. Lin Xiao? Fuck. Boom. Boom. Before he could finish, attack slammed into his face, flames engulfing him entirely. Thick smoke rose as the 2 women did not relax, continuing to rain talismans down with precision at his original position, holding fire for 6 to 7 consecutive seconds before stopping. Is he dead? Liang Shiyun craned her neck, staring at the monitor. Of course. There's no attackable target in the screen now. Shin Sinyu placed her hands on her hips. She even glanced at the data. His name's been blacked out in the chat channel. The reward had already been automatically collected by the Lingbao cloth bag into my inventory. After all, as the turret's owner, the kill counted for me. The two women glanced back to find me still sound asleep. No choice. Fighting monsters at night, resting during the day, adjusting to the time difference was the worst. They rarely joined battles and could afford to take naps, but as the main force, I couldn't slack off. Dorm 1006. Well deserved. Chun Zihan slapped his thigh, looking like he'd done the deed himself. Yang In and Zhao Feng said nothing. Zhao Feng's smile had already betrayed him. Ahem, it's still a human life after all, but truly a brilliant death. Shut up. Yang In and Chun Zihan both flipped him off simultaneously. They had expected some kind words from this man in his 30s, but he immediately seized the opportunity to kick someone when they were down. Yang In nodded and analyzed. Buck Saigon's death might not be a bad thing for the whole dorm building. He'd witnessed the temperament of veteran players and knew these guys were mostly bad news. As dusk fell, I sat up from bed. Shin Sinyu and Liang Shiyun were still asleep. I silently summoned the system and began today's sign-in. Sign-in successful. Obtained 1,200 wood, 1,000 iron, 1,000 stone, 12 signature food gift packs, 8 large fruit gift boxes. Super sign-in. 1 level, 5 universal blueprint, 1 level, 5 fire element gem, 1 level, 5 earth element gem. Lucky critical, 1,500 yellow papers. System. Damn you. I couldn't hold back cursing. Over 1,000 yellow papers. They were clearly expecting me to stack 1,000 paper cranes. While I could pinch them out with my fingers, the promotion requirements forced manual folding for it to count. Whatever, too tired to complain. I got up and headed to the desk to fold paper when a glance caught my eye, and I froze. The yellow talisman near the dorm door had a burnt corner. Frowning, I approached for a closer look. How could system-issued items be damaged for no reason? And this was clearly scorch marks. Could it have been from last night? A chill sank into my heart as caution sharpened. Dorm broadcast. At sunset the fog rises, the big red bridal sedan. Night roads are treacherous, where white fog falls. All inside the sedan turn into lonely wandering ghosts. The corridor suddenly moaned. White fog spread instantly, denser than last night, blurring everything beyond 3 meters. The mist seeped through the door cracks, but when it reached me, buzz buzz. The black characters on the yellow talisman flickered with red light, and the white fog slammed into an invisible wall, unable to advance even an inch. At the same time, the talisman burned down a little more. So that's what's going on. I suddenly understood why last night's long-haired ghost had such trouble getting inside. The fog can't get in, so Shin Sinyu and the others are safe. But what about monster grinding for me? Just as I was pondering this, a shout exploded from the corridor. Fuck! Fuck! I want to go home. The voice trembled as if genuinely terrified. No, damn it, it was really real. Finally, I dashed out, slamming the door behind me. If the fog seeped in, everything would be ruined. Outside, I saw a bright red bridal sedan rushing past. The voice came from within. It sounded like Wang Sanbao next door. I quickly caught up. Data popped up. Big red bridal sedan. Level 2. Skill. Suppression. This bridal sedan actually has a suppression effect. No wonder Wang Sanbao could only scream in frustration and couldn't escape. Follow them. No way. Behind a level 2 sedan chair, at least level 3 zombies lurk. Once you leave the dormitory area, it's a death sentence. I drew my big machete and swung it down in a single strike. Crack. The sedan chair split open, and Wang Sanbao, with his mushroom haircut, tumbled out. Ah, Brother Xiao, good thing you're here. He burst into tears. Killed a level 2 bright red sedan chair, gained 4 points. Cloth 30, wood 30, sedan chair fragment 1, copper coins 50. I glanced at him. You're not hiding in the dorm, running around the hallway to get yourself killed? Wang Sanbao stammered. I was eating bread with my wife. Then suddenly a thick fog appeared. Where did your wife come from? Isn't your dorm room empty? I held the big machete right at his neck. Cold sweat broke out on him immediately. That wife? I drew her myself. I'm just a homebody. Ahem. I coughed awkwardly twice. Hurry back and watch less. Wang Sanbao's face flushed bright red as he ran off without looking back. I took out the fragment to check. Sedan share fragment, 24 fragments can be exchanged for one sedan share with defensive effects. Description: you wouldn't seriously want a grown man to ride a sedan share, right? My expression darkened. Wait a minute. The system never makes meaningless taunts. Could it be that sedan shares are only for female players? Then the girls in the dorm, Sinew and Shiryun. I'll need to get a few more so they can protect themselves. Just as I was thinking this, noise came from ahead. What the hell is this? Let me out. Where's my knife? Watch me slash my way through. That fiery temper. Who else but Zhao Feng? I rushed over and cut the sedan share's poles with one slash, then sliced open the door with another. Zhao Feng. What? Lin Xiao. I never would have guessed that an old man tough enough to handle level 2 zombies alone could also be captured. You three in the dorm. How come only you got caught? Zhao Feng scratched his face awkwardly. Then his expression shifted suddenly. Damn, Chen Zihan hasn't been saved yet. Hurry. He took off running. I instantly understood. Chen Zihan must have been caught too. None of us were doing better than the others. The two of us dashed through the fog to the hallway teleportation array. The dorm building's main entrance was right across. Let's do this. I raised an eyebrow. Whoosh. Whoosh. We teleported out into a misty scene at the dorm entrance. Lin Xiao, look that way. Zhao Feng pointed into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a faint red glow. It was almost impossible to notice without careful looking. But Zhao Feng's quick reaction was suspicious. Don't even think about it. I have an inside source. Can't say more. Zhao Feng blurted out. I nodded. Everyone has their secrets. It's normal. Besides, even if we couldn't beat them, I had the ultimate hunter experience card and the evil exorcising pistol as backup. Whoosh. Another sedan share teleported in behind us. Crack. I didn't hesitate to chop it open. Saving lives was important, and so were the fragments. A strange face rolled out of the chair. I didn't bother to look more, just turned and walked away. Given a chance and not appreciating it, no one else to blame. The red glow ahead grew stronger. A chill swept over us. Careful, something's wrong. Woo woo woo. The eerie wind howled, wrapping the area in a heavier cold. Whoosh. A red sedan share burst out of the fog straight towards me. Huh. I swung my machete fiercely, no holding back. Crack. A split appeared on the chair. I used the momentum to surge forward. Two forces collided. The chair instantly split into two halves. Zhao Feng swallowed hard, clearly rattled. Move. They've spotted us. I grit my teeth and urged. Up close. There were 3 or 4 dozen red sedan chairs densely packed. This many? All captured people. Too many sedan chairs made it impossible to locate Chen Zihan. Just as I was about to break through, a strange aura suddenly hit, and a private message popped up. 1006 Yong'an requests to add you as a friend. Yong'an, Brother Xiao, look at your 2 o'clock. My heart skipped a beat. Yong'an able to sneak a refresh point at night. Zhao Feng's confident attitude just now. So the man who could survive outdoors at night was him. If he didn't save Chen Zihan, it was either because he wasn't strong enough or his abilities couldn't cover 2 people. I leapt over several sedan share tops, charging toward that aura. But the closer I got, the emptier it seemed. Suddenly a nearby tree branch floated up, pointing toward a certain sedan chair. Brother Xiao, Chen Zihan is here. Invisible? Interesting. I stepped forward and sliced the chair open with one stroke. Chen Zihan tumbled out. No way. Brother Xiao, you finally came. He nearly cried. Yong'an on the other end was shocked. I had pinpointed his hidden location precisely with only a piece of info. He was absolutely confident in his invisibility skill. Yong'an, good brother. Next time bring me some iced tea. I got you covered. Chen Zihan patted his chest and promised. Enough talk. Let's get out of here. I urged. Brother Xiao, wait. Yong'an suddenly spoke up. What about Xiao Chou and Zhang Beifeng? Save them or not? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Chen Zihan and Zhao Feng exchanged glances. They knew this was putting me in a tough spot. Saving would be kindness. Not saving would be duty. The next second, they were all stunned. Save them. As long as you cover me. Everyone on the 10th floor must be rescued. I grinned and said this. And in a daze, the 3 of them seemed to see golden light radiating from my body. What are you standing there for? If you're late, Something bad will happen. Yang snapped back to reality. Brother Xiao, don't worry. I've observed. There's currently only the big red flower sedan chair monster in the plaza. Yang first gave me reassurance. Brother Feng, you guys go back first. I will take Brother Xiao to rescue Bei Feng and the others. Zhao Feng and the others' combat abilities were average. Staying behind would only be a burden. They knew their limits, nodded, and withdrew. Come on, Brother Xiao. Seeing the two disappear into the white mist, I directly waved my hand. Let's go. For me, rescuing people was just incidental. With such a large monster spawn point, who knew how many sedan chair fragments could drop? As long as no stronger monsters appeared, I had a full chance to wipe them all out. During the dash, I casually asked, was this ability acquired along with the competition ticket? I didn't even need to look at the stick in Yang's hand. Just by the aura, I locked onto him. Yes, when I was chased to the library, I thought I was going to die. Yang said candidly, then asked back, Brother Xiao, do you have any detection skills? He had held back this question for a long time. No, why? I looked serious. Nothing, just curious how you knew my position. I was also pondering. He was completely invisible, so how could I see him at a glance? Could it be the effect brought by the paper crane army? I muttered quietly. That prompt never left my mind. When you fold 1,365 paper cranes, you will be able to control them with your mind. This mind control was probably a use of mental attributes. Soon, we circled around to the other side of the sedan chair group. Zhang Beifeng is in this one. Xiao Chou is in that one. Yang pointed at two sedan chairs. Without a word, I slashed open with a knife. Crack. As the blade fell, a surge of blood energy rose. Blood refining technique reached the third layer. My constitution increased by 1 point. A smile appeared on my face. I hadn't thought about this at all before coming out. It was a pure accidental gain. I looked at the flower sedan chair group. Clearing all these big red flower sedan chairs would definitely raise my level again, maybe even 2 layers. With my specialized swordsmanship, there was also a chance to upgrade. Brother Xiao, you're exactly my white moonlight in my heart. Get lost. It should be called White Moonbeam. I like them both. Mind your own business. Zhang Beifeng and Xiao Chou bickered. I was too lazy to watch. Waving my hand, I signaled Yang to take them away and turned to charge into the monster group. On the second floor of the library, Yang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. The fog was thick, making everything unclear. Only the gradually decreasing number of red lights and the points on the leaderboard revealed the battle situation amidst the mist. Brother Xiao really is a deity. Yang held it in for a long time before involuntarily sighing this sentence. Inside the mist, I had just finished slashing a big red flower sedan chair and stuck my knife into the ground to use as a crutch, gasping heavily, lips pale. Glug, glug. A bottle of water went down, soothing the burning sensation in my throat. Good thing I have blood refining technique. Otherwise, I really wouldn't hold out. Why hasn't the 4th layer shown up yet? My swordsmanship specialization just upgraded. I pulled up the panel. Swordsmanship Mastery. Level 5. Effect. Mastery of sword-type weapons, gaining an additional 20% damage. Upgrade requirement. Use sword-type weapons to kill 100 targets of level 3 or above. Description. Use my Qinglong Yenhua saber to carve an apple for Xiao. Alright. Guan Dao is still a sword, right? I laughed at myself. If I hadn't read the description, I would still be in the dark. After specialization advances to mastery, the single-edged blade limitation disappeared. Big knives, small knives, Guan Dao all count. Only level 5 and already like this. Imagine leveling up more. I glanced into the distance. The remaining big red flower sedan chairs were few. My backpack was filled with fragments. If no stronger monsters appeared, I could clear it tonight. These were all level 2, less threatening than level 2 zombies. At least zombies dared to attack proactively. For newcomers, this should have been a great chance to turn things around. Unfortunately, once rescued, they all fled in panic without noticing the abnormalities. Congratulations, player Lin Xiao acquired. Congratulations. The prompt sounds rang endlessly. I had grown numb to them. Level 2 sedan chairs didn't drop anything good. The yellow paper was useful, but I already had over 1,000 sheets. Cloth and cotton collected a lot too, but I had no idea what to use them for. Just then, Buzzing sounds arose around the plaza. Dormitory broadcast. Massive destruction of sedan chairs. The ghost bride is escaping. The ghost king is furious. Umbrella-holding fox demons are entering the battlefield early. Wailing sounds filled the air. A chill swept through. Finally arrived? I should retreat too. I glanced at the sedan chair fragments in my backpack, about 2 full sets, and retreated contentedly to the front of the dormitory building. Swoosh. Just as I was about to step into the teleportation array, a rushing whoosh came from the sky. I instinctively dodged, only to see a red paper umbrella spinning fiercely through the mist, headed straight for my face. Paper cranes. Go. I formed a hand seal and pointed. 6 white paper cranes flew out to intercept. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession, flames flickering on the red umbrella before fading. The umbrella retreated midair, but a fluffy hand reached out to grasp the handle. It spun in the air and landed steadily. Fox. I caught sight of the newcomer and was momentarily stunned. A fox stood upright, but its lower half was semi-illusory, not a living body. Umbrella-wielding fox demon. Level 3. Constitution 20. Spirit 12. Skill Umbrella attack. Description: a minor demon under the nine-tailed fox king, fond of helping the ghost king snatch brides. The ghost king is also a fox. What concerned me more was that there wasn't just one level 3 umbrella-wielding fox demon. They all belong to the ghost king. If his minions are level 3, then the ghost king must be at least level 4. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Hee hee. The fox demon laughed with a hand over its mouth. A chill ran down my spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple attacks came flying straight at me. I dared not hide anymore. Nearly 50 paper cranes emerged all at once, splitting into 4 groups to charge at 4 red paper umbrellas. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks flew everywhere. The mist cleared to reveal a vacuum zone. Seizing this moment, I assessed the situation. The 5 umbrella-wielding fox demons led the front line, while a dozen more stood behind them. Hee hee. The fox demons laughed in unison, the atmosphere turning eerie. Holy hell. Such a big formation. Are they trying to kill me? But they were only wrecking some wedding sedan chairs. Was such an uproar really necessary? Besides, these fox demons were obviously smarter than the long-haired ghosts, showing division of labor and restraint. The few leading them focused solely on holding me back. Their strength and intelligence completely outmatched the previous monsters. Damn it, so this is how they want to play. In a fit of rage, I unleashed over 50 yellow paper cranes. Compared to the white paper cranes, their attack power was significantly stronger. Even so, I wasn't confident. The moment the cranes took flight, I flipped my wrist and clenched the experience card in my hand. The cursed pistol held only 6 bullets. There was no way to clear so many fox demons. Boom, boom, boom. The lead fox demons failed to dodge in time, resulting in another round of explosions. This time the force was obviously greater. Howl squeak. A chorus of screams mingled with agonized cries. I knew I had scored a hit, but had no time to check. Taking advantage of the moment, I retreated a few steps and slipped into the teleport array. Howl. As I vanished, the lead fox demon let out a wild howl. Its face twisted in rage. It was truly furious. The red paper umbrella in front of it was tattered and burnt, and a large patch of its fur was scorched. Paper cranes, effective against soul beings, had dealt it a heavy blow. Squeak squeak. A few fox demons transformed into streaks of red light and gave chase into the teleport array. 10th floor, dormitory building. Back in the familiar corridor, I didn't dare relax for a second. The closer I got to the dormitory, the more vigilant I became. Whoosh. Without warning, a large red wedding sedan burst through the mist, flying at me faster than a car. If it hit me dead on, I wouldn't escape without injuries. Crash. My reflexes kicked in. My blade sliced across the path the sedan had to take in advance. Crack. The sedan split into 2 halves, flying off to the sides. Good thing I asked Wang Sanbao beforehand. I snorted coldly and hurried toward the dormitory. Wang Sanbao had warned me that the big red sedan might suddenly appear near the dorms. I had anticipated this when the fox demons chased me. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more sounds came from behind. I didn't even look back, suddenly leaping up and narrowly avoiding 2 red paper umbrellas as they passed. Watching the red silk flutter from both umbrellas beneath me, I lightly tapped my toes, using their momentum to launch another leap. Drawing a curve in the air amid the stunned gazes of the two fox demons, I landed not far from dorm 1001. Come on. I looked back, beckoning with a hook of my hand and grinning. Chased for so long, I was finally back on my home turf. Now, the roles of offense and defense had reversed. Squeak, squeak. The fox demons didn't disappoint, screaming as they pursued. The red paper umbrellas returned to their hands, speeding up and closing in midair. Just in time, I shouted loudly, putting on a ready-to-fight stance. In reality, I silently backed off several paces before assuming an attacking posture. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the two umbrella-wielding fox demons. They extended razor-sharp claws, ready to seize me. As they closed in, a cold smile spread across my face. The fox demons sensed something wrong and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. Whoosh. 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 A golden orb struck from the side, accompanied by over a dozen yellow talismans. Too fast for the fox demons to react, the attacks hit them hard. Boom! Blazing fire exploded right in front of me. With a successful hit, I grabbed my large machete and charged into the smoky blast. Howl! Howl! Two pained cries echoed as heavy bodies hit the ground. I floated down gracefully, a smirk tugging at my lips. Hee hee! Fools! Killing two monsters with a counterattack didn't fill me with pride, but after being chased all the way here, breaking them down through strategy felt just like kiting wild mobs in a game. It was pretty satisfying. Woo! A wailing sound rose ahead. Focusing carefully, I saw over a dozen pairs of green, gleaming eyes staring at me from within the mist. Dare to come up? We're on my turf, so why be timid? It's best if they come one by one, so I can take them all out. Chirp chirp. Howl! The fox demons seemed to be communicating within the fog, but after 10 seconds, not a single one stepped forward. Are these fox demons really that intelligent? Lingering any longer would be a waste of time, but I couldn't just personally lure them out either. As I pondered, whoosh, a fierce whistle came from behind. Instinct alarms blared, and I swung a blade backward without hesitation. Boom! I glanced back to see a scarlet bridal sedan shattered to pieces by that strike. Without turning fully around, I surged forward along the direction of the sedan, rolling on the spot. Whoosh! A claw just latched onto where I had been a moment ago. The red sedan was merely a decoy. The real attack came from behind. As I slashed backward, the fox demons had already moved. Several close by lunged at me with ferocious claws, propelled by the speed of their red paper umbrellas. If they caught me, my body would be riddled with holes. After all, a level 3 monster's flesh isn't to be underestimated. Boom! Boom! Firepower from the paper crane turret belched out, the fox demons in front taking the brunt of the damage. Two fox demons, seeing the situation deteriorate, attempted to flee. The red umbrella spun and turned, having only flown less than a meter. Go! Block them! Heat sparked behind me, flames splashing everywhere, pushing them forward to stumble. No wonder this skill is amazing. Just at the entry threshold, the combat ability utterly outclasses other skills. I grinned, brandished my blade, and pressed forward, not missing a single one. I left them all barely breathing, strictly for mastering my blade technique. Though it may sound like a clash with the lucky golden toad, it isn't. The lucky golden toad grants only 25 extra copper for kills. The 3-level fox demons don't lack that much loot. Blade mastery requires kills against targets no lower than level 3 to level up. Level 2 monsters can be left for the lucky golden toad. There's no conflict. Chirp chirp. In a few more rounds, I dispatched 7 or 8 more. The remaining fox demons grew restless, growling low warnings from their throats. Don't just bark. I swung my blade, blood spraying to the ground before vanishing, leaving the surface spotless. The fox demons grew angrier, their eyes glowing eerily through the mist as they locked onto me. Howl! The leader howled skyward, then turned and disappeared into the fog. The rest soon followed, vanishing in the direction of the corridor. They're leaving? I was stunned, not expecting them to be so decisive. On second thought, it's not yet their time to fully appear. The dorm broadcast had said I killed too many bridal sedans before, prompting their arrival. Retreating was normal. They might be regrouping strength too. When the main force gathers tomorrow, they'd launch a total assault. Those dozen or so long-haired ghosts alone took many lives in the dorm. Imagine a whole horde of level 3 umbrella-wielding fox demons tomorrow. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Whatever, good luck to them. Life and death are fate. I have no time to worry over others. After the fox demons left, the remaining scarlet bridal sedan monsters weren't worth fearing. Purely level 2, players could handle them with a bit of teamwork. Zhao Feng and the others didn't miss the chance either. Seeing the drops, they felt even more regretful. But while they fought eagerly, I had no intention of going out. This could easily be a trap set by the fox demons to lure me outside, where they'd surround me to death. Then it'd be over for me. After all, the fox demons would come to me tomorrow automatically. Why waste effort now? Staying defensively in the small dorm was safer and also faster at clearing monsters. Back in the dorm, I began tallying my haul. Congratulations, player Lin Xiao. Obtained. Cloth 1560, wood 1560, cotton 140, level 4 dorm door, blueprint times 7, fast food blind box times 12, bread 34, pure water 15L, bridal sedan fragment 52, copper coins times 2600. The surprisingly generous drops of fast food blind boxes and bread caught me off guard. The real lucky find was the level 4 dorm door blueprints. Not very useful to me, but with a decent drop rate, ordinary players could gain more survival chances by hunting bridal sedans. I'll have Sinew list those on the trading post later. My gaze shifted toward the umbrella-holding fox demons drops. Only after the fight ended did I have a chance to check the spoils. No matter what, they were level 3 monsters, on par with the long-haired ghosts, so their rewards shouldn't be lacking. Congratulations, player Lin Xiao. Obtained. Fox fur 8, red paper umbrella 8, yellow paper 16, pure water 30L, fast food blind box 11, copper coins 3200. Huh? Not a single blueprint dropped. I scanned the items and froze. The rest was fairly complete, but the blueprints that the long-haired ghosts guaranteed never dropped from any of the 8 fox demons. Instead, there were extra fox fur and red paper umbrella, both guaranteed drops. Could it be that these 2 items have some special significance? I checked the item descriptions. Fox fur. Type, material. Collect 10 pieces to exchange for the fox fur costume, which has cold resistance effects. Fashion. I was momentarily taken aback. This term is common in games, usually meaning appearance-only outfits that don't affect equipment stats. The cold-resistant effect looked practical. The dorm survival world is unpredictable. Who knows when it might come in handy? That red paper umbrella must be. I rubbed my chin and shifted my gaze. Red paper umbrella. Type, material. Collect 10 to exchange for moon umbrella, effective at blocking direct moonlight. Are you kidding me? I rubbed my eyes, reading it over repeatedly. I'd heard of sun umbrellas, but what the hell is a moon umbrella? It's a clear night with no clouds. What's the point of using an umbrella then? Forget it. If it exists, it must have its reason. The focus was still on the fox fur outfit. The moon umbrella could just be for rain protection, not a bad trade. Speaking of synthesis, I smirked and pulled out the bridal sedan fragments. Just enough to combine 2. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. 2 bridal sedans appeared from thin air, filling up the dorm space completely. The 2 girls watched curiously. Bridal sedan. Restriction, female players. Durability, 400/400 defense, 30. Durability does not repair. Summoned to hide inside. Description, a decent life-saving tool. Too bad the Ghost King nine-tailed fox won't let you use it. Damn, I almost lost it. With 400 durability and 30 defense, it's stronger than a level 4 iron door, and you can summon it anytime. I accepted the restriction to female players, but that this restriction was set by the Ghost King nine-tailed fox itself? An uncle can endure, an auntie cannot. My molars were grinding so hard I thought they'd shatter. I forced down my anger, careful not to let the girls sense it. Lin Xiao, this. Shin Sinew cautiously stepped forward to comfort me. It's fine, I waved my hand. This was meant for you all along. The 2 girls exchanged a glance, even more puzzled. If it was for them, why was I so upset? They didn't dare ask more and cautiously stored away the bridal sedans. Ghost King nine-tailed fox, just you wait. For the first time, I felt the urge to beat the boss senseless. Meanwhile, on the other side, the players' battle was nearing its end. Knowing the plaza was dangerous, They only targeted isolated bridal sedans in the corridors. After I rescued them from the plaza, most of the fear had dissipated, and once they understood the patterns, they moved with ease. Dorm broadcast. Congratulations on surviving a day. The Ghost King has decided to send more monsters tomorrow night, with special abilities. The new players were stunned. Killing more only made the enemy stronger? That's the dorm survival world. Too weak, no mercy. Too strong, suppressed. But I wasn't too worried. Others might be. Dorm 1006. Are you sure? Zhao Feng asked gravely. Yang nodded, pulling out a roll of parchment and spreading it open. Special intelligence. The Ghost King Nine-Tailed Fox has heard that the miracle merchant has recently appeared nearby and has gathered a large amount of supplies for trade. Rumor has it the miracle merchant travels the continent, carrying many wondrous goods. Tough luck if you don't meet the miracle merchant. Chun Zihan stroked his chin. Tough luck? If you don't meet the miracle merchant, you meet the Ghost King first, Zhao Feng said with a worried face. Yang added, what if the Ghost King sells you guys to the miracle merchant? What kind of hellish triangular trade joke is that? Zhao Feng exploded in curses. Forget it. I want to show this to Lin Xiao. Any objections? The two shook their heads. No objections. Dorm 1001. Dawn broke. After warming up, I checked in for today's sign-in. Sign-in successful. Reward. 1,400 wood, 1,200 iron, 1,200 stone, 14 signature food gift packs, 10 fruit gift boxes. Super sign-in. 1 level 5 universal blueprint, 2 level 5 gold element gems. Lucky critical hit, 20 flame bombs. It's gold. I was overjoyed. After waiting so long, I finally got gold element gems, and 2 at once, just enough for 1 turret and 1 cannon. Flame bomb. Level 5 attack, 30. Attribute, flame, deals damage, adds 7 seconds of burn within 1 meter radius, 30 plus, 20% main weapon attack, damage per second. Hiss. The exorcism pistol hits 50 attack, with 1 shot dealing 80 main damage, enough to kill most monsters instantly, plus 40 burning damage per second. If those fox demons come again tonight, I grinned wickedly. I put back the flame bombs and focused on the gold element gems, my mind set on upgrading the lucky golden toad. Upgrade. The lucky golden toad on the wall burst forth with golden light, but instead of growing larger, it began shrinking, and its golden color faded. Evolution can fail. My heart jumped into my throat. The once brilliant golden glow disappeared entirely. Upgrade success. I opened my eyes, and everything went black. No more lucky golden toad. It was clearly a giant black toad. Wait, this isn't right. Looking closely, it wasn't a black lump. It was made of black crystals. Obsidian toad, unique. Level 5 attack, 80. Shooting rate, 1 shot, /2 seconds. Range, 15 meters. Cost, 1 shot, /10 copper coins. Attribute, luck. Executes targets with no more than 7% health. Maximum, 999 damage. All room owners get an additional 80 copper coins drop upon killing the target, 100% attack bonus. Upgrade requirement. Level 6 gold type treasure *10. The attack boost wasn't much, but the consumption had multiplied 5-fold. Yet the luck attribute shone brightly. The execution ratio increased, and the extra copper drop limit was lifted, triggering whenever you landed the killing blow. The catch was that upgrading to level 6 required 10 level 6 gold type treasures. The flame iron door only needed 1. Ridiculous. Oh well, the only special item having unique requirements was normal. Just as I was thinking this, the chat window trembled. Zhao Feng. What's up? 1006 Zhao Feng. Lin Xiao, take a look at this. A piece of parchment popped up. I opened it, raising my eyebrows higher and higher. Miracle Merchant? And that damn Ghost King. Introduction. The Miracle Merchant will arrive tomorrow morning. Loves collecting all sorts of strange things, preferably items not available in shops. Monster drops. I pinched my chin, pondering. The merchant's items must be more than what the shop sold. Exchanging shop goods would be pointless. Special items on my person. The obsidian toad can definitely not be traded. The only item like it. Anyone who trades it is crazy. The Ultimate Hunter Experience card and the Needle and Thread doll are both lifesavers. They have to be kept. No, the Ghost King. Could it be I have to start with the Ghost King? I slapped my palm. Since the Ghost King went to find the miracle merchant, he must be carrying secrets. 1001 Lin Xiao. Gather more items tonight. They might be useful. I responded vaguely. Saying too clearly invites suspicion. Long-term info trading needs subtlety. The other party replied simply with okay, and I stopped caring. The urgent task was to recuperate and recharge. Elsewhere, after a few days of adjustment, and with the troublemakers among the veteran players dead, the remaining folks got along much better. The monsters were getting stronger. Cooperation was the only safe bet. Of course, there were some uneasy alliances, like Shin Sinyu's second uncle Wang Hanjia. He clung to luck to survive through the fourth day. Last night, he should have died trapped in the wedding sedan chair at the square, but by a twist of fate, I ended up saving him too. Since I didn't know him, I didn't care much. As long as my good niece is around, maybe I still have a chance. Wang Hanjia muttered under his breath, face twisted with ferocity. Once again, the sun set and the moon rose, ushering in the fourth night. The cold wind howled. The corridor mist thickened again, though much thinner than the previous 2 nights. Dormitory broadcast. Red-clad woman. The fox spirit has abducted her. The fox demon is carrying the sedan chair to capture the runaway ghost bride. No sheltering allowed. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of gongs approached from afar and stopped downstairs. The festive gong beats sent chills down the spine in this eerie night. Hee hee hee. The sound was like a bride's coy giggle, yet also like wood being sawed. Only I who had heard it before knew what it was. They're here. The yellow talisman papers on all 4 walls were down to less than half a sheet each. Just enough to last until tomorrow night. There was one final sheet left in my backpack. On the desk sat a pile of yellow origami cranes, all folded by me. I was just shy of 1,365 cranes. Tomorrow night will be about right. If I could complete the cranes and upgrade them into a paper army before the Ghost King arrived, that would be great. The flame iron door and the obsidian toad were still only level 5. If the Ghost King was level 5 too, it could get tricky. The dorm survival world never allowed you to hide forever. Dong, dong, dong. On the security monitor, a wedding procession dressed in red slowly entered. 8 people carried a bright red sedan chair. Fox demons holding umbrellas flanked them, their dark green eyes glowing faintly, glancing intermittently toward my dorm room door. I want to see what you're planning. A quick count showed at least 10 fox demons, not counting those off camera. Just as I was about to act, I froze. A fox demon actually knocked on room 1002's door. Hee hee hee. I had no idea what state Wang Sanbao was shaking in inside. Letting a fox demon run out of attack range would cost me dearly. Having a ready-made decoy in hand, how could I not use it? Obsidian toad, engage. The black toad on the wall rolled its humanoid-like eyes, its whole body glowing with glazed brilliance, shimmering with luminous colors. Pop. A black marble shot at the fox demons, charged with the stove's blessing, an extra flame damage equal to that of the cannon tower's attack, doubling against ice, spirit, and dark creatures. The only drawback was that the incense offerings couldn't be interrupted, which was no problem for me. Hee hee hee. The fox demons, seeing the marble was slightly smaller than last night's golden cannonball, dropped their caution with light chuckles. 2 of them charged straight at it, holding up red paper umbrellas to block. In the next second, boom, a fierce burst of flame instantly engulfed them. The entire corridor echoed with the agonized screams of the fox demons and the sedan chair carriers. Ugh, yeah. Liang Shiyun furrowed her brows, looking like she couldn't bear to watch. No wonder. The moves of those 2 fox demons were ice-searing to witness. Fierce attacks like tigers, but looking at the results, 0 hits out of 5 attempts. Those 2 fox demons provided me with more than a dozen assists. The precision of the cannon's explosions was entirely thanks to their guidance. I have to say they really caught those shots perfectly. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Before long, the corridor was littered with fox demon corpses. I silently gave a thumbs up. Indeed, good teamwork beats pure strength every time. The sound of copper coins jingling into my backpack lifted my spirits. Unconsciously, I had accumulated over 10,000 coins. Now I have enough materials. I counted my spoils. Materials from over a dozen umbrella-carrying fox demons, combined with the 8 sets I had collected earlier, were just enough to craft 2 sets each of the fox fur coat outfit and the moon umbrella. Let's synthesize. All the materials before my eyes vanished, transforming into 2 jet black oil paper umbrellas and 2 fluffy coats. Fox fur coat. Type, outfit. Attribute, Constitution +2. Maintains body temperature in cold weather. Surprisingly, the fox fur coat also provided a +2 Constitution bonus. That was equivalent to 2 layers of blood refining technique or half a bottle of zombie serum. Plus, wearing it could modify appearance or conceal oneself. This time, I didn't rush to share with Shinsenyu and the others. I put one on myself first. As the main player, my safety came first. Besides, I needed to keep a set to trade with the miracle merchant. Moon umbrella. Level 4. Borrow wind. Opening grants 20% movement speed bonus. Have stamina consumption. Umbrella shadow can block direct moonlight. I raised an eyebrow. The umbrella's effect must hold more secrets, and the borrow wind attribute was a welcome surprise. Helpful for chasing enemies or making a getaway. Definitely worth it. Clang, clang, clang. The gongs rang again. The fox demons I had just taken down regrouped. This time, they split into 2 groups, one rushing toward Wang Sanbao's dorm, the other charging my direction. Even stranger, they had become smarter and dispersed their formation to avoid being wiped out by a single blast. A few fox demons approached, holding red paper umbrellas, eyes locked on the obsidian toad. Their cooperation was orderly and beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, ideals are rich, but reality is harsh. Level 5 against level 3, total suppression. No teamwork could stand against that. Pop! The obsidian toad spat out a pearl. The fox demons were prepared, but as soon as they moved, they immediately realized they were dead wrong. Incredibly wrong. Although the cannonball seemed slow, it was actually incomparably faster than them. Before they even took a half step, the shell had already arrived. Boom! Sparks exploded, hot air waved, flipping nearby fox demons onto the ground. The talisman 8 trigram mirror didn't sit idle either, launching 4 talismans toward its target. Combined with the stove sun effect, it seared those defenseless fox demons ruthlessly. In an instant, several more were wiped out. The batch of fox demons near the opposite door panicked. A red umbrella flew, striking Wang Sanbao's wooden door. Wah wah wah. Xiao Gu, are you alright? Wang Sanbao shouted and made a fuss inside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive door-hitting sounds creaked the dorm door. Its durability slid to the last bit. Boom. I finished off that group of fox demons with a single shot. I couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with these fox demons? Are they sick or what? I didn't deny that the umbrella-carrying fox demons bore grudges, but smashing the wrong door twice in a row so obviously, what was wrong with their eyesight? Or was there something inside Wang Sanbao's room attracting them? I didn't bother pondering further. Either way, it had become a vicious cycle. Wang Sanbao drew the monsters, I cleared them out, and the fox demons queued up to be slaughtered. Feeling great, I waved my hand and sent out several hundred pieces of wood, plus a level 4 dormitory door blueprint, previously dropped by the long-haired ghost. Wait, is this the 5th or 6th wave? I scratched my head. Wang Sanbao stacked the entire dormitory door with defenses. The fox demons couldn't break through. I let the obsidian toad attack automatically, too lazy to watch. Until dorm broadcast. Congratulations to player Lin Xiao for being the first to surpass 1,500 points, setting a new dormitory record. Extra reward of 5 free attribute points after event ends. Only then did I realize my score had frozen at 1516. Besides the long-haired ghost, the big red flower sedan chair, and a few chair-carrying little ghosts, I had slain at least 44 umbrella-carrying fox fairies. 5 free attribute points. Too bad I have to wait for the event to end. I sighed inwardly. If I could claim them now, I'd be even more confident tackling the Ghost King tomorrow night. There are way more fox demons than I expected. Normally, higher-level monsters are fewer in number, but so many umbrella fox fairies had died already. When the Ghost King appears tomorrow night, would I be the last one standing? From a survival standpoint, fewer monsters are better. But my performance was too strong. Others couldn't sit still. Dorm 903. Li Chongqing, who didn't realize he had just brushed past death, stared at the screen in shock. How is this possible? No way. He shook his head in disbelief. To him, Lin Xiao was just a newbie, not worthy of comparison. But now, leaderboard, painting fairy. 1. Lin Xiao, 1516. 2. Feng Wuchen, 178. 3. Zhao Feng, 104. Lin Xiao pulled ahead by an overwhelming margin. The once haughty veteran players felt a burning blush streak across their faces. Could it be that Lin Xiao has some kind of secret? Li Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. But he himself had no idea where to start. No way. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean others can't. He turned his gaze to Feng Wuchen, summoned the chat panel, and sent a guess. Feng Wuchen, go away. One word completely shut down everything he was about to say. Damn you, Feng Wuchen. I'll remember this. Li Chongqing growled viciously, clenching his fists. Just as he was deep in thought, a message popped up. He had no impression of the sender, but when he opened the details, his brows lifted. Wang Hanjia, I'm Shin Sinyu's second uncle. I can help you. Until dawn, I continued killing more than a dozen fox demons one after another. Later, it seemed they figured something out. Their attacks became less frequent, only occasionally sending a few to test me, as if probing my gaps. Little did they know, the level 5 obsidian toad had already included their entrance within its attack range. Even without monitoring, the turret could automatically and precisely strike. After several unsuccessful probes, the fox spirits basically disappeared. Whether they had completely given up or were waiting for the Ghost King to launch the final assault, who knows? Anyway, the whole night passed peacefully. Dawn broke. Yang cleared the outside refreshes and sneaked back to the dormitory. Chen Zihan and Zhao Feng began searching for the Miracle Merchant's trail. Wang Sanbao was still holed up in his room, not sure what he was up to. Li Chongqing and Wang Hanjia started contacting each other, scheming unspeakable plans. As for me, I had more important matters to attend to. Check-in. The last day of the Painted Immortal event. I hope for some good drops. Tonight was the fateful moment when the Ghost King would descend. Check-in successful. Obtained 1,600 wood, 1,400 iron, 1,400 stone, 16 signature food gift packs, 12 large fruit gift boxes. Super check-in successful. Obtained. Level 5 Universal Blueprint X1, Level 5 Wood Element Gem, Level 5 Ice Element Gem. Lucky critical check-in. Obtained. Elder Yan's Experience Card. Wood Element Gem. I clenched my hands tightly. After accounting for those used, I had collected all 4 major elements. Just one more to upgrade the talisman's Bagua Mirror. Another experience card? I picked up the card. Elder Yan's Experience Card. Effect. Upon use, increases Constitution by 30, Spirit by 60, and grants beginner sword control for 2 hours. When heaven is affectionate, even heaven grows old. The sword remains unbroken and ever resonates. This experience card is insanely powerful, probably on par with the Ghost King. Better early than never. I could save 1 trump card. Upgrade. The gems in my backpack instantly merged into the Bagua Mirror. The yellow octagonal frame emitted a new brilliance, and the Bagua spun rapidly. Upgrade successful. The mirror in the center disappeared, replaced by the yin-yang fish pattern. 5 elements Bagua Mirror. Level 5. Attack, 40. Firing rate, 5 bolts/second. Range, 15 meters. Cost, 1 bolt/8 copper coins. 5 elements. Can switch between 5 elemental attacks, each with additional effects. Once switched, cannot change again within 1 minute. Metal, armor break, ignores physical armor. Wood, bind for 1 second, reduces entity resistance by half. Water, magic penetration, ignores magic shields. Fire, double damage to ice type, soul entities, and dark creatures. 2 types can stack. Earth, 33% AoE secondary damage, equal to half main damage. Upgrade requirements. 8,888 copper coins, 1 radiant orb, 1 phantom orb, level 7 turret universal blueprint. I gasped. The obsidian toad was already 1 in 10,000. The upgraded 5 elements Bagua Mirror was even more formidable. But the next upgrade needed a level 7 turret blueprint. I wasn't sure if this was good or bad. Materials saved, but I feared the transition might not be smooth. 2 level 5 turrets, 1 level 5 blazing iron gate, plus 1 experience card. Even holding an umbrella fox demon wouldn't be a match now. With the experience card activated, I could directly charge to the lair. Just as I thought this, a private message popped up. Xiao Feng, Lin Xiao, come quickly. For words and a coordinate. I raised my brow, then without hesitation, rushed out. No need to guess. This had to be the miracle merchant. Heading down and out into the square, I ran in the opposite direction of the library, toward the dorm area that hadn't yet been unlocked. As I approached, I saw Xiao Feng and Chun Zihan waving at me. How's it? Over there. Following the direction of their fingers, I spotted two figures. One was wrapped tightly in black clothes, impenetrable. They also looked at me, eyes under the cloak filled with murderous intent. In an instant, I felt a powerful aura locking onto me. The next moment, that figure waved a hand and vanished on the spot. The pressure immediately eased. My back was drenched in sweat. Was that the Ghost King just now? I squinted, staring at the direction the figure had left. I had seen special intel and knew that the Ghost King would conduct trades with the miracle merchant, so I recognized it at once. Xiao Feng nodded. It should be, but it seems it can't attack us during the day. This was why they weren't afraid, even when facing the Ghost King. But this moment also made them realize the gap in strength between the two sides. Enough of that. Hurry up and see what the miracle merchant has. I turned toward the remaining figure. Wow, a survivor from another world, right? How many copper coins did you bring? The short figure was the first to shout, rubbing his hands with a cunning look. The miracle merchant looked like a goblin from a game, except his skin tone was no different from a normal person. What did you just say? I made sure I heard right. He almost slipped up, but the miracle merchant didn't respond, just gave me a side eye. If you don't buy anything, I'm leaving. Or maybe you can come find me at the dorm later. With that, he started walking toward the dorm building. Wait, I want to buy something. I quickly called out and stopped him. If there really were good items, how could I let him go back to the dorm first? Of course, I had to buy first. The fewer people who knew, the better. Really, the miracle merchant immediately rubbed his hands to please me. What price range is the customer thinking? Around 10,000 copper coins. I conservatively offered. 10,000? That's a bit low, but you're definitely a VIP customer. Xiao Feng and the others were dizzy from hearing this. It took them a lot of effort to earn just a bit of copper coins, but Lin Xiao casually had over 10,000, and the miracle merchant still thought it was too little. Ignoring their surprise, the miracle merchant put his backpack down and dug his hands inside, rummaging around. Bang! He pulled out the first item, a strange garlic, claimed to repel dark creatures below level 6, priced at 100 copper coins each. I read the description and was speechless. This thing was obviously a scam designed to cheat suckers. Brother Xiao, isn't this item good? Chun Zihan didn't see through it. My face darkened as I snapped. You're smart too, so don't try to fool me with junk like this. The miracle merchant laughed awkwardly, not even embarrassed, then pulled out a gold elemental gem, a level 5 material, priced at 10,000 copper coins. I got even angrier and pulled out the ice elemental gem. How about I sell it to you at a 30% discount? His expression stiffened, finally realizing he hit a wall. Seeing he still wanted to stall, I just flipped my wrist, revealing the fox fur coat and the moon umbrella. The miracle merchant's eyes lit up, his nose twitched twice, and he nervously jumped, rushing to grab them. I snatched them away at once. So what do you think? Ahem, I haven't seen these local specialties before. I can only offer this much. He showed 4 fingers. Only 40,000. Too little. 40,000? 400. I nearly laughed out loud. A level 3 umbrella-wielding fox demon was worth 400 copper coins. Getting the materials for the fox fur coat and moon umbrella required killing at least 10 of them. Who else in the entire server besides me could do that? Enough talk, goodbye. I turned to leave. Wait, 40,000 it is. He panicked. No way, your junk sells for that much. And you expect me to sell mine so low? I held firm. He gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll exchange you something really worth that price. After flipping through his stuff reluctantly, he finally pulled out a turret, the Radiant Cross, level 5, specialized against dark creatures. It was definitely worth that price, but still far inferior to my Obsidian Toad and 5 Elements Bagua Mirror. Honestly, not as good as mine. Impossible. Where did you get a level 5 turret? He challenged on the spot. I pulled out a universal level 5 blueprint, to which he finally admitted defeat. All right, I admit you have skills. Take a look at this. This time he produced his trump card, 2 skill books. Airborne Leap Level 4, a low-altitude fly boost. Works even better with a paper umbrella. Umbrella Assault Level 3, commands umbrella long-range attacks. I understood instantly. These were all swapped from the Ghost King. After so long fighting monsters, I hadn't gotten a single drop. Looks like all the drops were with the Ghost King. Fine deal. No, I want 2 black umbrellas. I raised an eyebrow. So he'd been after the moon umbrella from the start. 1 moon umbrella for 2 skill books? Or forget it. That's robbing me. He stamped angrily. Learn from you, I teased. Since you value the moon umbrella so much, do you know its secret? No. I give you the skill books. Fair exchange. As soon as he finished speaking, the moon umbrella vanished from my hand, replaced by the skill books. Wow, strong-arm trade. Don't misunderstand. Both parties must agree for a trade to trigger, he explained. I stared at him. You know how to use the moon umbrella? Yes, but that's a different price. If you don't tell me, I'll cancel the deal. He immediately caved. The moon umbrella can block moonlight and is especially effective against certain dark creatures. No wonder his radiant cross was also specialized against dark creatures. With the trade done, we exchanged names. He was Ongnan, and I went back to the dorm to catch some sleep. Tonight was the last day of the event. Later, I heard that the miracle merchant immediately exploited the players in the dorm building, selling a bunch of useless items like stinky garlic, making a fortune. He came fast and left fast, probably afraid of being beaten to death. Night fell. Dormitory broadcast. Ruthless questioner. The Ghost King descends. The Ghost King nine-tailed fox is trapped by obsession and is at its weakest. Hurry up and team up to defeat it. The Ghost King got nerfed? What a joke. I shook my head, firmly refusing to step outside the dormitory door. The cold wind howled. The mist spread, and the yellow talisman papers in the corridor crackled as they burned, leaving only one corner left. Quick as ever, I stuck the last one on the door. If the mist gets inside, those big red bridal sedan chairs will be hard to defend against. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the door. Don't think hiding inside means I can't find you. Strangely, I heard 2 voices, a male voice, cold and disdainful, and a female voice, alluring and seductive. Lin Xiao, what was that sound? Shin Sinyu and the others were dizzy and stunned. I didn't reply, instead pulling up the corridor surveillance. Not far from the door, a figure slightly raised its head, eyes locked onto the camera. Ghost King nine-tailed fox, level 4, skills, soul seizure, bridal sedan captivity. Only level 4. I was puzzled at first, then my lips curled into a smile. I panicked, I was faking it. Obsidian Toad. 5 elements Bagua Mirror. Hit it to death. Fear only comes from insufficient firepower. The 5 elements Bagua Mirror switched to fire element, attacking faster than the Obsidian Toad. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded one after another, accompanied by the Ghost King's wailing screams. The whole building trembled. Through the smoke, the Ghost King's face twisted with rage. Tonight, everyone must die. With a wave of its arm, it vanished, and the corridor's mist grew thicker. Dormitory broadcast. Night parade of 100 ghosts, floating corpses for miles. The little ghosts are entering the battlefield. Please take protective measures. Countless figures emerged from the white fog. Long-haired ghosts, lantern demons, stepping little ghosts, and a blind ghost with hollow eye sockets. 2 eyeballs bouncing ahead as guides. The level 2 turret in one dorm fired first. The blind ghost fell, but then the dense ghost shadows quickly surged forward. At dorm 1006, Chun Zihan yelled anxiously, "Brother Feng, we can't hold them." Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. What about Yang An's side? Useless. All that's refreshed are broken maps and snacks. I watched the monitor and pondered. No matter how many monsters outside, they would be instantly killed once they showed up, posing no threat to me. But others were not so lucky. Something's off. The dorm building shouldn't be wiped out completely. That would ruin the fun. This event is almost a death sentence. What's the meaning? Boom. Explosions kept erupting, and my expression grew darker. Dormitory broadcast. The Ghost King has appeared on the 2nd floor. All players, please kill it as soon as possible. Ran off again. I was slightly stunned, not expecting the Ghost King to move so far. But this also meant every time the Ghost King appeared, the broadcast would announce its location. Wait, these little ghosts keep coming nonstop. Could they be summoned by the Ghost King? I slapped my hand sharply, my mind clearing up in an instant. Those little ghosts popped up right after the Ghost King got attacked. I grinned. But whether to risk rushing to the second floor, that was a real question. Dormitory broadcast. The Ghost King has killed 10 players and gained a 10% attribute boost. Damn, I couldn't sit still anymore. If I let it develop further, the cost would be huge. Lin Xiao, you want to go out at this time? Shin Sinyu caught on to my movement immediately, her tone almost scolding. Don't worry. No, it's time to take a chance. I smiled and quickly pulled back the inevitable flag. Bang, closing the dorm door behind me. I looked around at those ferocious monsters and suddenly smiled. With a flick of my wrist, a card depicting a disheveled old Taoist appeared in my palm. At first glance, it looked plain, but a closer look revealed eyes full of hardship and sharpness. Come on. I crushed the old Taoist Yin experience card in my hand. A powerful force surged into me instantly, rampaging wildly before settling. I exhaled a breath of foul air. Cold vapor drifted from my mouth as my eyes glimmered faintly with gold. Tao, Tao, Tao. The booming old man's voice echoed in my mind, jolting me awake with sudden clarity. Flying through the air. The moment the words left my mouth, my feet lost contact with the ground, and I soared midair, moving as skillfully as if I had decades of experience. Roar. The monster horde sensed living breath and instantly stirred. The umbrella-wielding fox demon and the long-haired ghost locked onto me first. 7 or 8 attacks came barraging in a dense swarm, blocking all my retreat. Normally, I might have panicked, but now my mind was full of solutions. Go! I pointed forward, fingers closed together, and 8 streams of sword energy shot out. Breaking through the attack without losing speed, the sword energy cut through the source, slicing several level 3 monsters. Puff boom. Several monsters exploded outright, as fragile as cardboard. I once suspected that the monsters had been nerfed tonight, but I quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't that they were too weak, it was that the card used by that old Taoist, Yin, was just too powerful. So powerful that I felt like charging into the mob and slaughtering them all. Who exactly is this old Taoist? I doubted in my heart, but immediately shook off the distraction. Clearing out small monsters could earn points, but I couldn't wait for the Ghost King. Who knew if allowing it to continue developing would end up smashing even my flaming iron gate? My gaze turned slightly cold as I looked toward the teleportation gate not far away. I walked midair, stepping forward without hesitation, trampling anyone in my way, even using their force to my advantage. The only annoying part was the long-haired ghosts whose hair kept tangling around my feet, trying to restrict my movement. Mandate of wind and fire. I formed hand seals with ease. With a flick of my arm, several flames flew toward the white-haired ghosts. Crackle! The sparks ignited at first touch, instantly turning into roaring flames that devoured the long-haired ghosts completely. Nearby monsters hurriedly scattered, but a slow-reacting little palanquin ghost glanced back and was immediately engulfed by the fire. Suddenly, I leapt up again, nearly hitting the ceiling. There are no good humans and no good ghosts. Commanding the sword with chi. The words came out of my mouth, but even I didn't know why. Golden sword energy densely appeared on the ceiling in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi rained down like droplets, striking the monsters below before they even understood how they died. The umbrella fox demon held up her red paper umbrella, but it didn't last half a moment before being pierced through. Congratulations to player Lin Xiao. The prompt sounds rang repeatedly, but I had no heart to listen. Everything before my eyes had completely slipped out of my control. I originally intended to hurry up to the second floor and kill the Ghost King, then come back to handle the minions. But now it seemed I was still too inexperienced. With just one skill, all the little monsters that the Ghost King painstakingly summoned were instantly wiped out. The corridor was now empty. A twitch crossed my lips. This efficiency even outpaced the Ghost King. While he was busy breaking down doors and killing people to level up, I had already cleaned the field. I didn't delay and quickly slipped into the teleportation array. Creak. Shortly after I left, a dormitory door slowly opened, and 2 figures stood there dazed. Feng Gu, did you see that? I guess I'm still not fully awake. Zhao Feng nodded blankly. They should have been happy to be rescued, but instead felt a wave of defeat. They had thought they were catching up to Lin Zhao's pace, but here he was showing them another trick. This wasn't catching up. They couldn't even see the dust he kicked up. Brothers, coming out to enjoy the view too? Jiang Shui and Chu Xing teased as they approached. Zhao Feng was about to curse, but noticed that almost everyone in the corridor was peeking out. Most only saw a few flashes of sword light through the monitors and saw the monsters vanish without really reacting. Forget it. Check the leaderboard yourselves. I'm too lazy to explain. Zhao Feng said helplessly. Everyone took a look at the leaderboard and gasped in shock. 1. Lin Xiao, points, 3,378. 2. Feng Wuchen, points, 464. 3. Zhao Feng, points, 246. What? Why are you all staring at me? 200 plus points is already a lot. All right. What are you looking at? Comparing me to Lin Xiao? Is that guy even human? He slammed the door and sulked inside the dorm, causing everyone else to burst into laughter. Everyone clearly understood. It wasn't that they didn't try, but that Lin Xiao on the same floor was just too absurd. Second floor. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded, and all the little monsters locked their eyes on me. At the end of the corridor, the alluring face of the Ghost King's nine-tailed fox also turned toward me. I held a slender sword, staring back at her from afar. Nine-tailed fox, why do you commit the crime of murder? Hardly had I finished speaking when I was slapped back as if struck. Old Taoist, why waste words? If it were me, I'd have taken him down already. Without hesitation, I flew forward, charging straight at the Ghost King. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You're not that stinky Taoist. Of course not. I was too lazy to argue and stabbed forward with my sword-like body. The Ghost King snorted coldly, flicked her sleeve, and a thick black mist spewed out. Wind, come. I formed a seal with one hand, and a fierce wind swept away the black mist with ease. Seeing me close in, the Ghost King waved her hand. Block him. Suddenly, a large red palanquin appeared out of thin air and slammed between us. Crack. I cleaved the palanquin into pieces, but the Ghost King's figure had already vanished. Where did she go? I scanned the surroundings. I wasn't afraid of a head-on clash with her, but I feared her running away. Her period of strength lasted the entire night, and I only had a 2-hour trial card. You little Taoist, how dare you use his power? An angry shout came. I turned my head to see the Ghost King standing on top of another palanquin. Why do I care? I use it because I wanna. Do I need to report to you? I deliberately provoked her. Ha ha. Fine. I want to see if you actually deserve this power. Infuriated, the Ghost King suddenly lunged, her slender nails aiming straight for my neck. Hey, don't get cocky, I shouted, kicking toward the sword's hilt as the long sword shot toward me. Fush! The Demon King's chest was pierced, a blood hole appearing. But she wasn't alive, no blood flowed, yet she still collapsed to the ground. Did we get her? Not that simple. She's a nine-tailed fox. No one knows her better than I do. The voice in my mind warned me not to rush forward for the finishing blow. I obeyed. The atmosphere at this moment indeed felt strange. Ah! A piercing scream exploded, making me jump. I looked and saw monsters falling one after another in the distance, like scarecrows, without any warning. Roar! A figure leapt up, the Demon King, once draped in black clothes, now revealed 9 tails spreading behind her. Half human, half fox face, terrifying and fierce. Dormitory broadcast. It seems someone has angered the Demon King. She has unleashed her perfect form. Show your skills. Demon King 9-tailed fox, complete form. Level 5, Constitution 66, Spirit 11. Description: hold her off and you'll win. I raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the broadcast was spouting false information again. 66 Constitution was just slightly higher than mine with the experience card, and whoever attacks risks death. But her spirit was weak. Once she lost control and vented wildly, she wouldn't last long. Bind. I formed a hand seal, and an invisible force restrained the 9-tailed fox. Roar. She struggled more frantically, drool dripping from between her beastly fangs. Impressive move, old Taoist. Don't spout nonsense. If she was at her peak, I'd be helpless. I bragged and scolded myself, almost schizophrenic. The 9-tailed fox's struggles grew violent. Cold sweat oozed from my forehead. Seeing that I couldn't hold her off much longer, I was forced to retreat. The binding shattered instantly. Roar! The fox swept her tail horizontally. I instinctively raised my sword to block. Clang! The strike sent me reeling backward repeatedly, barely managing to steady myself as I nearly slammed into the wall. Players monitoring from afar trembled, a battle between gods, with mortals suffering. More precisely, low-level players were suffering. The nine-tailed fox's tail swept several of them away again. She pounced as I lowered my guard, snapping at me. Two consciousnesses inside me had already sensed this, and I dodged with a flash. Boom! A shattering sound came from behind, followed by the whoosh of another attack. I hurriedly turned. Clang! A hit slammed me into the wall. Tingling spread across my back, pain making me grimace. If not for old Taoist Yan's card granting me a massive boost in constitution, I'd be dead. Don't rely on brute strength. We have no advantage. Screw that. Do you think I want to? She just won't give me the chance. I cursed, barely opening my eyes as the fox's tail swept again. I barely rolled out of the way. Too bad I can't use heavy weapons. Otherwise, I might hold my own a bit longer. What heavy weapons? I muttered while dodging. I retreated, baiting the nine-tailed fox toward my dorm. If I could get under the cover of the turrets, there might be a chance. Yet, just before reaching the teleport gate, she blocked my path. Bang! Her massive tail swept me to the ground. Ugh! I stumbled to get up, my whole body feeling like it was falling apart. Kid, do you know how to use a greatsword? What greatsword? My head buzzed before a cold gleam suddenly shone on my face. A massive Guandao stood there clearly, gleaming beside me. Demon Slaying, Sword Level. 5 Requirement. Constitution, 25. Attributes. Constitution plus 10, Attack plus 30. Exorcism. Deals plus 50% damage to evil targets. Chance to knock back. Nice weapon, I exclaimed. The demon-slaying sword's attributes far exceeded expectations, and the only restriction was no problem for me. My constitution was high enough, especially combined with the experience card. If you don't know how to use it, kid, we better run. Old Taoist Yan's voice lacked confidence. I refused to admit defeat. Who says I don't? I kicked the sword's tail. Vroom! The 100-pound demon-slaying sword spun in my hand, wielded with fierce momentum. Come on! I held the sword behind me with one hand, beckoning the nine-tailed fox. Ew! The fox howled toward the sky and lunged. Clang! Just one clash emitted a teeth-grinding metallic sound. The strike seemed to surprise her. She hesitated but quickly recovered. Clang! 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 In moments, the man and the fox exchanged over a dozen blows. From the monitors on the second floor, only dark shadows and bursts of light could be seen, too fast to make out any motions. Watching more made one dizzy. Yet they dared not look away. The battle sounds in the corridor chilled their spines. Sometimes strikes slammed into the door, sharply reducing its defense, scaring them into hurriedly fetching wood to repair. They didn't have Lin Zhao's strength and couldn't afford to gamble. Who would rather stay trembling here if they could go out and wreak havoc? Bang! Another explosion echoed as a heavy object slammed into the wall. Everyone's pupils constricted. In the middle of the corridor, only one figure remained standing. It's Lin Zhao, it's really him. 1-1. The crowd stared at that lone figure standing firm, as if in a dream. Earlier, they had only thought I had some strength, relying entirely on the dormitory door and the turret. Without defense, I was no match for a new player. I stared at the dying nine-tailed fox in the corner, feeling not a hint of emotion. In the past few days' events at the plaza, these players didn't take it seriously, thinking, I can do it too. Lin Zhao just got lucky. And now? The boomerang came back fast. Only I stood, smashing their faces hard. This is way too strong. The crowd erupted in a clamor, their understanding completely overturned by me. A few sore losers, angered and humiliated, started being sarcastic, shifting the blame to veteran players, saying the veterans gave wrong information that caused them to underestimate me. The nine-tailed fox in the corner stubbornly protested. I admit you're strong, but this isn't truly your power. I smiled faintly. Yeah, but I use it pretty well. I couldn't be bothered arguing with it. Yin the Elder Taoist experience card was about to expire, but it had given me a great thrill. Whose power it was didn't matter. Having the card let me crush ordinary players and decimate this Ghost King. The ultimate hunter experience card tucked in my backpack was the real highlight. If I used it now, I could probably chop the Ghost King into meatballs instantly. The Ghost King was so furious it was speechless, pointing at me for a long time before its head lolled to the side, motionless. Dormitory broadcast. Ghost King defeated. All evil retreat. Player Lin Xiao successfully slew the nine-tailed fox. The entire dormitory enters celebration mode. Monster stats decreased by 30%, drops increased by 20%, refreshed monsters no longer actively attack the dormitory. The entire dormitory erupted in excitement. Free time like this, who wouldn't love it? But just as everyone cheered, a few discordant voices emerged. The monsters on the second floor are all killed by Lin Xiao. We can only go to other buildings for adventuring. Yeah, it's all Lin Xiao's fault, leaving us no way to survive. I didn't even bother to look at them. Praise or slander, Yin the elder Taoist in my mind said nothing. Doing good and being treated like a monster? He seemed to have experienced it, but how he dealt with it, I didn't know. But I would handle it myself. Do you think I stole your wild monsters? I asked calmly, causing those few to flinch inwardly and take a half step back unconsciously. But some dared to risk it, straightening their necks and approaching. Lin Xiao, you took so many monsters, you owe us something. I laughed, the laugh dripping with mockery, making those so-called verbal giants shiver inside. Yet instead of backing down, they saw me as a treasure trove. What are you laughing at? Aren't we right? They immediately escalated it to a collective grievance. I spoke, but questioning me meant questioning everyone. You all agree? I swept my gaze across them. Many hung their heads guiltily, some openly admitted it, and others joined in the heckling. Yeah, compensation. Compensation. A group treated me like fish on a chopping board. I silently memorized those shouting the loudest. A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, but I'm no gentleman. I settle scores on the spot. Hey, a bunch of monsters, daring to pretend they're players. I shouted and charged forward. Yin the elder Taoist was about to ask something in confusion, but I had already acted. Uffed. The first player fell with vacant eyes, left only with unwillingness and regret. Uffed. Uffed. None of the troublemakers escaped. Even those who had back in the dormitory had their doors cleaved open by my blade. Watching this, many trembled in fear, but those who knew the truth felt satisfied. Someone even posted it on the chat channel as a warning. No one objected, and I no longer shed blood without cause. I gathered the spoils and prepared to return. Not long after returning, the countdown ended, and Yin the elder Taoist vanished from my body. Strangely, he left behind no skills, but I felt more skilled with the paper crane soldiers, as if they had evolved. No time to ponder. I nestled between the two women and fell into a deep sleep. Outside, the carnival was fully underway. In the corridor on the 9th floor, Chu Sheng and Zhao Feng met and began harvesting. I had cleared the 10th floor, so they lost turret advantage, but they understood the opportunity better than the 2nd floor group. Charge. Don't let them snatch all the points. Zhao Feng, ranked 3rd, was the most excited, charging directly into the monster pack. But the more excited he charged, the more embarrassingly he returned. Damn it, these monsters are weakened. Why do they still hurt so much? Zhao Feng's face was full of displeasure. A group of people laughed that his thick skin was the only reason he hadn't been disfigured, causing a ruckus. Even Yongin, who usually roams outside hunting monsters, heard about the celebration and came back to grab a share. The few of them coordinated seamlessly, their efficiency crushing that of other players. Before Li Chanqing from Team 903 even finished, they had cleared a large area and slipped up to the 8th floor to continue earning points. The commotion lasted until dawn, and except for me, no one broke 1,000 points. TSK, Brother Zhao's points have already surpassed 5,000, yet this time there's no milestone reward. 6,820 points. All converted into copper coins, unimaginable. The crowd joked, but when they saw my points, it was as if they were from another world. What kind of gap could create such a difference? Thinking about how I could instantly kill a whole floor with one move, they soon understood. The bell struck midnight, signaling the end of everything. Dormitory broadcast. The Painting Fairy event has concluded successfully. Ranking rewards have been comprehensively upgraded. In addition to fixed rewards, other rewards will be distributed by dormitory unit. The highest ranking player in the dormitory is selected. The entire dormitory shares the same reward. The happiest were Chun Zihan and Yang En, who cleverly leached off Zhao Feng's ranking. Jiang Shui was green with envy, but luckily, she was also within the top 10. They're nothing really. Zhao Feng shook his head. You guys probably don't know about Shun Xinyu and the others. Everyone fell silent instantly. After all, they had gone out to fight, whereas Shun Xinyu and her group. Garen whispered softly, quiet and shaken. However, when Shin Xinyu and Liang Shiyun heard the broadcast, they were not excited but worried. This round should have attribute point rewards, right? Yeah, but we didn't go out to fight. What use do we have for those? Being first place was amazing, but also intimidating. They felt unworthy. Unfortunately, I wasn't awake yet. Had I known, I would have made sure they each received proper discipline. The hard-earned rewards couldn't just leak out. Even if they couldn't use them now, they must be held on to. Only by becoming stronger could they stop constantly fearing outsiders. First place, Lin Xiao. Rewards: 15 free attribute points. Magical Wardrobe X1. Tier 5 Universal Blueprint X3. Tier 4 Universal Blueprint X10. Random Tier 5 Element Gems X3. Second place, Feng Wuchen. Free attribute points X10. Third place, Zhao Feng. Free attribute points X8. Other surviving players. Free attribute points X2. Tier 4 Universal Blueprint X2. Excess points are converted to copper coins at a 1:10 ratio. New event starts in 5 days. All surviving players this round. Dormitory Level 1. Additional compensation for top 3. Tier 4 Main Weapon Gift Pack X1. Player milestone of 1,500 points completed. 5 extra free attribute points have been issued. Some idle players counted on their fingers. Did I miscalculate? Lin Xiao got 20 free attribute points in one event, and I only got 2. Looking again at the copper coins exchanged for points, I converted over 60,000 in one swap, making their heads spin. After a good sleep, I only cared about my reward. Upgrade successful. Tenant slots +1. The dorm upgraded automatically. The single room turned into a 1-bedroom with a living room, and the bathroom was now separate. With an extra tenant slot, I needed to prioritize finding a female tenant to increase sign-in rewards. As for the reward for killing the Demon King, rewards: Wood 800, Iron 500, Skill Flower Palanquin Restraint, Nine-Tailed Fox Serum X1, Copper Coins 4,000. Strength Badge level increased. Strength Badge level 2. Zombie Onslaught, Constitution +5. Painting Fairy, Spirit +10. 10 points of Spirit. That's about half of my free attribute points this time. Almost all the event's bonuses went to me alone. Old players probably never imagined a boss could be solo killed. It was always a group fight before, with uncertainty about the final blow. Cases like mine were extremely rare. Looking at the serum. Nine-Tailed Fox Serum Level 5. Restriction: female players only. Attributes: Constitution +5, Spirit +3. Effect: Ingestion grants Nine-Tailed Fox Bloodline and a minor divine ability. Description: No blessings. In other words, the tails and ears aren't real. What kind of description is that? I twitched at the corner of my mouth. The restriction meant I couldn't use it. Such a pity. The minor divine ability inside was precious. I had tasted the sweetness of the paper crane soldier and knew how rare it was. You too. Have you decided who's using it? I left the choice to them. Give it to Sister Xinyu. I'm better off staying low, Liang Shiyun said with her mouth, but her eyes furtively glanced at the serum, reluctant to part. Shin Xinyu and I exchanged a smile. Liang Shiyun blushed and scolded. No laughing. I like it, but what isn't mine isn't mine. Who says it can't be yours? Shin Xinyu spoke. Don't you want to share some of Lin Zhao's burden? Isn't this the best chance? Liang Shiyun swallowed greedily. Really for me? Really? Why would I lie to you? Overjoyed, Liang Shiyun quickly took the serum and tilted her head back to gulp it down. 1 second, 2 seconds, more than 10 seconds passed without change. Just when we thought she had gotten a dud. Pop! Suddenly, a pair of fluffy beast ears sprouted on her head, illusory yet cute. Her original ears were still there, like decorations. It looks a bit weird. Cover your ears. Much better. I ruffled her hair and took a few steps back to reevaluate. Pop, pop, pop. Several tails grew out from behind her. Her status panel quietly changed. Liang Shiyun. Physique, 12 spirit, 15. Score, 125, innate charm. Loyalty, 94. Bloodline, nine-tailed fox. Minor divine power, illusion. Nine-tailed fox bloodline. Skills unlocked at multiples of 20 spirit. Minor divine powers at multiples of 50. Shields based on spirit strength. Illusion. Create confusing mirages based on spirit power difference. Unexpectedly, her bloodline and divine power both caught my eye. Most importantly, her score had broken through the 100-point barrier. As expected, 100 is the human limit, not the limit of the scoring system. I stroked my chin thoughtfully. Liang Shiyun's score improvement ultimately benefited me the most. I was rolling in it. If only I could get one for Sinew too. That would be perfect. I began to dream a little. Shoo! Shin Sinew sucked in a breath, eyes full of envy. I didn't expect the nine-tailed fox serum to have this effect. It must be exclusive to the boss. Seeing Shin Sinew's envious, yet analytical expression, I nodded. Something with such special effects isn't easily acquired. How powerful the nine-tailed fox bloodline truly is, we'll have to wait for the next event to find out. I turned to Liang Shiyun. Shiyun, distribute the attribute points from the ranking rewards according to a 1-to-4 ratio between physique and spirit. Your nine-tailed fox bloodline focuses on spirit and can generate shields, so don't put too many points in physique for now. Actually, I originally wanted her to put all points into spirit, but the body is the foundation of revolution, so better hold something back. Without hesitation, Liang Shiyun applied the distribution. Liang Shiyun. Physique, 15. Spirit, 27. I exhaled sharply. Hiss, she's almost catching up to me. Of course, this was before I allocated my own attribute points. If you add the 15 points from ranking rewards, 5 points from the 1500 score milestone, and 10 points from the proof of strength, my stats would skyrocket to a terrifying number. Brother Lin Xiao, I've reached 20 spirit points and unlocked a skill. Liang Shiyun showed me the skill. Beast Transformation. Level 4. Effect. Sacrifice 20 spirit to enter Beast Transformation. Gain 20 physique, plus 50% speed. Duration, 3 minutes. Description. Hide your gaze. No peeking, especially humans. I almost choked on my saliva. I swear I had no such thoughts, but once the system mentioned it, my mind automatically went there. Ahem, nice skill. Right? I think so too. Liang Shiyun beamed, ears twitching, tail swaying. By the way, here's this for you. I handed over the newly acquired flower sedan chair detainment. In essence, it's a detainment skill, similar to the one used when Wang Sanbao was captured. Speaking of Wang Sanbao, I frowned. Why has that guy been quiet lately? His chat portrait is still lit up, doesn't look like he's offline. Forget it, he won't die? Let's take a look at the wardrobe first. As the number one on the points leaderboard, the three of us were extremely curious. The previous stove had already given us plenty of benefits. I wondered what surprises this magical wardrobe might bring. A large wardrobe appeared in the bedroom. Magical wardrobe. Level 3. Upgrades with dorm level. Attribute. Ever-changing. Equipment or weapons placed inside for 1 day will gain magical effects when taken out. Cost. 1,000 wood per item. Description. Visit the magical wardrobe a few times every year. Each time brings new functions. Damn, what kind of crappy description is that? I couldn't hold back. Isn't this effect good? Shin Sinew questioned. The cost is outrageous. 1,000 wood per item. Liang Shiyun cried, covering her mouth in shock. It's okay. I stroked my chin, pulled the exorcism pistol from my backpack, and threw it in. Let's see how magical this ever-changing is. Exorcism pistol, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 45 seconds. Seeing a countdown accurate to the second, I gave up completely. At least it confirmed each item's timer was independent. After counting the rewards, I looked at my own status panel. Lin Xiao. Physique, 25. Spirit, 24. Skills, Blood Refining Technique, Level 7. Mastery of Blade. Divine Power, Paper Crane Formation. Wait, why did my physique jump to 25? Seeing Blood Refining Technique maxed out, I understood everything. The Blood Refining skill correlates to kill counts. I had cleared the 10th and 2nd floors with a bunch of level 3 monsters, instantly maxing it out. Unfortunately, Elder Yan's sword chi didn't count as a blade type. Otherwise, my proficiency in blade techniques would have increased. Throughout the entire process, I only slashed a few monsters directly. Most of them were accidentally killed during the fight with the nine-tailed fox. How should I allocate the attribute points? I rubbed my chin, contemplating. Right now, my constitution and spirit were evenly balanced, so it made sense to continue distributing points evenly. But with the nine-tailed fox serum paving the way earlier, I had to reconsider. No rush. Let's head to the shop first to check the info on the next round of events. As soon as the shop reopened, players rushed there wildly, afraid all the good stuff would be snatched up. Actually, their worries were unnecessary. To grab the good items, you needed money, and almost none of them had a single copper coin. Apart from me, only Zhao Feng, Feng Wuchen, and a few other veteran players had some spare cash. When they stepped into the shop and saw the prices, their hearts shattered completely. "Brother Feng, look at that." Chen Zihan tugged Zhao Feng's sleeve and pointed over there. The glass cabinet displayed familiar goods, including the strangely odorous garlic that Miracle Merchant had sold for 100 copper coins. Strangely odorous garlic. Price, 10 copper coins. Awesome. Zhao Feng gave a thumbs up, secretly grateful to have followed me. Otherwise, he'd be a total sucker. As expected, doing business with the Miracle Merchant requires caution. Chen Zihan clicked his tongue with a smile. While they spoke, the crowd automatically parted, clearing a path. Excited, Chen Zihan waved and approached. "Brother Xiao." Hello to both sisters. I twitched at the corners of my mouth. The kid was polite. Shin Xinyu nodded openly, while Liang Shiyun's cheeks blushed slightly. She recognized a few original classmates in the crowd. "Hee, Brother Xiao, remember that strangely odorous garlic?" Chen Zihan grinned mischievously, pointing at the showcase. I clearly saw the price tag. This, wicked. Items that cost 10 copper coins were sold for 100 copper coins. Thank goodness for the system. Anything new? I cut straight to the point. Yes. Brother Xiao, come look. Chen Zihan brushed Zhao Feng aside and introduced directly. Check this out, the hunting crossbow. Saint Silver hunting crossbow. Level 4. Attack, 20. Generates 1 silver bolt per hour, up to 5 bolts. Price, 5,000 copper coins. Description, a weapon effective against dark creatures. But that's all. Not bad. I nodded. 5,000 coins for this price level was decent. Its value was really in the silver bolts. But with 20 attack, it still wasn't as strong as my level 4 armor-piercing repeating crossbow. Too expensive, not worth buying. Chen Zihan clicked his tongue. True, Brother Xiao judges from his own perspective. According to him, melee weapons have better cost performance. Chu Sheng suddenly chimed in. Chen Zihan jumped, startled. Damn it, Chu Sheng. Could you not make so much noise walking? Chu Sheng pushed his golden-rimmed glasses. What? Do you want me to pick up a pair of pants while shopping? I smiled. Chu Sheng makes a good point. If you're confident in your strength, there's no need to buy this. The price of the Saint Silver hunting crossbow is justified by safety. I definitely choose the horizontal blade first. Zhao Feng stepped up. Same here, I prefer blades. I paused. And have you noticed? All eyes in the mall turned toward me. Even some veteran players who usually ignored me perked up to listen. What's the matter? Don't keep us in suspense, Brother Xiao. Suspense? Xiao Chao's even worse at it. Zhang Beifeng. Damn you. I waved my hand dismissively. Have you noticed? Many new items have the silver attribute mentioned as being effective against dark creatures. Many nodded. While some looked disappointed, no explanation was needed to see that. But the point isn't silver. I shifted gears. The real point is this round has a huge influx of weapons. Everyone froze. What do you mean? What's so different? Liang Shiyun tilted her head in confusion. Asterisk dong. Asterisk, I tapped her on the head. Why did you hit me? You don't get it. I held my forehead. If you roam around again, you'll see that no turrets have been refreshed this time. Chen Zihan refused to believe it and circled around before rushing back. Damn. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. How did you know? I smiled because just now I saw a message that made my vision go dark for a moment. Radiant Cross. Level 6. Type, Material. Description, the only turret in this game, lost for some reason. This material is now just a placeholder. But don't worry, the special turret in this event isn't very effective. The Miracle Merchant was sneaky enough to pull this kind of trick. Luckily, the system said turrets didn't have much effect. Since weapons are prepared, It means the monsters in the next round can actually be attacked. Someone raised a hand. We could attack last round too. Are there tougher sandbags than zombies? What's the point of buying weapons for close combat? Chun Zihan wanted to argue but didn't know where to start. There was no flaw in their reasoning. Beside me, Shin Sinyu suddenly clapped her hands. You mean, close quarters combat, blood for blood? Half the crowd was confused, the other half, especially the veteran players, showed expressions of sudden understanding. I smiled and nodded. Zhao Feng's eyes grew brighter. No instant death zombie virus. No long-haired ghosts or fox demons with endless tricks. The fight kicks off with a battle of strength, numbers, and coordination, until one side bleeds out completely. But soon, he frowned again. But we have dormitory doors. We can just hide and survive the early danger. That was everyone's doubt as well. I shrugged with a look saying, I don't really know. Actually, I had a guess, but it was too absurd to say out loud. Everything would be revealed once the event started. Seeing I said no more, the crowd dispersed. I've saved up some copper coins, time to buy some gear, Zhao Feng waved off. He always trusted his own strength more. We'll go too, buy something for Shiyun, make sure she's safe. Liang Shiyun bounced up and down, totally excited. Others were now avoiding the event like the plague. Only she hadn't been beaten down by the dorm survival yet, so she was still eager. If she had ever been dragged out by the big red bridal sedan, she wouldn't be so naive. But that only meant she had been well protected, not that she was weak. Purely by attributes, she probably surpassed Zhao Feng now. She also had more skills and minor tricks, all thanks to my ranking points and the nine-tailed fox serum. First, buy these two. I walked to the cabinet. A large guandao, jet black overall, similar in style to old Taoist Yan's demon-subduing blade. The other was a small, delicate dagger. Both level 4. I weighed the guandao in my hand. It was neither too heavy nor too light, just right. Mithril Greatsword. Level 4. Requirement. Constitution *20. Attack, 32. Damage versus dark creatures, plus 50%. Price, 4,000. Description. If you're a brother, come on over and let me chop you once. The Mithril Greatsword was cheaper than the Holy Silver Hunting Crossbow, but boasted a hefty 32 attack, leaving the crossbow in the dust. Provided you could wield it and actually use it to fight monsters. I certainly had no worries there. Of course, I'd seen better. Old Taoist Yan's demon-subduing blade added 30 attack and 10 constitution, effective against all evil creatures. The gulf between level 4 and 5 was obvious, but as long as it could be used, it was acceptable. Mithril Dagger. Level 4. Attack, 16. Damage versus dark creatures, plus 30%. Price, 1,000. Description. Stab 18 times, none fatal. Only a quarter of the price of the Holy Silver Hunting Crossbow. Plus, I had blade mastery. The instant of contact felt like an extension of my arm, thanks to the skill, though also limited by it. I tried switching to other sword-type weapons, but to no avail. Conveniently, I picked up a sword for Liang Shiyun as well. After changing equipment, I took the two girls to the clothing area. Wow, so many clothes. Liang Shiyun's shout immediately attracted others' attention, but upon seeing me, they quickly withdrew their gazes. Shin Sinyu was much calmer, but her subtle glimmer of interest betrayed her. I waved grandly, handing out 5,000 copper coins each. Pick whatever you want. Spending on them raised my own score, equivalent to investing in myself. Watching the two girls rush into the clothing area, I smiled slightly. Suddenly, I caught sight of something on the cabinet. Demon-repelling bullets. Level 4. Type. Consumable attack. 8. Attributes. Knockback. Silver bullets that deal 10% extra damage to dark creatures and apply light knockback. Price. 80 copper coins/piece. A bit expensive, but practical. I bought 2 sets of 200 rounds, spending 16,000 coins. Once the event started, the shop would close. The more prepped, the better. Just as I was thinking this, a shout came from afar. It was Shin Sinyu. I tensed and hurried over. Fighting was forbidden inside the shop. Arriving, I was stunned. Shin Sinyu was clutching a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, screaming in surprise, like she'd found something new. The other woman had a Western face, but her skin was as delicate as an East Asian's, wearing a white shirt and white jeans, and most notably, a magnificent pair of curves. Damn it, This cursed auto-aim forgot to turn off. Mary Kelly. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 9. Score, 91. Description, dorm survival discount big sale. Fresh in from sheep horse. Brainless entry recommended for fans. System, you son of a? That's called like. More like lusting for her body. Scumbag. I harshly scolded the system in my heart, then chuckled. This system's really gone bad. Unlike me, I also lust after her body. I'm honest about it. Shinsinu finally noticed me, releasing Mary and smiling as she approached. My new girl just got pulled in today. She needs someone to watch over her. She leaned close and whispered in my ear. She hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Annoying. Am I Lin Xiao that kind of person? I'm a gentleman who studies the classics. Returning to the dormitory, indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. After adding new tenants, Shinsinu introduced Mary to this world. Compared to their initial helplessness, Mary was much more comfortable and quite excited. You're saying, Lin, he knows Daxia martial arts? Hey. She even started mimicking it, looking more comical than any form of karate. That's not kung fu, it's a skill. I waved my hand. Ahem. It's getting late. I was about to get to the point. The sign-in rewards had to be claimed first. Mary nodded and didn't say much. I had a loyalty visualization function on hand. No fear of missing anything. As loyalty rose later, I wouldn't worry about losing tenants to poachers. Before long, foreign language class began. The teacher was very attentive. No one spaced out the entire time. Oh, yeah. Applause broke out. What's given must be returned. I educated Mary on the spring and autumn content tirelessly. Of course, I didn't discriminate. Shinsinu and the others reviewed it anew as well. Studying was truly a pleasure. I felt refreshed and invigorated. Ding. Congratulations, host has recruited a new tenant. Cycle task. 3 rounds. Completed. All rewards have been upgraded to super sign-in rewards. The rewards have been fully upgraded. I froze for 2 seconds before realizing the normal wood resources following might be replaced. Sign-in. This sign-in's luck boost. Shinsinu 9.5, Liang Shiyun 12.5, Mary 9.1. Super sign-in success. Obtained. Resource Grand Package 2, Full Lamb Feast 2, Full Pig Feast 2, Level 5 Universal Blueprint 2, Level 5 Lightning Element Gem 1, Level 5 Water Element Gem 2. Ding. Sign-in lucky critical hit. Obtained. Level 3 Gene Warrior Potion 1, Berserker Bloodline 1. Seeing the rewards at once nearly made me jump. 3 gems and 2 blueprints alone were impressive, but that level 3 potion by itself justified all my efforts today. Gene Warrior Potion, level 3. Effect, upon use, optimizes shaping, granting 6 stamina, 1 spirit. Note, items of the same name and level only take effect once. Nice. Good stuff. I tilted my head back and swallowed it down without hesitation. Feeling a lot stronger already. I clenched my fist. Berserker Bloodline, level 4. Attributes, Constitution +5, Spirit -1. Effect, upon use, gain Berserker Bloodline. Note, bloodlines can be replaced, assimilated, or fused by higher-level bloodlines. It deducts 1 spirit. Luckily, I just used the Gene Warrior Potion, so I effectively took the deduction from that buff. Gaining 5 Constitution was quite the net gain. Use. The bloodline merged straight into my body. Berserker Bloodline. For every 25 multiples of Constitution, 1 skill can be learned. For every 60 multiples of Constitution, 1 minor divine ability can be gained. Bloodied Battle. For every 10% health lost, gain a 10% boost, but spirit will gradually be replaced by battle instincts. Compared to Liang Shiyun's 9-tailed fox bloodline, it offered 1 less minor divine ability, but the berserkers suited me better. The next round's dark creatures would likely require a lot of close combat. Player Lin Zhao's stamina broke through 25, gained berserker exclusive skill, Savage Sweep. Savage Sweep, level 4. Based on weapon length, gain double attack range, deal equal damage to all around, and trigger knockback. Cooldown 1 minute. A solid crowd clearing skill. Useful to gain breathing room when surrounded. Resource Grand Package. Upon opening, select any 3 from wood, stone, iron, fabric, cotton. Receive 1,000 each. Kind of interesting. I had enough materials in my backpack, so I set it aside for now. Lightning Element Gem? What if I upgrade the armor-piercing repeating crossbow with this? A level 3 dorm should be equipping a third turret by now. The glowing cross was stolen by the miracle merchant. Other shop items weren't much better. It was time to upgrade the crossbow. Upgrade. The turret flickered with electric sparks, blue arcs mixed with yellow lightning. Armor-piercing radiant crossbow, level 5, attack 60, fire rate 1 shot per second. Attribute: armor-piercing radiance. Attack ignores target defense by 30, 50% of attack. Fires 3 chain lightning bolts causing equal damage. Not bad. The attack method changed, now capable of chain lightning, coupled with armor-piercing effects for higher returns. Meanwhile, the dormitory building grew increasingly chaotic. The last round of events ended with many players dying. The dorm survival world kept replenishing newcomers. The strange thing was, last round's new players turned to bully the even newer players, whereas the old players from last round suffered under attention from even more senior players. Shooting the headbird is a hunting skill, especially if you have money. Except for us, the other veteran players naturally found no mercy. Villains had their own nemesis. Now, the dorm building housed up to 5 generations simultaneously. We were stuck in the middle. Fortunately, Zhao Feng and the others were clever enough to band together. Dorm 903. Boss Li, what do we do? All the stuff's been stolen. Wang Hanjia asked, trembling, his face bruised and swollen. Li Chongqing in front of him wasn't in much better shape, already missing a front tooth. Slap. He swung a palm. How the hell would I know? You useless piece of trash. Didn't you say you knew Shinsenyu? He never imagined that after all the preparation and waiting for the event to end so he could deal with me. Suddenly, the dormitory survival world got a fresh batch of veteran players who beat him up badly and stole most of his stuff. Dormitory broadcast. Congratulations to player 1002 Wang Sanbao for capturing the first ghost pet. Reward: perfect contract ×1. Pet system activated. Everyone froze. For a moment, no one remembered who this player even was. But the players on the 10th floor went crazy. They couldn't possibly not know Wang Sanbao, occupying the envy-inducing room right opposite mine. The key was, this guy acted like a shut-in who never left the dorm, only picking up low-level monster drops. Why the sudden change today? Even taking the credit for the first pet. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Sanbao. You bastard, come out here already. I'm done with you, you sly old fox. Hiding good stuff for yourself? Making a fortune in silence and not inviting us. The knocking in the corridor grew more and more excited, like they wanted to break the door down. I was drawn in too, watching keenly outside the door. In a place crawling with all sorts of freaks, what kind of pet could there be? Even I wasn't confident about getting one. Creak. The door cracked open, revealing timid eyes. The crowd instantly fell silent. Just then, someone suddenly burst out from among them. Holy crap. You've been hiding in the dorm these past few days, haven't you? Hiding? What hiding? The others didn't get it. No one understood. The door slowly opened wider, exposing Wang Sanbao's face. How could it even be called a person? His mushroom-cut hair was a tangled mess like a chicken's nest, his eyes sunken, face pale, cheeks almost skin-tight against the bones. At first glance, he looked hollowed out. If you didn't know better, you might think some ghost with long hair had taken his place. Ahem. Brother, you've got to control yourself. No. What's going on with that pet of yours? Pet. Wang Sanbao scratched his head, confused, then suddenly lit up. All right. You didn't say anything. I'd forgotten. Little Yin just said we need to sign some contract or else it'd disappear. I was wondering what that was about. He looked more confused than anyone. Come on. Let us see your pet. Chu Xing nodded in agreement. He wasn't interested in a flashy pet, but wanted to find some ally. This, maybe not a good idea. Wang Sanbao hesitated, scratching his head shyly. What's with the blush? We want to see your pet. Got it. If you don't want to, then move aside. The crowd grew restless. Hiding it was understandable, but blocking the way was too much. No, it's not like that. Wang Sanbao was flustered. Seeing the crowd peering into the room, panic flickered in his eyes. There's something off about you. I think there's a ghost here too. What ghost? Don't talk rubbish. Wang Sanbao suddenly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But his outburst only made the atmosphere more eerie. The crowd all stared at him with a strange green gleam in their eyes. I couldn't sit still anymore either, and as I searched my mind, it hit me. Wait. The dorm broadcast said ghost pet. Could it really be? Others seemed to piece it together too, their expressions suddenly lighting with realization. At that moment, a female voice sounded from dorm 1002. It's all right, Lord Wang. Let them see. I'm fine. The hallway exploded with excitement. Wang Sanbao quietly nodded and fully opened the door. Inside, a plainly dressed woman stood quietly. Not exactly stunning, but with a classical kind of beauty. Her face flushed slightly, as if she had just been through something. Coupled with Wang Sanbao's emaciated look, everyone instantly understood. Brother, you're damn lucky. You're damn dead. Sanbao, why did you keep it to yourself? I hate it. Nobody told me about this in the last event either. All the guys nearly bit their molars into dust. They expected a pet, but ended up with a beauty? Xiaoyan, greetings to all. The beautiful woman nodded slightly in greeting. Countless hearts broke. It's not the lack that pains us, but the unfairness. Love seemed absent from the world. Then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Chu Xing pushed up his glasses and fired at Jiang Shui. Brother Jiang, you're not seriously planning to mess around in the dorm, are you? I'm still alive here. The atmosphere froze instantly. Jiang Shui coughed twice. Am I that kind of person? I read the Analects, you know. Oh, then tell us, what does 30 stand for mean? Jiang Shui stammered. Someone whispered beside him. 30 years old. He immediately lifted his head, confident. When I see a woman in her 30s, I get the strength. The entire room fell silent. Wang Sanbao's eyes went blank. Then he suddenly shouted in panic. Damn it, Brother Jiang. Xiaoyan is my ghost pet. I thought to myself, aside from the age mismatch, it actually fits pretty well. Jiang Shui waved his hand, cursing, still not realizing he had said the wrong thing. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. Cut it out. Let's get to the point. Everyone turned to Wang Sanbao in unison, asking how he had captured the pet. Wang Sanbao scratched his head, recalling, Xiaoyan is a ghost bride. She escaped and hid inside my painting. After the Ghost King was taken down by Brother Xiao, she signed a contract with me. And then, that's it. A dozen people immediately started cursing on the spot. Damn, just luck. So it turned out the guy was purely lucky. I hadn't expected that I had indirectly helped Wang Sanbao complete his task. But it didn't matter. With the system in place, catching pets was still easy. At that moment, the broadcast sounded. The nine-tailed fox Ghost King has been slain. The Ghost Bride pet egg is now available in the store. Welcome to purchase. The group on the 10th floor immediately pretended to be oblivious. I just remembered I have something to do. Gotta go first. Uncle, me too. I'm thinking of upgrading my weapons. In an instant, more than half the crowd dispersed. Jiang Shui gritted his teeth and pointed toward the teleportation portal. I'm going to buy a copy of the Analects. Chu Sheng smirked slyly. The shop doesn't sell books. You need to go to the classical literature section on the second floor of the library. Jiang Shui's mouth twitched. He broke into a run straight for the teleport array. After everyone left, Chu Xing nodded at me. Brother Xiao, why aren't you going to check it out? Anything that makes it onto the store shelves, aside from special items, typically isn't good stuff. I stroked my chin. Wang Sanbao's ghost pet was wild, totally different from those pet eggs hatched from store templates. On the second day of the holiday, the dormitory building was packed. Old players brought their families, and those with bad luck dragged their whole households inside. Some resorted to anything to survive. In dorm 903, a towering strongman looked down hard on Wang Hanjia. Nearby, Li Chongqing lay unconscious on the ground, face bruised beyond recognition. Wang Hanjia was drenched in sweat. Fuck, clutching Li Chongqing's thigh just pulled me into a pit. You think that Lin Xiao really has so many good things? Yeah. He can solo the Ghost King, wipe out a horde of monsters alone, and even his turret quality is exceptional. Wang Hanjia desperately tried to bargain. He's got 3 women in his dorm. Who'd be that reckless without strength? The strong man raised an eyebrow. Seeing a chance, Wang Hanjia steeled himself and sold out Shin Xinyu and the others. One's a female CEO of a listed company, one's a university campus belle, and the other's a foreign girl. The strong man laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in approval. Wang Hanjia just breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know the rules of the dormitory survival world? It brings close people into the same building. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liang Lei, a player from Season 5. Guess why I'm telling you my surname? A cold chill ran down Wang Hanjia's spine. He screamed, "What's your relation to Liang Shiyun?" "Wait, Shen Xinyu is my niece. We're on the same side." That makes sense," Liang Lei nodded. "But what does that have to do with me? Black-hearted traitors deserve death." With a mighty hammer blow, boom, Wang Hanjia was smashed into a meat paste. Liang Lei's eyes flickered as he glanced at a yellow liquid pooling on the ground nearby. Li Chongqing wet himself out of fear, pretending to sleep. Don't kill me," Li Chongqing begged desperately. Without a word, Liang Lei smashed him into the wall with one blow. "Anyone who dares lay a hand on my sister must die." He cracked his fingers. "Lin Xiao, let's see how long you can survive." I had just woken up and was about to check in when Zhao Feng's alert popped up. "Someone's outside looking for you, not friendly." A new old player? Trying to make a name? Too bad they picked the wrong person. I grabbed my blade and stepped out. As the door opened, a dozen eyes swept over me. A 1.9-meter tall strongman in a white tank top and camo pants, veins bulging on his arms, face sharp as a blade. A martial artist or an official? Strangely, I felt he was even harder to deal with than the Ghost King. "You're Lin Xiao?" "That's me. And you are?" Before I could finish, he punched straight at me. Zhao Feng backed off trembling. Damn, heavy hitter from the start. I sidestepped, the fist cutting past my forehead. That rush of air wasn't something an average person could make. Before I could catch my breath, he came at me again, a semi-retracted punch with one hand, an uppercut with the other. Bang! A solid hit struck my abdomen. I staggered back several steps before steadying myself. But I didn't activate my turret. Personal combat experience is the most valuable. You think you can hog 3 women with your 3-trick pony skills? Liang Lei flicked his hand, taunting. My eyes narrowed as I gripped my machete. This was the first time since entering the dorm survival world that I had been utterly outmatched in skill. The onlookers were stunned. Damn, Brother Xiao is about to lose? Should we all jump in? Zhao Feng stopped the crowd, eyes fixed on my blade. That's a skill, right? Liang Lei noticed too. As soon as I lifted the blade, my movements instantly became incredibly smooth. He didn't dare underestimate me and pulled out a large saber. Let's see how you handle this first. The two faced off, their feet shifting slightly. Suddenly, both moved at the same time. Clang. Ding ding dang dang. In just a few moments, they exchanged over a dozen strikes, neither able to gain the upper hand, leaving only a few minor wounds. Not bad. Didn't expect your attributes to rival those of a stage 5 player, Liang Lei sneered, moving his hands to draw 2 heavy hammers. How do you handle this? I smiled faintly and switched to my secret silver great Guandao. I'm not so sure you can get past this. Sparks flew down the corridor as weapons clashed. Zhao Feng and the others felt their scalps go numb. This was a battle between top-tier players. As news spread, veteran players from the other building came over to watch the spectacle, each one staring in disbelief. This is the strength of the player ranked first 2 rounds straight. Good thing I didn't stubbornly go pick a fight with him. If anyone says Lin Xiao relies on turrets again, I'll slap them into next week. On the other side, the fight reached its peak intensity. We moved from weapon clashes to daggers, engaging in close-quarters combat. My technique lagged far behind his, but I refused to fall. Liang Lei was clear in his mind. My skills might be lacking, but this small dagger was unpredictable, my arm movements incredibly agile. If he wanted to win, he'd have to disarm my arm, but he couldn't find the opportunity. Moreover, the blood seeping out activated the berserker bloodline, making me fight with increasing courage. A stalemate. It was at this moment. Brother, why is it you? Liang Shiyun's voice rang out. Liang Lei hesitated, and my dagger was already aimed straight at his face. In a critical instant, I stopped hard, less than a centimeter away from his eyes. I lose, Liang Lei sighed. Lin Xiao, brother, stop. This is my brother. Liang Shiyun rushed over to separate us. Your brother? I paused and quickly checked loyalty. Thankfully, it hadn't dropped. I surveyed the siblings. One rugged with dark skin, the other fair and innocent-looking. Neither looked alike at all. Do you look especially alike? Liang Shiyun asked cheerfully. My face twitched. I'm face-blind. After fighting so long, it turns out he's family. This feeling was just too absurd. Liang Lei immediately changed expression, excitedly grabbing his sister's hand. Has he bullied you? And how could you let him have so many women? I know exactly what men are thinking. I was too lazy to respond, just waiting to hear what Liang Shiyun would say. She shook her head with a happy expression. No, Lin Xiao treats me well. If not for him, I'd be dead already. Sister Shin Xin and the others haven't mistreated me either. When I first arrived in this world, I thought I was doomed. Didn't expect that now. I eat big fish and meat every meal, take hot baths, bubble baths. At that, the crowd watching began to tear up. Damn, what kind of virtue does Lin Xiao have that even beauties speak up for him? Hot baths, meat. Don't say any more. I'm convinced. Came looking for a show, but I'm the clown. Wah, I want to go home. What started as a battle to assert dominance had turned into a massive family reunion. An apartment rental battlefield transformed into a puppy love scene. Amidst the crowd, sobs broke out. Hearing his sister's words, Liang Lei's face darkened. Fine if his elbow twisted outward, but if he didn't even get jealous, what standing would he have as a brother now? He was about to lecture when Liang Shiyun cut him off with one sentence. Brother, you went missing for more than a year. You ran off to this dorm survival world and brought back how many sisters-in-law for me? Liang Lei's tone stalled, leaving only a goofy smile. I was about to tease them when Liang Lei suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, you're saying I've been missing for a year? Liang Shiyun nodded. Yeah, I frowned. I'd only been in this world less than 2 months. How could a whole year have passed outside? Just as confusion set in, Shin Sini came out of the dorm, curiously eyeing Liang Lei. Didn't you disappear with Boss Liu a year and a half ago? The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone turned sharply to look at Shin Sini. What are you looking at me for? Shin Sini felt uncomfortable under their stares. A knot formed in my chest. You mean, Liang Lei might already be dead? Or rather, we might be dead too. We just don't remember? Everyone's scalps tingled. One after another, they spoke up with the last dates from their memories. July 21-25, October, September. None matching up. I clenched my fist tightly. Looks like after entering the survival world, there's a huge time gap between players. Between Shiyun and Xian alone, there's a 6-month difference. The whole floor erupted. No one could have guessed they might have been dead for a long time. So what? The important thing is survival. Maybe we were only pulled in at the last moment of our lives. A rare moment of harmony. At this instant, everyone's one desire was to live and get out. Chuxing finally broke the silence, pushing up his golden-rimmed glasses. If those who died earlier are all here, does it mean escaping the dorm survival world is impossible? That we'll have to face even more veteran players ahead. Everyone fell into deep thought. Actually, you all overlooked a crucial point. The crowd parted as a tall, handsome man with long hair stepped forward. 108 Feng Wuchen. I once encountered an old player. He came out from within the mist. The crowd was stunned. No one could enter the mist. The burning sensation was unbearable. Unfortunately, he was corrupted to death by the mist, and he didn't drop any items. But before he died, he told me, the real terror isn't the event itself, but the floor war. He was on the losing side of the floor war. Floor war? Battles between dormitory buildings? Many scoffed. Humans more dangerous than monsters? And players from other buildings are fine, right? Feng Wuchen didn't bother to argue and waved off the topic. After the crowd dispersed, Liang Lei looked at my sister, who was holding my arm, his face as if the sky had fallen. Sis, why don't you come to my dorm? Mary hovered nearby, enjoying the drama. Lin, give your sister back. Her brother's about to cry. Right? I can take care of my sister. Liang Lei quickly agreed. If you let her come over, I won't hold a grudge about what happened before. I rolled my eyes and passed the question to Liang Shiyun. Shiyun, what do you think yourself? With loyalty over 90, I wasn't worried at all. Sure enough, Liang Shiyun shook her head. No, I'm doing just fine with Lin Xiao, food, drink, and even attribute points. She lowered her voice. Now I have a bloodline and some minor divine abilities. What? Liang Lei's eyes widened, and he quickly covered his mouth. Bloodline. Minor divine abilities. He had only heard rumors about them, just as I expected from my little sister. Amazing. Liang Lei grinned smugly, his nose practically pointing skyward. Brother, all these were given to me by Lin Xiao. Liang Shiyun's straightforward comment froze Liang Lei's smile. Lin Xiao, is it convenient to talk inside the dorm? Liang Lei's expression grew serious. I thought for a moment and nodded. A few of us entered the room. After Shin Sinyu closed the door, Liang Lei immediately dropped his facade, wrapping his arm around my neck and forcing out a strange smile. The bloodline my sister has, did you really give it to her? Yes, it was me, I admitted generously. Liang Lei's eyes lit up. Good brother-in-law? Where did the bloodline come from? Do you have more? I was embarrassed earlier outside, so don't blame your brother. His mood shifted with textbook speed. Shin Sinyu watched speechless. I do, I said, but I used it myself. What? Liang Lei was stunned, looking at me like I was a monster. You have a bloodline and used it yourself? Yeah, I used it after giving Shiryun the nine-tailed fox bloodline. I thought Liang Lei was overreacting. Bloodlines. They come from sign-ins all the time. But that's a bloodline. Something rare and precious. Even defeating the final boss doesn't guarantee you get one. Liang Lei rambled. He clearly thought the whole thing was absurd. Good brother-in-law, next time if you get a chance. Liang Lei winked at me, the tough guy's gesture ridiculously out of place. I wanted to refuse, but for Liang Shiryun's sake. We'll see. I don't know either. Anyway, whether I had it or not was up to me. Good brother-in-law, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Liang Lei patted my shoulder. I'm relieved to entrust my sister to you. Liang Shiryun blushed, as if she wanted to sink into the floor. During the conversation, Liang Lei mentioned Wang Hanjia's situation. Shin Sinyu only nodded. I understand. She had long since given up on Wang Hanjia. He was close to Li Changqing and others, pulling shady moves during sensitive times, with clear intentions. When sending Liang Lei off, he rested his hand on Liang Shiryun's shoulder. Lin Zhao's a good guy. Though he's not all about justice, he's loyal to those around him. I'm at ease with you following him. Liang Shiryun nodded seriously. After closing the door, Shin Sinyu immediately teased, Oh, good brother-in-law. The scent of jealousy could be smelled from afar. I laughed, scooped her up, and administered some home justice. When she turned her back, begging for mercy, I took care of Liang Shiryun and the others too. After the fuss, I began today's sign-in. Super sign-in success. Acquired. Resource gift pack ×2. Full lamb feast ×2. Full pig feast ×2. Level 5 universal blueprints ×2. Level 5 wood element gems ×3. Sign-in lucky critical. Acquired. Level 2 zombie serum ×3. Level 3 genetic warrior potion ×1. No new items appeared. But the holiday still had a few days left. No rush. Level 2 zombie serum was just right. Shin Sinyu and the others hadn't used it yet. Only one level 3 genetic warrior potion. Better to keep it. Not suitable for many to know about. Alright, I got some good stuff last time and forgot to share it with you. I distributed the serums to the 3 girls. Mary, the newcomer, happened to catch a lucky break. Holiday Day 3. New and old players flooded in. Nearly 500 people now, but the dormitory only had room for 200. Yang brought some news. Special intelligence. After the Ghost King was defeated, its treasures seemed not to have been fully transferred. The mist has spread outward a bit. Go take a look. Introduction. A dead tree shrouded in mist at the southwest corner. Perhaps what you seek lies there. Xiaoge, what do you think? Yang asked curiously. I had dropped quite a few items after killing the Ghost King, but something still felt missing. What exactly did the Ghost King trade with that treacherous merchant? Let's go check it out. Yang En's abilities had brought me several surprises already. The last time, the moon umbrella came from his intelligence. I crafted 2 more moon umbrellas, using materials gathered from clearing 2 floors. The bridal sedan chair supplies were enough to make 2 more sets as well. On the way, I asked, it's free activity time now. Aren't you afraid of being caught running around the library and cafeteria at night? Yang En waved it off. I thought so at first too. But then I found out the nights during rest time aren't safe either. The 2 spawn points nearby have guard monsters that only disappear at dawn. That explained why no one was racing to farm there. We soon arrived at the southwest corner. The mist here was noticeably thinner. Huh, this is pretty close to the last trading spot, I observed, my gaze settling on a huge dead tree ahead. Its trunk was so thick that even 10 people couldn't encircle it. Is this the place? Yang En stepped forward, knocking and tapping, even climbed up to check if it was hollow. Unfortunately, though the tree was dried out, it was very solid inside. After circling it, we found no peculiar signs. Xiao Ge, do you think you might be mistaken? I smiled faintly and glanced upward. Dead tree. Once an ancient demon, but it has not completely died. Introduction. Some kind of energy seems to be sustaining its vitality. This tree, it's actually a monster. I looked up. Even with its withered branches, its towering presence was undeniable. In its prime, it probably could have blocked out the sun over an entire area. Since it's a monster, there's no reason to leave it standing.